Good morning, everyone. The day is Tuesday, February 21st. The time is 8:38. We are on the record, and we will begin our public testimony portion of the agenda. Some brief instructions with respect to public testimony. So for this particular meeting, the board has called for public testimony on all of the proposals before us at this meeting. We appreciate the interest and concern of those who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who have taken the time to submit written materials to the board, and those who will also participate in the board's committee process. There is a handout on the back table entitled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides some useful information on testifying. Those of you who wish to testify must fill out one of the blue cards located at the back of the room and hand it to board staff. The blue card should be legibly and completely filled in so that both your name and your area of interest, your topic or your proposal about which you're concerned can be identified easily to board members. Please refer to the proposal you're addressing by its proposal number rather than by your PC page number. The cutoff time for oral testimony is 11 a.m. today. That's going to be a hard deadline, so make sure you get your blue card submitted to the front desk here by 11 a.m. Today, when your name is called, please come forward to the microphone, state your name for the record and who you represent. If you have any written materials for the board, you should please identify those materials by the RC, PC, or AC number. I will then provide the board members an opportunity to get that paperwork in front of them. That time will not be charged to you or the person who's testifying or the AC representative who is testifying. At this meeting, the public will be given 3 minutes to testify. Advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives will each be given 10 minutes. So you may have testified here before, and we had the red, yellow, green light system that has been malfunctioning lately, so we're using a simpler timer for the testimony at this meeting. You'll hear the beep when your time is up, and if you don't stop speaking when the timer goes off, you'll be instructed to stop. When you're finished, please remain seated in case the board members have any questions for you. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principles used by this board. The board does not deal in personalities, and so I'm going to ask you not to refer to people by name, either your fellow testifiers, board members, or members of staff. Advisory committee and RAC representatives should also fill out a blue card and indicate whether they will testify at the beginning or end of public testimony. Also, please note on the card which advisory committee you're representing and be prepared to describe the general membership of your committee. Confine your testimony to the position the committee took on proposals or issues and give minority opinions of the committee, if any. If you would like to provide your own personal testimony, please fill out a separate blue card and submit it to board staff. And if you want to give, your personal testimony right before or after your AC report, please just let me know and we'll accommodate that. If your name is called and you're not present to testify, a second call will be made. Second calls are made after lunch and evening breaks if the board holds an evening session. We will hold an evening session tonight. We've got a lot of people who would like to testify. If you receive your first call in the afternoon, you will get your second call at the beginning of the evening session. If you receive your first call in the afternoon, you'll get your second call either at the beginning of the evening session, if it's held the following, or the first thing the following morning. And I'll keep you guys apprised as we get into that when I intend to do second calls. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. So you're going to get 2 shots to come before us, and then your time will pass. So a few things. The 3-minute time limit is a hard deadline. I'm going to really request that people try and be respectful of that. It is not my intent to be disrespectful to any member if I have to cut you off, but I'm really trying to make sure that we keep it fair and respectful for everybody who is here, who's traveled a long way to provide testimony to the board. The other thing I'm going to try and do in order to kind of keep this thing moving along is I'm going to call name to testify, and then I'm going to give the names of the next 4 people that will be on deck, just so that you're aware that your name is coming shortly. So, are there any questions, Mr. Wood?
Madam Chairman, if when they come up to testify, if they can indicate if they're going to participate in committee of the whole, I'd appreciate that, because I'll just hold questions back until they do that.
Okay. Well, with that, let's go ahead and get started this morning. Thank you, everybody, for being present. And first up today is Mike Williams Sr., which will be followed by Martin Nikolai, Alvin Osterbach, Philip Titus, and Mike Kurtz. Welcome, Mike.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Michael Williams. I'm currently the chairman of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, which consists of 33 tribes on the Kuskokwim River. I'm also on the Kuskokwim River Management Working Group for many, many years, giving advice to ADF&G. I just looking at the declines since 2020 on chums. It has created suffering along the Kuskokwim River, and we have not met any ANS because of the poor returns leading to state and federal conservation closures during the chum season. Failing to meet our escapement goals for years in a row gives me serious concern for viability of future Kuskokwim chum stocks. And failing to get enough food for our families, for our dog teams, for our children, and it gives me big grief. So the Board of Fisheries and Alaska Department of Fish and Game are required to prioritize subsistence fishing above all other uses. Under Alaska State Statutes 16.05251 and 16.05258, the Board is directed by law to adopt subsistence regulations that provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses first before providing for other uses, and to eliminate non-subsistence use if there is not enough fish to provide for reasonable subsistence fishing opportunities. The board violates these statutes. We do not have reasonable subsistence fishing opportunities on the Kuskokwim, but the board is allowing fishermen in the South Area M June fishery to fish hard on these same chum stocks. The same fish taken in this Area M fishery are desperately needed in our AYK rivers to meet escapement goals, rebuild our stocks, and protect and prioritize our traditional subsistence way of life. I urge the board to adopt Proposal 140 in its entirety. The Proposal 140 strikes a compromise among the proposals before you today that either asks for more way or way less fishing time and area in the South Area M June fishery. This proposal aligns with state statutes and policies for sustainable salmon management and the subsistence priority. On behalf of my grandchildren, my elders, my tribal community, I ask the board to act now. Koyana.
Kuleana, Mike, thank you for your testimony today and excellent timing. Any questions? Martin Nikolai. Welcome, Martin.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Martin Nikolai. I'm a retired Orthodox priest, but still a priest, but also a subsistence fisherman my whole life on the Kuskokwim River. I'm from Quisluk, just upstream of Bethel. I am not only speaking for my village, which has a population of over 800 people, but also for more than 16,300 residents of the Kuskokwim River, including Bethel, which is considered the biggest village in western Alaska. And I'm also hopefully speaking on behalf of the 10,000 residents of the Yukon River, not including Fairbanks and the villages upstream from it, and does not include the Norton Sound area residents. For us, subsistence harvest of salmon has always been an important food source in our lives and important to our cultural and traditional practices that go back many generations. It's good that the other areas in Alaska can harvest salmon for subsistence and commercial purposes. But for us, Alaskan residents in the Kuskokwim and Yukon rivers do not have the same privileges as the rest of Alaska. The Yukon River bears the worst of this problem that we have. There is no subsistence fishermen. There is no subsistence fishing activities in the Yukon River right now. And in both rivers, no commercial fishing because there's not enough fish in the rivers for commercial purposes. I just wanted to say that the state of Alaska is supposed to see our resources not belonging to any select group, but belonging to all Alaskans, and has provisions in its laws to make sure subsistence priorities are protected. So I am asking on behalf of my village and the residents of the Kuskokwim and Yukon rivers that you make decisions that will benefit all Alaskans, no matter how small it seems to be. We are asking to give a chance for some of the salmon to return to our rivers. We are asking because we want to see some salmon in our smokehouses and freezers. We are asking not for money, it's just that we want to eat our food. Guyana, thank you.
Guyana Martin. Alvin Osterbeck. Welcome, Alvin. Good to see you.
Good morning. On your first question, yes, I would participate in the committee of the whole. And there's AEB comments. They're in PC 3. Okay. Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Alvin Osterbeck. I am the mayor of the Aleutians East Borough. My family resides in Sandpoint, and we are multi-generations of commercial and subsistence fishermen. The Aleutian East Borough waters are one and the same with most of the Alaska Peninsula Salmon Management Area. The Aleutians East Borough communities were founded on local salmon fisheries. Salmon processing was established in the borough over 100 years ago, and salmon has sustained the Aleut people for thousands of years. Salmon are critical to borough residents and our culture and our economy. The Aleutians East Borough supports maintaining the current South Peninsula Salmon Management Plan. We applaud the South Peninsula Salmon seiner efforts to limit chum harvest in 2022 and support their plan to continue and improve these conservation efforts in 2023. We agree with our fishermen that success of their action plan to conserve chum salmon in 2023 and beyond is contingent on time and area provided in the current plan. The Aleutians East Borough opposes any proposals that would unnecessarily reduce fishing time and area in the South Peninsula salmon fisheries and hamper fishermen's conservation efforts. PC3 contains Resolution 2333 adopted by the Borough Assembly on January 12th. States the Borough support the South Peninsula seiner effort to limit chum harvest and support the current South Peninsula Salmon Management Plan. Also, the Borough is in opposition to proposals that threaten the South Peninsula salmon fishery. The Aleutians East Borough opposes proposals numbers 133 to 140, plus 143, 148, 149, and 150. We emphasize with AYK communities where salmon fisheries are struggling. We're concerned and we want to help find solutions. At the board's AYK Finfish meeting, Report after report defined these issues and the probable causes for the struggling stocks as environmental and climate-related. And although the 2022 chum genetic study in the South Peninsula confirms that the majority of chum salmon harvested in the June South Peninsula fishery are of Asian origin, we support AREM Seiner's effort to conserve and avoid all chum salmon in June and to share in the burden of conservation. The South Peninsula salmon seine fleet conservation efforts in 2022 resulted in the lowest chum to sockeye harvest ratio since the 1970s. Changes to the South Alaska Peninsula Salmon Management Plan are not necessary to facilitate the conservation of the Chignik sockeye salmon or the AYK chum salmon. The current management plan of our historical mixed stock fisheries allows the time and area for chum conservation, and along with ADF&G EO authority will aid in the recovery of struggling stocks. Please use the available science to inform your decisions in this meeting. The Aleutians East Borough is ready and willing to work with the board and other Alaska fishery stakeholders to help arrive at the best outcomes for all Alaskans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Alvin. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Philip Titus? Is Philip here this morning? Oh. Good morning, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, board members and staff. I'm representing the Native Council and myself, and the Native Council supports Proposal 140. And as a tribe as a whole, their subsistence needs are not being met in Minto because no fish, moose are declining, ducks are declining, and it's just hard not to eat out of the store because there's no economy in the villages, not only Minto, but there's hardly any economy locally in the villages that people who do live there are not, their subsistence needs are not being met for the year round, because when you put fish away, you could eat it just about any time after it dry. You could just go out to the smokehouse and practically grab a meal. Just one dry fish is, it's a meal, it's not a snack. And we fish on Y6, it's on the Dena'ina River, and there's no fish for years. We never, the camps we used to live in are just weeds now and willows because there's no reason to go there. Burn gas and go camp out, that's about all you could do. And there's a lot of native allotments on the river that were picked for fish campsites. They're fish campsites originally, so they filed for a land native allotment to preserve the land in the family. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Appreciate your being here and your testimony today. Mike Kurtz. Welcome, Mike.
Madam Chair, board members, staff, my name is Michael Kurtz. I've fished AREM for 54 years, 4 years as a drifter and 50 years as a purse seiner. We always hear that AREM has to sacrifice something when there's a problem in other systems, although the science continually seems to prove that we aren't the cause and we probably won't be the cure. But this is the way things are and we'll deal with it. In my time in AREM, I'm not an Alaska resident, but I've been in these communities for 50 years plus. My lifelong friends reside there. The people I've learned from in my fishing career are from there. So I feel that I have something to be a part of those communities, even though I'm a non-resident. What I've seen over the years, every board cycle, AREM has to give up. they give up. They have to give something. And these communities have never given up, though. They long line, they crab, they drag, whatever they need to do to survive. But the backbone of these communities is salmon. It always has been for as long as salmon's been the backbone of any communities in this state. And to continually think that the solution for other problems is to dig into that, I'm testifying on my own behalf, and I think that's irresponsible. Prior to last season, and a lot of this was the direction of the Fish and Game and different people trying to help us, the purse seiners realized we have to cut back on our chum catch. We decided that we'll test fish prior to the season, and then from that determine with the abundance whether we would start on that day or not. We gave up the first day and a half because we felt the chum abundance was too high. And in season, we had members in each area communicating from tide to tide, and we could see a pattern of when we would stand down on tides because we felt the abundance was too high. And we have to remember, we're not just standing down on chums, we're standing down on sockeye. We gave up to 25% of our sockeye catch last year to do this, but we did it. And the most amazing thing was we had 100% participation, which I know most fishermen probably realize doesn't happen very often with commercial fishermen. But people realized we wanted to do something, we did, and the fact that we were fluid to react to the conditions and the tides at the time rather than being regulated to do it made us way more effective. And we intend to do it again this year and hopefully improve on it. I would strongly urge the board to consider the negative effects on these local communities when they make their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions? Mr. Wood? And then
How
Mr.
did you come
Jensen.
up with the 25% figure on sockeye?
I'm testifying on my own behalf and just gathering from what the tides that we gave up, talking to different people that were a little more in tune, and from my logbook, that was a conservative number. Personal testimony and just my own logbook.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Mike. Just a quick question on the effort you guys put forward last year to avoid chums, and it seemed to have worked pretty well. Can you improve on that, or do you think you've found a solution there? As you know, if you did the same thing you did last year, you do it this year, would that still present the same results?
We think we can improve on it for the fact this new Starlink makes the communication so much more quicker. And we have to communicate between the Shumagans clear out to Cape Lidkey, and the canneries also really help. And just see if we can streamline our information a little quicker to react a little better.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Next up is Thad Tycoon. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Followed by Raymond Oney, David Carl, Philip Peter, and Marilyn Stanislaus. Welcome, Thad.
My name is Thad Tycoon. I was born and raised in Bethel and been a subsistence fisherman all my life. I'm also the chairman of AVCP. I am here to testify that I am in support of Proposal 140, which reduces the commercial fishing times in Area M. Back in the 1980s, people from my region were already asking for a reduction of the chum salmon catch due to the low returns to our rivers. And now the same thing is happening again. In just the last 10 years alone, the catch has risen in Area M. As we all know, in 2021 alone, over 1 million chums were caught in the commercial fisheries around Area M. Also, it is surprising that while a large chum catch happened, there was also a vast increase in the sockeye catch for the 21-22 season. Double the average number, so sockeye runs could also be an issue further on down the line. In my area, if the chum numbers are low, we rely on the sockeye to help supplement our nutritional needs. But looking at the figures, my worry is the sockeye returns are also going to be affected in the next few years. Every year in my part of the river, for the last number of years, we have gone into 804 under the federal side. Yet upriver, under state jurisdiction, they are open 24/7. And on the other end, they are commercial fishing around the islands. Why is a heavy burden placed upon the subsistence users who are trying to sustain themselves and supplement their nutritional needs? We are placed under restrictions by use of 4-inch mesh nets designed for non-salmon species and have a 60-foot limit on some cases, and in other areas like the Yukon, only dip net. Just so escaping can be met into the tributaries of our rivers, and now for a number of years, that hasn't happened. Decisions made in the next few days will not be seen for the next 3 to 4 years when those stock of salmon return. A lot depends on the right decisions made at this meeting. We need a healthy stock every year so we can all enjoy our way of life. The next changes for regulations is in the next 3 years before we again revisit the regs. Will the changes have gone in the right direction? Not everything is a result of nature and the salmon crash. A lot depends on the decisions of the board and the directions they will take. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Oyana.
Oyana, for your testimony today. Any questions? Thank you. Raymond Oni with the Yukon-Kuskokwim Regional Advisory Council. Good morning, Raymond. Welcome. And I understand you're going to be giving testimony for the YK Regional Advisory Council and then the AVCP Executive Board. Is that right?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I will read a short paragraph for AYK. I believe all the documents and everything has been forwarded to the board already. I just want to read into the record what the YK Council have acted on as a result of Proposal 140.
Very good. Thank you so much.
So I will start my testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to come before you and also all the board members. I'm here to give public testimony regarding Proposal 140, which I am in support of. For the record, my name is Raymond Oni. I come from the village of Aleutian on the south bank of the Yukon River. Lifelong resident of the Yukon River, where I've enjoyed as a way of life. Our way of life is facing a true crisis as a result of overfishing in Area M. Wanton waste, bycatch, and interception has been a concern for Western Alaska since statehood. The salmon rearing areas should be protected for salmon to recover. I would like to remind the Board of Fish of their statutory obligation under Alaska Statute 16.05.258, quote, subsistence use and allocation of fish and game, otherwise known as the State Subsistence Law. Alaska AS 16.05.258 B4A if the harvestable portion of the stock of population is not sufficient to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses, the appropriate board shall adopt regulations eliminating consumptive uses other than subsistence uses. For 3 years in a row, subsistence of salmon has been closed on the Yukon River. We have not harvested any salmon since 2020. With the adoption of Proposal 140, this will reduce the impacts of overfishing, bycatch, and salmon intercept. The proposal does not ban commercial fishing in Area M. Protection of our precious resources will be in place to protect what is good for all Alaska, all Alaskans. Commercial fishing needs regulations in this area, especially in the month of June, when most AYK bound chum salmon pass through this district. It will reduce the fishing pressure on other chum stocks of concern as they return to their natal streams, and therefore increase the chances of that AYK chum salmon escapement goals are achieved. By adopting this regulation, this will limit the commercial fishers in South Unimak and Shumigan Islands to the same geographical restrictions faced by commercial and subsistence fishers in the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. With that, this is my testimony to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Oni. Any questions? Would you like to present your testimony for the AVCP Executive Board at this time? Turn the mic back on, please. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, all the documents that the AYK board had submitted in their October meeting, you have a copy in your book. I'll just go ahead and read the paragraph of the proposal for the record. Raymond Doney, I serve as the chairman for the Yukon-Kuskokwim Regional Advisory Council. Been on the regional council for the past 10 years or so. And we've come before you time and time again to try and address the issues that face our people, especially on the Yukon and Kuskokwim River. And therefore, we are coming before you in hopes of you as a board member adopt these regulations so that we could put in place that will regulate fish that will come for our future generation, because it seems like there's no hope for us right now as we are living here today. But what we want to do is to be able to find ways to rebuild our stocks so that our children and our grandchildren will enjoy what our ancestors have enjoyed since time immemorial. I will go ahead and read Proposal 140. Proposal 140, amend the South Unimak and Shumigan Islands June salmon management plan to reduce commercial salmon fishing time. The council voted to unanimously support Proposal 140 with a modification that commercial fishing is prohibited beyond a distance of 3 miles from shore. The council supported this proposal with modification because there's a major conservation concern for Western Alaska salmon that are intercepted in these commercial fisheries. Subsistence fishing has been closed for several years on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, while commercial fishers have been allowed to harvest the same stock of concern. This does not adhere to the subsistence authority nor sustainable management practices. By law, restrictions should be put on commercial fisheries before subsistence fisheries. In supporting the modification, the Council seeks to limit the commercial fishers in the South Unimak and Shumagon Islands to the same geographical restrictions faced by commercial and subsistence fishers in the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta region, that is limited to fishing within 3 miles from shore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Kuiana for being here today. David Carl. Good morning, David. Welcome.
Good morning, David K. Carl from the Central Bering Sea Advisory Committee. And on these, what we represent the area on proposals of 136 through 140 made by ONC were all supported by Central Bering Sea Advisory Committees, in which the Central Bering Sea Committee members are in the same region and facing the same situation for declining of salmon for their harvest for subsistence. We as members, along with ONC, are all in favor for the reduce of commercial fishing periods, days and hours, as well as with the limitation of the catches so that more may escape in good closing periods. Not only ONC plates with, but with EVCP, YKT, and CVRF, which are the same entities of ONC, all in the Kuskokwim region. As says, if the state acted, it would increase the salmon escapement to help boost the numbers bound to Kuskokwim and Yukon. Even some are fully employed. They don't rely much on wages to put food on the table. Some family members may be in separate households, but they share what they harvest together. My grandpa used to tell me, if you get to be on your own someday, you may purchase store-bought in lump, but they won't last you long. But what you harvest by hand, even the same few will last more longer. Harvesters are harvesters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carl. Any questions? Would you? Mr. Carl, did you plan on giving personal testimony as well, or just the AC? If you wanted to offer your personal testimony, you may do so. You'll have 3 minutes to do so.
Sorry, my apologies, since I only saw only one on proposals. I walked off.
right.
The second one is on my own right there. If the state of Alaska and out-of-the-state trawlers by any means start working one day together, there will not be much more waste, which the trawlers dispose, calling it a dirty back. And the decline of fish, not only salmon, will ease. According to one report, the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska trawlers' fleets have caught killed and dumped more than 1 billion pounds of salmon, halibut, crab, black cod, and other species over just the last 7 years. Also, pollock trawlers catch, kill, and throw away millions of pounds, hundreds of thousands of chum, and tens of thousands of Chinook salmon. Not only with fish, they make damages on sea floors as clams, seaweeds, and so forth. Now, this concludes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up is Philip Peter. Is Philip Peter here this morning? First call going. All right. Marilyn Stanislaus? Are you Philip?
Good morning. This is Phil Peter, Lower Kuskokwim Rec Chairman, and this is Earl Samuelson. He's my alternate. I got confused yesterday when I look at these proposals. That's why I asked Earl to help me out what we did what we did in the meeting in Bethel. I don't want to, when I report, I want just an accurate report to you guys. Accurate report, short report, what we did on the proposals. No. Okay, we talk about proposals 133, 144, 142.
133 through 142, the whole block.
Yeah. And we discuss some of them. So this is the first time our voices are heard from the Lower Kuskokwim, and ONC upriver advisory committee. In our rivers, there's 4, right? If I'm correct, there's 4. One Lower Kuskokwim, Old Jagak Rec, and upper, if I'm correct, 3, 4.
We got the Aleutian River.
Turn on your mic.
If I may, Philip is trying to say that we looked at all proposals 133 through 142, and we supported those proposals from a vote of 5-0. Without getting into the explanations, I guess, is probably reasons why we supported these. And like everybody else on the Kuskokwim, our rivers are also hurting with salmon. And with these proposals, just asking just a little bit to reduce some of the fishery elsewhere, that can help our neighbor out in simple terms. But we, on the Kuskokwim, up and down from the mouth, all the way up into the headwaters, have suffered one way or another with the lack of salmon. So. Philip? I do believe we're probably, you got anything to add? You got anything to add?
My comments, as a chairman, Phil Peters, said that he supports all of the proposals because they address what we have been saying about Area M. And he wants to support others in our area for AC and RAC, KTC, ONC. Our voices are heard, and I really appreciated the work. As a group, we want to fix Area M together, work together to fix. We have so many hardships and restrictions in our rivers. We need to reduce commercial fishing in Area M. I never been commercial fishing and I don't renew my permit no more on Kuskokwim, even though it came in every year. I don't renew it just because we don't fish for commercial no more on chums, sockeye, and cohos. Even though we have a hardship in our community, we still survive for subsistence, for fishing, for the whole winter. I only fill five-gallon buckets for king salmon and sockeye for the winter use, for consumption, for my family and for my grandkids. Five-gallon buckets. Without dry fish, I couldn't survive for the whole winter. My uncle used to tell me that. He said it to me. He didn't fish for consumption, dry fish, but he only eats meat, ptarmigan, rabbits, beaver, moose, bear. And he mentioned to me he got tired of it whole winter. And he told me, nephew, you fish for consumption, not the meat.
I got tired of it. He told me I got tired of it. Eating the dry meat and soup meat. That's what he told me. Everybody in our community, even though we're upset about these regulations and policies from the federal government and from the state government, even though we put us hard regulation on us, we don't mind about it. We don't mind about it and argue about it. We just only talk about it. True ones, true regulations. We need to start making true regulation to help each other and survive in harsh, what we call harsh place. Let's help all Alaskans. All Alaskans start working together to benefit our generations. My elders take care of me. I need to start taking care of my other generations behind me. Those young ones, just like me, give them opportunity to fish, hunt for fish. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I really appreciate it, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board members.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Are there any questions from the board? Thank you for being here and appreciate your testimony. I'd just like to add that that was a representative of the advisory committee. Advisory committee representatives get 10 minutes. If folks are unable or unwilling to be respectful and not interrupt testifiers, I'm going to ask you to leave. I will keep track of the time. Thank you.
Through the chair, did we use our 10 minutes?
You did.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd also ask people not to applause, please. Thank you. Next up is Marilyn Stanislaus. Good morning, Marilyn. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the board. Thank you for providing this time and space for me to share my thoughts and recommendations on Proposal 140. My name is Marilyn Stanislaus, and I am here to speak on behalf of the Aleutian tribe and our future leaders in our region, our youth. I grew up fishing with my dad. I've seen hardships for me, my family, and my community. We all realize that once a fishing regulation is put into place, it continues to bear a hardship on many Alaska Native communities in providing for their family, including in my village of Alaknak. Historically, regulations that promote commercial fishing in other parts of the state have had a catastrophic and negative impact on stocks of salmon and other fish that travel and make their way up to the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim region. Over the years, we've seen countless fishing regulations put into place that have not been beneficial to the many different regions and areas that rely heavily on salmon and subsistence hunting. Because of these regulations, our youth, who are our future leaders and providers for our families and communities, are not able to experience the same cultural and traditional experiences that many of us have done in previous years, just like our ancestors did. and contribute to the family and community by helping to gather fish and put away smoked salmon for the long winter months. Today, we are not able to pass on our traditional and cultural ways of living a subsistence lifestyle to our children and our younger adults, which has been passed on from generation to generation. Equally challenging is our ability to provide food for our families and community for the long winter months. With the increased costs of living in a rural community, the cost of food, fuel to heat our homes, for transportation to get our subsistence food, it is hard. The ability of our salmon and other fish to provide for our families is paramount for our survival. Because of our dependence on the foods flown into the rural communities, it is putting people at risk for diabetes and other health issues. The time to protect stocks of salmon and other fish in the Yukon-Kuskokwim region needs to happen now. During the past 2 years, we've seen an unprecedented decrease in summer and fall salmon runs of nearly 90%. For these reasons, I fully support proposal number 140 and the protections included, and ask that proposal number 140 be passed so that our future leaders can hopefully experience subsistence harvesting to ensure they too can pass that knowledge to the younger generations to come. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Stanislaus. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Next up is Marvin Kelly, followed by Darlene Pete, Stanley Pete, Vernon John, and Martin Andrew. Marvin Kelly. Good morning, Marvin. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Marvin Kelly. I'm from Imanak. I'm the chairman for Iman Corporation. I'm here to support 140. Would like to remind the Board of Fish statutes obligation under AS 16.05.258. And as with my others in my area, they already state, you guys already got that statute in front of you. So I just want to say that I'm in support of that proposal 140. And I'd like to share my personal, why I'm here to support that one there. I was born in Mac, and I still live in Mac. Ever since I knew it, when I was growing up, when I was able to stand in a boat, I was helping my dad go fishing. And then I lost my dad when I was 10 years old, so I had to stay home in Imak. And then my mom supported us by working at the fish cannery. Even my aunts and uncles, my cousins, we all worked at the Yukon Delta Fish Marketing Co-op before it was bought by YDFDA. And when I turned 16, I started working at the cannery. As a, working at the cannery, then I worked my way up from there. I started collecting fish as a deckhand on one of the collecting boats. Soon enough, I became a captain on a LCM landing craft collecting boat, collecting fish from all over the Yukon Delta. And, southmouth, middlemouth, northmouth, I've been to all those places. There's a lot of fish them days. And when I became a captain on LCM, it was like a year or two after. That's when the king salmon crash came in. 1998, like you guys we heard yesterday about 1998 when the king salmon crashed in the Yukon Delta. We haven't had king salmon commercial fishing since then. I had to find ways, I had to change my thoughts on how to support my family. So I got a different job now, but I want to share what happened to the king salmon. After that, we heard about Area M, where the fish was being caught before it reaches our area. And that's, our king salmon never did really recover from that yet, because that fishing there is still happening in Area M. They closed it for a while, I think in early 2000. And I was working for Grant Aviation one time, and I was working for Grant there and waiting for my flight. This guy came up to me from upriver. He said, "Thank you for letting the fish come up." And we always let the fish pass. The first kings that
Sir,
come
your
in,
3 minutes are up.
first kings pass, chums pass. We always do follow the regulations. So I would like to, please support what's going on with the area.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the board? Appreciate your being here. Thank you.
Could I make one more comment?
No.
Thank you.
If you are around for committee of the whole, then you can offer some additional comments during committee of the whole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Darlene Pete. Good morning, Darlene.
Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Darlene Pete. I'm from Nunamikwa, located on the Lower Yukon River. I work as tribal administrator for the Nunamikwa tribe. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share concerns we are facing in the AYK region. I am married with 8 children, 2 new grandchildren. I grew up subsistence fishing with my late father since the early 1980s. Subsistence fishing has been an important part of our lives from since I can remember. Not being able to subsist for fish has negatively impacted our way of living, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Our main food source has been taken away, which has caused hardships for many families. Our people are facing a food security crisis, and food insecurity can cause serious health issues when people have to choose between spending money on food, utilities, or health care. Poverty, unemployment, and even underemployment are the result of a resource depletion. A sad reality is food insecurity has caused systematic racism and racial discrimination, the have and the have-nots. There are no road systems in our entire region. Our villages are geographically isolated. Everything is flown or barged into our villages, and with the high inflation costs, everything has become very expensive. Heating fuel is $7.80 per gallon where I live, and for 30 gallons of heating fuel that would last a week or less for some families costs $284. Due to the high cost of living, most families survive by living off what the land and water provides. We are experiencing a type of civil unrest in our communities, alcoholism and drug use at levels never seen before. Incarcerations and family divisions are all too common now, and the most innocent are the children who don't contribute to the problems but are the most impacted. There are limited jobs in the villages, and most families are experiencing extreme hardship. Even for those who are employed year-round, are not able to afford food, clothing, housing, necessities, or pay utility bills. Some families must decide whether to buy food or heating fuels for their homes and cannot afford both. Our salmon has always brought our people together to share, to learn, and to teach our children how to survive. Our summer camps were full during the summer season, but today all our campsites are empty, which means our freezers are empty.
Ms. Pete, your time is up.
Okay, in closing, I ask you to please hear the cries of our people, to save the stocks of the salmon. During the past 2 years, we've seen a decrease in summer and fall
Ma'am,
salmon.
your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Stanley Pete.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Stanley Pete from Nunamiakoa. This morning, I will be addressing the board. Also, I would like to take this time to address the Alaska Peninsula natives. You know, I've gone to school with their children, played basketball, been to their communities. I've seen their communities, and, you know, I would not want to disrupt their way of life one bit. But imagine, if you will, all the resources, all the crab, all the halibut, all the pollock, all the black cod gone with no commercial fishery. That's where we're at in Nunamiakoa. We have nothing. We have no, all them resources are gone, and we're putting an even greater burden on the available resources that they are now. Moose, birds, the non-salmon species are heavily targeted. You know, we are struggling. The word struggle is not even doing justice to what's happening to the people out there. You know, traditionally, we are a spiritual people. We make sure that our mental being is taken care of. And now with the depletion of salmon, there's no reason to get together or set aside differences. The only time we're seeing people get together now is when there's a death in the family. Traditionally, they set aside their differences and come to an agreement that we're gonna go all out and put aside our differences and go get our fish and work together as a family as a whole. And at the same time they're doing that, they're rearing up a generation of kids that would do the same. Now, there's none of that. There's kids wandering lost. And then we're shoving them off to the educational system and saying, help us, fix the problem. Traditionally, it was a family-oriented system. It's gone now. The bonds of family are disrupted because of the lack of salmon. It's not that we're trying to place a burden on our fellow natives. We have nothing. You know, I enjoyed playing basketball and going to school with kids from the Alaska Peninsula. But who would have thought when I was going to high school, we would be at each other's with pitchforks, with trying to fight to survive. You know, it's sad to see where we're at now. I enjoyed my time playing basketball with these kids. Well, when I was a kid, but geez, you blink your eyes, then you're half a century old. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. Questions? Thank you for being here. Vernon John? Good morning, Vernon. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair and the rest of you. First of all, I'm from Nikolai. I'm the first chief of Nikolai Village Council, and I'm here to support subsistence fishing, and we don't have any commercial fishing whatsoever. We pretty much regulate ourselves. I mean, when we're fishing, and last year was a tough year for the whole community, but some of them caught fish, and but usually I limit myself to about 50 fish a year, king salmons, and I wasn't able to meet that goal. We only caught, me and my wife and family only caught 33, and then we quit fishing. The fish were smaller, and they didn't act right. They were different. And the way we subsistence fish is we have clear water, so we see the fish, so we know what we're catching. And we don't use nets, so we have pretty much a good idea of what we're going after and which fish we want. And therefore, and the fish were way smaller last year, less fish. And I was looking at your graphs yesterday and everything, and my village is from the headwaters of the Kuskokwim, upper headwaters. We're the last village on upper Kuskokwim. And there's only 1,300 fish that went through that weir. And that's 1,700 less than a year before. It's been a steady decline for the last 8 years. And I've been hearing about Section M a lot last year. This is only my third meeting I've been to, but as a community, we're all Alaskans. I know you're trying to help your best you can, but we're finally putting our voice out, and we're asking you to please help us out. It's important for us, it's important for you, it's important for the commercial fishermen, because if there's no fish, there's no life. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate your being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martin Andrew? Good morning, Martin.
Good morning. Madam Chair, do I press the red light?
You're on.
Okay, good. My name is Martin Andrew. Good morning, Board of Fish, Madam Chair. My name is Martin Andrew, and I am a member of the Organized Village of Queequeg, Vice Chair, and I also serve on the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission. I have fished the Queequeg and the Kuskokwim rivers my whole life. Yet I have never seen salmon declines that we are seeing today on our rivers, on top of long-term Chinook salmon declines and a complete crash of coho salmon in 2022. We have seen 3 years of a chum salmon disaster. I urge the board to adopt proposals 140 to protect the subsistence priority and balanced conservation of AYK chum salmon. I ask the board to call on ADF&G to do more in-season real-time genetic testing of chum caught in Area M. Chum escapement on the Queequeg River has declined 91% in 21 and 22 compared to the past decade. The Bethel sonar noted an 84% decline in the total chum run in 2022 compared to 2018 and 2019. Our estimated subsistence chum salmon harvest in the lower Kuskokwim in 2022 was only 3,630 fish. That is severely below the ANS levels of 41,200, respectively to the upward of 116,400. Our entire salmon harvest has declined 88% since the 1990s. We are nowhere near meeting escapement for chum on the Kuskokwim despite the conservation closures our subsistence families are undergoing. We are nowhere near meeting our subsistence needs for chum, and subsistence is supposed to be the highest priority for the board and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I urge to implement Alaska Statute 16.05, 251, and 16.05, 258. We on the AYK rivers are also the only one that's bearing the burden of conservation for our chum stock, which violates the policy for the management of mixed stock fisheries that says the burden must be shared by all users. In 2021 and 22, Area M intercept, we've learned that the best genetic information at the time showed that 57% of those chum were headed to our AYK rivers. And, you know, between me and my father-in-law last summer, you know, we fished for 5 families between him and I. And we only caught 2 chum that whole openers that we were given. And I hope you guys adopt these and implement what I just stated. And I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair, and the board for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Any questions? Appreciate your being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is James Nicolai, Joseph, Jamie Wirtz, and Melvin Larson. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Nicolai. I'm from Queethluk. I am a hunter and fisherman since I was, been fishing since I was 12. And my whole life, that's where I've been fishing. And we have observed how the chum salmons, how the fish come up to the Kuskokwim from the ocean through Falls Pass. And that's what our elders has been telling us way back there before even had scientists going around. How they knew, I don't know. He said, all the western stock goes through Falls Pass, and the smaller portion goes through Simmigan Pass. And I have observed the chum decline, like 91% of chum escapement on the Queethluk River, where I lived and fished all my life. How we know that? Our village tribe operates the fishware year after year on Queethluk River. And they got all the records with the help and the observation from the Fish and Wildlife. I have observed these, how this declined and hurting our community and environment and way of life. I have observed the disconnect between the salmon management by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game on the Kuskokwim River and by the Board of Fish in Area M. We can see that. And there are the same stock of fish that are managed in a complete different way. Complete different way. This is why we are closed for chum salmon on the Kuskokwim, to protect and try to meet our escapement, try to make our escapement. And the Board of Fish in Area M Fisheries continue with their openers. Those are the two things that we have to look at really close. We are sacrificing everything up here. There is nothing more than that our people can do, but there is no sharing of the sacrifice in Area M that the board has directed. They can't. They don't live with us. They don't go through what we go through every year, trying to get a few fish for the winter. The board needs to look at the whole picture, not just the chum, but the reds, the cohos, and the Chinooks.
Mr. Nicolai, your time is up. Thank you for your testimony today. Is there any board questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would encourage you to stick
Where can I turn in my, for the record? Thank
right
you.
over there. Thank you very much. Joseph? Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Joseph, also in support of Proposal 140. And also, I'm also from a region with the highest poverty level in the state of Alaska. Growing up as a family, my parents limited their subsistence activities. They had their own quota set for the winter. And throughout the years during that time, commercial fisheries started, and they were catching everything and anything that they had within their nets. And they caught a whole bunch with the attitude of the more, the merrier. At this critical time, if there isn't a quota system implemented for the commercial fishing industries, both commercial and subsistence activities will crash, as they did in my region, the Yukon and Kasukum region. As it is said by an elder from one of the committees and from one of the meetings, when greed takes over, you lose vision of what is happening around you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Any board questions? Appreciate your being here. Thank you. Jamie Wirtz. Morning, Jamie, welcome.
Morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Jamie Wirtz. I'm speaking against Proposal 140, as well as alternative proposals resulting in reduced fishing time in Area M. I'm a third-generation fisherman owning and operating a seiner in the Area M salmon fishery. My family's history in Alaska is broad. My grandparents moved here before statehood in 1949. While there have been difficult and downright devastating returns of salmon across the state of Alaska during the last few years, it is an important time to double down on research and funding needed to fully understand the complexities of wild salmon returns. Instead of pointing fingers at other fishers and members of other fishing communities, it's now more important than ever for all of us to come together to help understand the true root of the problems that are affecting certain fisheries. Without dismissing the plight of AYK fishers or residents, I want to focus on the causes paramount to weak chum salmon returns. There have been unseasonably warm sea surface temperatures in the North Pacific from 2015 through 2019, which have shown an undisputed correlation to food abundance and nutrition. This results in high chum salmon mortality during the first 3 years of life and lower energy and health of the few surviving salmon to maturity. As a result, chum salmon stocks most impacted by these ocean conditions have been negatively affected, resulting in declines in 2020, 2021, and 2022. This is similar to historic declines recorded in 2000 and 2001. When the AYK region was having their best returns, Area M was fishing with a broader management plan than we have today. The impacted communities are cherry-picking their numbers to try and lead us to believe that the majority of salmon intercepted by Area M fishers just happen to be going to the places with the weakest returns. The claim stated in Proposal 140 is trying to make the argument that a record run of chum salmon harvest in the Aleutian Peninsula in 2021 is directly responsible for the record loss of harvestable salmon in the AYK region. This goes against common sense, as normally large abundance of salmon harvested is indicative of a large return to the river or hatchery that those salmon are en route to. Scientific data suggests that Area M chum salmon harvest is most affected by abundant populations of chum salmon in the North Pacific, not weak populations. Asian hatchery chum have made up 58% of the incidental chum harvest in 2022, as well as 13.4% of the chum that were harvested were shown to be from east of Kodiak, ranging from Prince William Sound, southeast, British Columbia, or even Washington. The abnormally large populations of healthy chum salmon traveling to Asia, southeast, or other Alaskan streams are directly competing for the same food and resources as the disadvantaged chum salmon coming out of the Yukon. The best available data we have at this time does not indicate that a reduced Area M fishery will be significant in rebuilding fish stocks in the AYK region. We shouldn't be willing to condemn the 6 communities of the Alaska Peninsula in defiance of our best available science. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate your being here today.
Thank you.
Melvin Larson. Good morning, Melvin. Welcome.
RC10,
Whenever you're ready.
you have it. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Melvin Larson. I have a say in setting that operation in Area M. RC number 10 shows the migration pattern of chum salmon. The red shows the area that's open in Area M, and the dots show where the seiners fish. As you can see, if the dots were the size of the fleet fishing, you would never be able to find them on a scale this size. The second page shows the loss to seiners in the Shumigans and the gain to sockeye in the run. With 70 million to Bristol Bay and 800,000 to Chignik, and a 58% reduction in June, there would be a gain of about 5,000 to 10,000 sockeye to the Chignik run. I have attended the Board of Fish meetings for 51 years, and there has been many studies on Area M that AYK, Bristol Bay, and Chignik had the state implement and fund. The 1987 tagging study showed 3 tags returned from AYK were found on the banks of the river and not one on a fish. The Wassup report showed very little harvest rate to Western Alaska, about 4.2% rate. The 2021 summer trawl study showed 2.6% Western Alaska, and yet here we are again after the Department of Summer study shows Area M is not the problem. Every time there is a problem, AYK, Chignik fingers are pointed at Area M, and the fishermen are managed and not the resource. It is time to find the problem and manage the rivers and lagoons like the rest of the state of Alaska. When the state of Alaska created the Board of Fish and the department, it was to regulate and manage through scientific management. Russia and Japan are dumping 2.4 billion chums into the Gulf every year, another billion from the US and Canada. Chums are a 2, 3, 4, and sometimes a 5-year cycle. At a given time, there could be 5 to 6 billion chum fry in the Gulf of Alaska at one time. If you look at the Gulf migration pattern of 2, 3-year-old chum salmon returning to Russia and Japan, along with the Pacific Northwest, there is about 5 million chums that can be harvested in the June fishery. Over the last 50 years, Area M has had a book of regulations put on the fishery for conservation. The fishermen also have chum pools, stand-downs, and work together for conservation. I would also like to point out to the board that the restriction put on Area M from 1997 to 2001 created a disaster for the fishermen. Permits went from 400,000 to 50,000. Local fishermen lost their boats and permits. Their payments on the permits was more than what the permit was worth. If you micromanage Area M, more local fishermen lose their boats and permits. It's not like a skiff and net on the bank of a river. These fishermen will probably never get back into their historical fisheries. I don't see how Area M can be the problem. 4 cycles have gone by since the 2004 management plan was put into place, and there are lots of fish in the ocean. Our fishery is doing well. Our records are run Bristol Bay. There are millions of chum salmon heading back to Asia, Pacific Northwest.
Melvin. So close. Are you going to be around for Committee of the Whole?
Yes.
Good. All right. Are there any questions for Melvin? Mr. Heimbach.
Just one. Thank you, Melvin, for your testimony. We heard a little bit earlier today that there was 100% participation in the stand down, and I know you've been there in Sandpoint a long time. I was interested, was there any animosity, in your opinion, associated with that stand down between senators, or did they think this issue was significant enough to address it very seriously?
I think there's some other people that can answer that better than I can. I've been retired for 10 years, so.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for your testimony today. Let's take a couple more. Let's do Jimmy Hurley Sr. and Christina Changsak. And I again apologize if I mispronounce your names. Good morning, Jimmy. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Jimmy R. Hurley Sr. I reside in Ekwok on the mighty Nushagak River. I sat on Nushagak Advisory. I fished all districts of Bristol Bay. I fished in Togiak Herring and long line out of Petersburg. So I've done a lot of fishing, but you know, to me, it's we're all squabbling over what the higher ups are. You know, all this fish throughout Alaska. You know where that fish goes? That fish goes to China. We're squabbling over just a little bit of nothing. You know, that's what's going on here. Every person in this room, you know, we're hurting each other because United States and China is at odds. But you know, I'm not going to get on that too much, but you know, Nushagak River I live on, this last couple of years, the Klutuk right below there, the chums haven't been showing up very much. So we're having impacts. Nushagak River might be #1 in the world, but spending time, and it's your eyes and ears on these advisory committees that you see and hear what they say. Because if you don't have them, you don't have very much information of what's going on in that district. Bristol Bay is a good area to live in, and you know, I plan to retire there. I come in here and work, but there's no more joy than putting up salmon. You know what I do, and I've been taught. I've been trying to teach people how to do this, but I don't have too much else to say about this. You know, it's so disgusting. You know, but you know, it's I'm really glad to at least be here to say my piece. You know, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Any questions? Appreciate your being here. Christina Changsak. Good morning, Christina. Welcome to the Board of Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. My name is Christina Changsak. I'm from Russian Mission. I'm a wife, mother, grandmother. My family is very tied to the way of our life, and subsistence is very much a part of our diet. That's the fish during the summer. We harvest more than we harvest. We know our limit of harvest because we fish for, or I fish for my children and grandchildren. We live in a small rural village where our fish and stuff, what we rely on, different seasons, fish in the summer, berries in the fall, and moose in the winter. For 2 years, my smokehouse have been empty with no fish drying in our racks, which my family is used of seeing fish hanging there and smoking to harvest for our winter use. I had a granddaughter who came and visited one winter, and she was sitting there and she looked at me and she said, "Oma, do you have any fish?" And my response to her, it was heartbreaking because she was only 4. And for a 4-year-old to know that subsistence is our way of life, I had to tell her we didn't fish that year and that our freezer was empty with no smoked dry fish. I'm hoping that we get to fish, even if it's a limited amount of fish on the Yukon this coming summer, because it's a big part of our diet and for our kids, grandkids, and for them to learn, how to harvest and put it away. I'm not getting any younger, so I'm teaching my grandkids how to subsistence way of life with what we put away for our summer and winter use. And I am in support of Proposition 140 because I want to see my grandkids continue to do our subsistence way of life, and because we don't have a road system, we don't have big stores like here, and our stores out there, it's so high cost of living that sometimes, I have grandkids that live with me, and there's some days I tell them, we're gonna live off meat, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Christina. Are there any board questions? Thank you for being here today. All right, the time is 10:15. Let's take about a 20-minute break, stretch our legs, and then we'll resume public testimony in about 20 minutes. Thank you. All right, before we get back started with public testimony, I just want to remind folks that the cutoff deadline for getting your blue cards in to sign up for public testimony is in 7 minutes, 11 a.m. 7 minutes. Get your blue cards in. Okay, welcome back. We are back on the record. The time is 10:53. Again, 7 minutes to submit your sign-up for public testimony. Public testimony sign-up will close at 11 a.m. When we left off, we were with Mr. Alan Mitchell. So I'll call Alan Mitchell forward, followed by Elmer Beans, Peter Devine, David Osterbach, and Craig Danielson. So welcome, Alan. Good morning. Got to press the button on the mic there. There you go.
My name's Alan Mitchell. I'm a third-generation Area M fisherman. I have a son due in July, and hopefully he'll be the fourth generation. So politics should not replace fisheries management based on sound and current science. However, the current science used by ADF&G is lacking. Based on ADF&G's own studies, they admit they are unable to determine accurately which CWK chum are harvested in Area M in June through August. Area M caught 12.8% CWK fish, 103,000 total fish of the total chum harvest. However, we don't know how many of those are bound for Yukon and Kuskokwim. ADF&G is still unable to identify the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Nushagak rivers separately, despite using thousands of genetic markers. Bristol Bay harvested 301,000 chum salmon in a 6-week fishery, roughly 3 times the amount of Area M CWK harvests in a 3-month fishery. The issue here is that because ADF&G's current science is inadequate, Area M is taking the brunt of fish politics. How do we know who is catching Yukon and Kuskokwim chum? The answer is we don't. ADF&G cannot tell whether chum harvested in Bristol Bay are destined for the Yukon or Kuskokwim. ADF&G cannot tell whether the CWK chum harvested in Area M are destined for the Yukon or Kuskokwim or Bristol Bay. It is likely that many of the chum harvested in Bristol Bay are bound for the relatively nearby river systems of the Yukon and Kuskokwim. During the 2022 season, the chum harvest in the Nushagak district was greater than ADF&G's minimum chum escapement goal, meaning Bristol Bay managers failed to properly manage for chum escapement. The problem with all proposals to reduce fishing time in June is that they assume that Area M is the only fishery that incidentally harvests Yukon and Kuskokwim chum salmon. Until a study is conducted that can determine whether Bristol Bay is harvesting Yukon and Kuskokwim chum stocks, the board should not accept any proposal that places the entire burden of managing Yukon and Kuskokwim chum returns on Area M. The end result of accepting any proposal to reduce fishing time will be highly uncertain until science improves. We need a lot more studies before any decision is made that would be devastating to the communities and stakeholders of Area M. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Next up is Elmer Beans. Good morning, Elmer. Welcome.
Morning, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Elmer Beans. My involvement with fishing began as a long time ago as a child. I helped my parents in their subsistence activities. Then in 1964, I started commercial fishing as a deckhand with my cousin, and I've been fishing on the Yukon ever since that time, save for the last 2 years. I'm speaking in support of Proposal 140 because we have seen what happened to salmon in different parts of the ocean really affects our ability to fish on the Yukon. In years prior to 2021, we got the fishing, we got our fish needed. our subsistence needs were met, and also there's fish for a commercial fishery. Today we find ourselves in a totally different situation. We haven't been fishing for the last 2 years, and as we look forward to the coming year, we face it with uncertainty. We literally feel the effects of not having salmon to eat throughout the year. Granted, it's not starvation like our ancestors experienced, but we do feel the hunger that comes with doing without. I've come to realize that we have our dry fish almost on a daily basis with our lunch and supper. And when it's not there, it's just not there anymore. With modern science now, we know that interception of Yukon-bound salmon occurs in different parts of the ocean. We can't ignore the fact that Yukon-bound fish caught in the ocean has a major impact on our ability to fish. Today we've come to a point where each fish is crucial to the health of our fish stock. A reduction in fishing hours in the ocean is the right thing to do. It will allow for a lot more fish to enter the Yukon. As a commercial fisherman, I never liked a reduction in fishing, but it is something we did to ensure the health of our fish stock. Also, delaying the start of fishing is also a strategy that will help to get more fish into our area. And again, from my experience, with a delayed time as a fisherman, I really didn't like that either, as we see all the fish passing right in front of us. But that also was needed for the health of our fish. Our salmon are an irreplaceable food item, and we must do our part to restore the salmon number to abundance and to ensure healthy returns in years to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beans. Any questions? Thank you for being here to provide your testimony today. Peter Devine, Jr. Morning, Peter. Welcome.
Oh, now it's on. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, commissioner. Thanks for this opportunity to testify. My name is Peter Devine, Jr. I'm from Sandpoint, Alaska. Fourth generation fisherman. Started fishing with my grandparents 55 years ago on the east side of Unga. I am in support of Proposal 130 for more fishing time in Northwest Steppevac. I oppose any regulation, 140, I oppose 140 for any further restrictions on our area. I was here last year and, we got home and thought everything was all said and done, happy with our 88 hours, get home, find out we lose 40. So I don't think any further restrictions are required at this time. Usually we want to see what the trend is, so to impose further restrictions in the first year of something working good is, I don't think that would help us any. In our area, fishing is all we have. We don't have no mines, no oil, no timber to rely on. So that's why we're so aggressive in what we do. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, and I take time from fishing. It's not just about the commercial aspect. I take time out of my fishing time to teach in our culture camp. This year is going to be our 25th year. And it's from preschool to 12th grade. And so in 25 years, we've already went through 2 cycles of the whole school, age kids and, you know, teaching them how to do our traditional foods and whatnot is a big part of my life. So, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. David Osterbach? Hi, David. Welcome back.
Madam Chair, members of the Alaska Board of Fish, my name is David Osterbach. I'm from Sandpoint, Alaska. I'm a commercial fisherman. I have a 58-foot seiner, and I'm also a subsistent user. I've been in the commercial fishing business as long as I can remember. I started in 1955 with my dad, and been doing it pretty much all that time. And I've attended Board of Fish meetings since 1971, so I've been involved in that aspect of it also. And I'm a third-generation commercial fisherman, and my son's daughter and grandsons are fourth and fifth-generation fisher persons from Mary M. We purse seined from Falls Pass in the early days, past Chignik, fished all the way down to the Trinity Islands for halibut, and all the way back up to Umnak Island for pink salmon. So I've fished all over the place at one time or another. We are subsistence fishing people, and we put up smoked salmon, we freeze our salmon, we freeze salmon for the winter time, we dry our fish, we kipper our fish, so we're subsistence users too, and we do it as part of our commercial fishery. And I'm testifying on behalf of our tribe, the Shawgan-Taigunan tribe in Sandpoint. And we've listened to the Board of Fish since 1971, and everything seems to be generally the same in terms of what happens to Area M, and that is, what can we do to further restrict them? It seems like we've been under every type of restriction there is, and it doesn't seem to help anybody, including ourselves. So the solution I have, and I think it's the best solution, and I think you guys are finally getting it yourself, and that is listen to the science. The science is not only going to tell you where the problem lies, but the science is also going to help you find a solution. And I think that's what we all need to be doing. The testimony that I hear today from people from AYK or Chignik or Area M is a testimony that I first heard in 1971, 1985, 1996, and today. And I don't see what the benefits are going to be. I believe you need to follow the science. I think following the science, I think, is a part of Mother Nature. She's telling us what we should be doing, and if we listen to her, I think she's going to tell us how to take care of our problems and how we can learn to work again together instead of trying to pull each other apart. We're subsistence users and we are commercial fishermen. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Craig Danielson? Welcome, Craig.
Well, good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Craig Danielson. I'm a member of Concerned Area M Fishermen, and I'm opposed to Proposal 140 and any others to change the fishing times in the South Unimak Shumagon Island June fishery. I've fished in this area since 1977 and have been a permit holder since 1979. My family has been involved in this fishery since 1960 when my father started fishing here. Before that, my grandfather fished Bristol Bay in the sailboat era. Fishing has been a major source of income in our family for a long time. My brother and his son are also Area M permit holders. Our family has had 3 generations of fishermen in Area M, and hopefully more in the future. These proposals will severely impact our fishery. I fished with these regulations in the past. Our current plan is working. What has been in place since 2004 seems to be working well. If you look at the 2001 through 2003 years, these 16-hour openings led to poor catches for sockeye and were my worst 3 years. I have fished here since 1977. I've been involved with regulation changes, caps, and gear restriction over the years. And our current regulations seem to be working to even out the chum catches and give us opportunity to catch sockeye in fair amounts. The current management plan gives us a chance to work around chums. We have time to move to different spots. With a shorter fishing time, staying put and fishing in one spot will be common, meaning you're not going to have a chance to move around much. You're going to have to pretty much set your net in the area you're fishing and take whatever you get. The current plan can also be a savior when the weather's bad. You have a choice not to fish instead of a need to go. Having more time makes it safer. I, as an Area M fisherman, depend on the South Unimac fishery. It, combined with the North Peninsula, make up my season. You know, you can't fish with the net on the reel. Fishing time is what counts. It seems that our area is always under fire for other fishing areas' problems, yet studies prove that we're not the problem. The South Peninsula fishery has coexisted with other fisheries for over 100 years. Our small percentage of chums, or seaway, aka chums caught, is not enough of an impact to justify limiting our fishery. Changing the management plan for South Peninsula will severely hurt the Alaska Peninsula economy, processors, and fishermen. Please reject any proposals restricting Area M. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Natalie Newman, followed by Gayla Hoseth, Jim Simon, and Brian Ridley. Welcome, Natalie.
Natalie Newman Suuga, Ina A Don Newman Buuga, Ita A Ben Newman Buuga. Setsia Milton Moses, yes, Don Anden Habuuga. Setsu Barbara Anden, yes, Margaret Moses Habuuga. Celeste Hutchinson Celeste. My name is Natalie Newman and I'm from Rampart, Alaska. We have a song called Bekanaja, and the words mean our words will carry us through. It was written by the chiefs when they came to meetings like this. It sang a lot. It has a powerful meaning because our words will carry us through, and I believe all these testimonies against that support Proposal 140 will help in passing it through, because I hear all these Area M fishermen and I hear them. It's a big concern on their economy. But we have a statute that says subsistence first, not commercial. We are going into the next couple of years, financials is going to be a very big concern for all of Alaska. It's going to impact everyone, their food security, housing security, and if we can at least ensure one of those being fish for subsistence, then we will make it through. But if we are not able to ensure that our people have food through easy means that they've known for time and a millennia, fish, then it's going to be a hard way. It's going to be super hard for them, for our people, to make it through this. I was here at the AYK meeting in the Egan Center. I gave testimony there, and there I said that my 13-year-old cousin has only cut fish once when she was 10, I don't know, 2018. That's a long time. In 2019, my village wasn't able to fish due to the Grouse Creek fire. And since then, there's been restrictions to where we are not able to fish. Our smokehouse has been empty except for moose meat. We've had a heavy impact on moose and caribou because that's all we're able to access. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Natalie. Any questions? Appreciate your being here. Thank you for coming back. Ayla Hoseth?
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Gayla Hossett, and I'm the Director of Natural Resources for Bristol Bay Native Association located in Dillingham, Alaska. And I will be referencing PC 23 and clarifying some key points in there for you guys today. So just so you know, Bristol Bay Native Association is a nonprofit association serving 31 federally recognized tribes in the Bristol Bay region in Southwest Alaska, governed by a board of directors composed of representatives from each of the tribes in the region. BBNA's mission is to function as a service agency dedicated to the betterment of the Native people in the Bristol Bay region. We've been working with the villages of Chignik Bay, Chignik Lake, Chignik Lagoon, Ivanhoe Bay, and Perryville on their disaster declaration and the disastrous run since 2018. Bristol Bay Native Association has been working to rectify and respond to these disasters. And also since 2018, ANS has not been met, and that's a really big concern that we have. We have also great concerns about the unmet escapement goals, and particularly about proposals 105 and 132 for combining escapement goals into one. A drastic change like this should be an open, transparent process. However, it has been quite the contrary. During the March 2022 Board of Fisheries meeting, you guys all know that the Chignik early run sockeye salmon was a stock of management concern. You know, we waited 11 months for that action plan to come out. It came out the day of the public comment closed, and then another action plan the day after public comment. The ACs have not had a chance to weigh in on that, nor the public. The local residents and ADF&G advisory committees must be given the opportunity to review and comment before any decisions are made. The ADF&G Advisory Committee Manual, 4th edition, November 2022, requires that regulations adopted by the Board of Fisheries and the Board of Game follow the process requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act within Alaska Statute Chapter 44.62. The boards even go beyond the minimum requirements of APA to provide additional public involvement as described under the Joint Board Regulations 5 AAC 96.610. The proposed changes raises multiple questions that managers must answer before implementing the proposed change. Number one, what is the ultimate scientific justification for this major change? Number two, how will this change protect or potentially fail to protect stock diversity in the watershed? Number three, what are the consequences of these changes for productivity compared to maintaining the status quo? Number four, are there other systems comparable to Chignik with obvious stock structure, excellent data quality, and the ability to direct harvest to specific stocks that have a single management goal? The department has not provided adequate opportunity for meaningful discussion and dialogue about the potential biological and economic consequences of a transition to a single BEG. The proposed changes must be delayed until, number one, ADF&G has scientific justification for the proposed change. Number two, it is approved by independent outside review. And number three, the public has an opportunity to provide comments regarding the potential for proposed changes. We ask that you defer proposals 105 and 132. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gayla. Any questions from the board? Mr. Wood.
The regulations and statutes that you cited, are they not part of a process whereby information upon which a public body will rely is needed to be vetted ahead of time sufficiently to allow the public to digest and to then present pros and cons in front of those bodies?
Thank you. Through the chair, member Mr. Wood. Yeah, we've run into this during the Bristol Bay Finfish meeting, that this happened to us with our king salmon management action plan. And we need to make sure that we have time to weigh in on these impacts and have the AC especially weigh in on these changes that are coming and not dropping them right before meetings happen and right when public comment period closes, for us to have conversations to discuss those changes. It's not a good process, and it's been happening over and over at these Board of Fishery meetings, and it's very frustrating because the decisions that are going to be made here today, especially here today at this meeting with the proposals in front of you, are going to affect thousands of lives. So thank you, because we really need to weigh in on that.
And is it your position or your organization's position that if the body were to proceed to a decision and it was successfully challenged in court for failure to give that time, that we'd have to start from ground zero and go at it brand new again?
I hope I understood, through the chair, I hope I understand your question. I mean, we haven't been given the public process to really fully weigh in on these. I'm not a lawyer.
I guess what I'm asking you, would not non-compliance with the notice requirements put the entire decision in jeopardy?
I would think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Kayla. Jim Simon. Good morning, Jim. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board and staff. For the record, my name is Dr. Jim Simon, and I'm presenting testimony on behalf of the Executive Director of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. The Commission's more detailed written comments on the proposals considered at this meeting can be found in PC 89. The Commission was created by its 33 federally recognized member tribes in 2015. Since that time, the Commission has cooperatively managed federal subsistence Chinook and now chum salmon fishing on the Kuskokwim River. Kuskokwim River chum salmon unexpectedly crashed beginning in 2020, with the 2021 return being the worst on record. In 2021, for instance, the Bethel Test Fishery CPU was 96% below. Kagrugluk and George River weir passages were 97 and 95 below, respectively, of the 20-year averages. These end-of-season assessments for 2022, the second lowest run on record, are detailed in PC 89. Meanwhile, the combined 2021 and 2022 ex-vessel value of the Area M South Peninsula commercial sales of more than 1.7 million chum salmon exceeded $4.3 million. While only 18 to perhaps 57% may be of Western Alaska origin, at least 314,000 chum were intercepted in these 2 years and unable to reach their spawning grounds. We know neither interception nor bycatch are responsible for this collapse. However, escapement goals are going unmet despite complete closures or severe restrictions to priority subsistence uses. It is imperative that the burden of conservation be shared by Area M if you, the Board of Fish, are to sustain these stocks. This imperative is enshrined in Article 8, Section 4 of the Alaska Constitution and in the Alaska Subsistence Law, which states, quote, "If the harvestable portion of the stock or population is not sufficient to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses, the appropriate board shall adopt regulations eliminating consumptive uses other than subsistence uses," unquote. The current South Unimak and Shumagon Islands Dune Management Plan prioritizes commercial interception of Western Alaska chum over meeting escapement goals and providing reasonable opportunities for subsistence uses, which must be remedied by the adoption of Proposal 140 as written. The Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission thanks you for your service and the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Brian Ridley. Good morning, welcome.
We've got 3 of us. It's a 3-part, and we're all in line, in order. If that's okay?
That's fine. You guys can each have 3 minutes. You can do what you want with it.
Thank you. My name is Brian Ridley. I'm the Chief Chairman and President of the Dena'ina Chiefs Conference. I'm from the village of Eagle on the Yukon River at the Canadian border. Though my comments are on behalf of TCC, our on-time public comments found in PC 162 include supporting resolutions from the 416 entities that make up the Alaska Federation of Natives and the 574 tribes of the National Congress of American Indians, both of which intend to help rebuild our struggling salmon populations in the AYK region, like in Proposal 140. Sustainable salmon management, or lack thereof, is crucial to the 37 federally recognized tribes and organizations that Dena'ina Chiefs Conference serves, because sustainable salmon management is critical for the ecosystems upon which our indigenous ways of life and food security depend. TCC appreciates the opportunity to present testimony, as I cannot stress enough the Alaska Board of Fisheries' statutory obligations to prioritize sustainable salmon fisheries management and reasonable opportunities for customary and traditional subsistence salmon fishing over commercial fishing. In every other fishery in Alaska except Area M, the policy and practice of the Alaska Board of Fisheries and ADF&G is to close commercial fishing on a stock when escapement and subsistence needs are not going to be met. This is a foundation of sustainable yield principle found in the Alaska Constitution and precautionary management found in the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Management Policy. The state of Alaska's decision to prioritize commercial fishing over escapement and subsistence is a violation of state statutes and regulations to prioritize sustainability and subsistence over commercial salmon sales. TCC understands that the interception of our salmon in Area M and salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery alone are not to blame for the collapse of our own chum and king salmon. Every single chum and Chinook salmon matters. Last year, you caught 100,000 of our chum, and the year before, almost 200,000. We must do everything in our power to ensure salmon escapement goals are met, even if that means foregoing some commercial harvest opportunities in Area M. The more than 18,000 people served by TCC have already taken the ultimate sacrifice by not fishing for salmon and not practicing our ways of life for years. It's time that all Alaskans and our neighbors from other states who make up the Area M commercial fleet join us in the conservation efforts to rebuild our salmon populations. My question to all of you is, what do you want your legacy to be? That under your watch, the salmon went extinct on our rivers, or that you helped prevent that and helped our salmon come back? Masicho.
Thank you, Chief Ridley. Charlie Green.
Hello.
Pardon, Mr. Wood.
Brian, at the AYK meeting, I held back questions thinking you were going to come back for a committee of the whole and business took you elsewhere. Are you going to be coming to the committee of the whole in this meeting?
Yes, I'm here all week.
That's great. Would you be giving some thought to what I'm about to describe to you so that you can address it when you do come back? It's quite clear from the testimony we've heard thus far, and I'm sure the testimony we're going to continue to hear, that there's a woefully inadequate number of chums showing up in the river systems. From my perspective, there are two mechanisms to address that. One's the regulatory changes that are advocated in either 140 or any of the others that are submitted, or secondly, what has been described to us by the Area M Senators voluntary program that's enforceable. And that's the key to it. It can be made enforceable. If indeed we want to look at them and compare them, if one assures more chum getting through, would that be a preferable route, whether it's regulatory in nature or whether it is an MOU approach? And talk among your peers. I respect your organization. They're a leader in some of the thought processes, and I would love to get some feedback from you guys.
I think I can go ahead and answer that if that's okay. The concern with this, while I really do appreciate their efforts to cut back, let more fish through an MOU or promising that we're going to do better, isn't a way, I don't think, for your Board of Fish or the Fish and Game to really, I think you need to set that policy or whatever it is that you do to make it set in stone. Like I said, I appreciate what they're doing, but it doesn't mean that in years ahead, they'll keep doing that. And so to just trust that while the moose season in the interior is a month, well, I promise I'm not going to hunt it for 3 weeks. I don't think that flies in other areas of the state, so that would be my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the board for giving us this opportunity. My name is Charlie Green. I am the chief of Loudon Village, known as Galena, Alaska, born and raised there. I am also on the TCC Executive Board. I represent the Middle Yukon on the board. And Tenant Chief Conference is here not asking for a complete closure of the interception fishery. As you know, we simply, just want to, have all the groups share the burden of this Alaska, this Area M, or, including the groups of Area M fleet. When the chum salmon crashed in 2020 and 21, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game took no action. In 2022, we understood that the fleet were warned, by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to reduce the chum interceptions. However, there were no Yukon River or the tributaries summer chum salmon escapement goals met in 2021 or 22. Summer chum salmon escapement in the 21 was the lowest on record, representing an 84% decline in the normal 2010 to 2019. Chum salmon escapement goal for the Anvik River alone was not met in 5 of the 6 years since 2016. Historically, the chum run is over 400,000 fish a year. In 21, only 19,000 chum went up. 2022, only 47,000 fish went. Respectively, clearly, the existing June management plan remains questionable in its present form. So, we, as in my village, we this year to help with our subsistence needs, we spent $85,000 from our village to buy sockeye salmon from Bristol Bay. And I know other villages, the village of Kaikuk did the same thing. And, just to try to ease some of our pain. From the last 3 years, we have never put a net in the river. And we make sure that nobody in our village puts nets in so we can do our part to conserve. We're trying to do the best we can. And Tenant Chief Conference in our region spent over $1 million last year buying fish for our villages in our sub-region. And, I don't think that's fair for us to have to do stuff like that when there's $4.3 million, in the peninsula there making commercial, money when we're spending, over $1 million a year trying to just meet our, this is all for subsistence we're doing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Any questions? Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thanks for your testimony, Mr. Green. I understand what you're saying about Area M folks catching fish. What are your thoughts on the trawlers throwing fish overboard? I haven't heard a single word about that.
Well, I think, it's all, it's affecting all of us. It's them trawlers going out there cleaning out the oceans and, I'm sure it's affecting all the, the southeast villages, us, the Kuskokwim, all the, we totally are against that too. I grew up, we grew up with a pretty big commercial, the Yukon was a big commercial at one time. My whole younger years in the early 80s and in the 70s, I worked on commercial boats as a fisherman on the Yukon, making really good money, and that stuff is all gone. We have fish wheels. There's commercial wheels. There's a fish wheel in Caltag was a couple $100,000 to build an aluminum one that has a big fishery. It's been 30 years since we've even,
we're. Yeah, I was just looking for thoughts on the other chum harvester out in the Bering Sea. Thank you.
And this question is either to you, either of you three, but I believe that there were 2 resolutions that were submitted by TCC to the Alaska Federation of Natives that passed, and one of which specifically addressed the bycatch issue. Is that correct?
Yes, and that would have been my response to that was, here, we're trying to focus on the intercept fishery and the whatever percentage of our fish that are being caught down there to try to let them through. I believe in just over a month, we'll be back with North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and fighting the fight there on the bycatch issue.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. For the record, my name is Charlie Wright. I'm from Rampart. I grew up my whole life as a fisherman, living off the land, trapping, hunting. I also a Secretary Treasurer for the Dena'ina Chiefs Conference. We represent 40 tribes in the Dena'ina Chiefs region, and our subsistence needs have not been met in a long time. We are in the, there's no other means for a lot of the villages. The Dena'ina Chiefs Conference challenges the Board of Fish to adopt Proposal 140 as written in an effort to restore precautionary and sustainable management of AYK chum salmon in the South Umiak and Shumagon Islands June Salmon Intercept Management Plan. Passage of Proposal 140 as written and without modification is the historically proven solution that will responsibly fulfill the constitutional, statutory, and regulatory obligations associated with this intercept commercial salmon fishery. As a result of the resounding support for Proposal 140 by local fish and game advisory committees, regional organizations, and individuals throughout the AYK region and elsewhere, we ask you to take no action on Proposal 139 as long as you adopt Proposal 140 as written. TCC further urges the board to oppose all proposals that would increase commercial fishing time, area harvest, or more efficient gear types in the area M commercial fisheries, including Proposals 144, 147, 151, and 152. Adopting these proposals would contradict precautionary sustainable management principles. As Chief Ridley said to you in January, and as TCC has said at the Alaska Federation of Natives Annual Convention and the National Congress of American Indians, if the Alaska Board of Fisheries does not help us conserve this resource now and support sustainable salmon fisheries management decision-making, and the state and federal subsistence priority statutes we will be forced to talk about lawsuits and/or petitioning the U.S. Secretaries of Interior and Agriculture for extraterritorial jurisdiction to ensure chum salmon conservation and the continuation of customary and traditional subsistence uses. We are trying to take a systematic approach to exhaust all options before going to these measures. TCC adamantly requests that you, the Alaska Board of Fisheries, start prioritizing escapement and subsistence so that you are in compliance with the Alaska Constitution, state statutes, and your own regulations. The future of Alaska salmon is in jeopardy, and every decision is critical to ensuring that our salmon have a future. This is the board's opportunity to be on the right side of history to help our salmon come back to our rivers. I ask that you make the right decision, otherwise our salmon will go extinct under your leadership.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board.
Mr. Wright, any questions? Masi Shul, for all of your testimony today, thank you for being present. Next up is Craig Ben-Dixon, followed by Michelle Smith, Edward Adams Sr., William Riley, and Henry Hunter Sr. Craig, is Craig present? Hi, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Craig Ben-Dixon. I'm a lifelong resident of King Cove and a drift permit owner and boat owner for 37 years. I'm testifying in opposition to pretty much all of the proposals to curtail fishing opportunities in the North and South Peninsula. On the South Peninsula, with the sheer size of the area from the west of Unimak Island to the east of the Shumagins, the way the fleet is thinly spread over this area, the already limited amount of time we're allowed to fish in the area, several weather days we can't fish, and the amount of fish that go under our nets, it seems like there's already an ample amount of windows for fish to pass through. The North Peninsula is also a huge stretch of beach, and the majority of fishing occurs furthest up the beach away from Nelson Lagoon. A few of the proposals mention our nets snagging the bottom and becoming 1,200-foot set nets, like that's a good thing. That isn't at all what happens when you snag up. Your net is totally unproductive and also likely torn to shreds. Another proposal mentions fish having to traverse 100 miles of deep net. I'm not sure if that means 100 miles of beach with nets or 100 miles of net along the beach, which we don't even have half of. As for the whole fleet fishing 24/7, there's a good percentage of us that anchor every evening until morning, and if more than a few weather days, we're forced to seek shelter on. It seems like we in Area M are always to blame for problems in other areas. You can't put regulations on us that will restore the habitat in Black Lake or fix the water quality in AYK. That's Mother Nature. As for a few of the other proposals, the solutions should be looked at a little closer to where the problem is instead of so far away. If I get an infection in one of my fingers, I wouldn't start at my elbow to fix the problem. I'd look a little closer to home first. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate your being here today. Michelle Smith?
Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hi, I don't think you're quite up yet. We got Michelle to go in front of you first, please.
Okay, I'm Edward Adams from South Mount Yukon, Nunamiko. I represent my tribal there, and I also represent EVCP, which they have chosen me to be their chief. I'm 81 years old. Remembering my background, when I want fresh fish, I just go down and catch it, just enough for me. Now I can't do that. Now they're sending fish from other areas. I could eat them when I'm hungry, but they don't taste the same as the Yukon fish. We make so much noise. That's why we're not going on a straight line. The first one was the birds in the 50s. They were the ones that make noise about. I went to house days with the EVCP, and they were complaining. There's too many birds. They're eating our crops. They're even landing in the playgrounds. That's how it is. You make so much noise about something, it doesn't go well. But I am very happy to hear some statements that people make before me. Kuyana.
Kuyana, Mr. Adams, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony today, sir. Thank you for your patience, Michelle. You're up.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Michelle Smith. I'm an Alaska native, originally from the Kuskokwim area, but I grew up in Bristol Bay. I am both a subsistence and commercial fisherman. I am here today to support Proposal 140. I believe 140 would allow my family and I the opportunity to catch and put away fish that will help sustain us throughout the year as it has sustained our ancestors for millennia. Sadly, for years, my Kuskokwim family has not had the opportunity to catch and put away kings as they have traditionally done for ages. Living in Bristol Bay, I was able to put away fish that I would divide up and send home to the Kuskokwim. Unfortunately, in Bristol Bay, we have seen a decline with the number of kings hitting our subsistence nets. It's harder for us to go out and find the kings in the bay. You know, they're spotty, and it's not always a guarantee. My main concern is what I have witnessed over the years of commercial fishing. When we pull up to the tender, mind you, I start subsistence before I start commercial fishing. Brokenheartedly, I have family messaging saying, we are so glad that you're able to get fish and send it to us. So I have no fish, and I don't have the heart to tell them. I have nothing in my net. I was lucky enough to commercial fish, and I'm out on the water trying to save as many kings as I can. I'm sorry, this is gonna make me emotional. Several districts we fished in, several tenders, I witnessed firsthand while my family had 0 kings. They weren't weighing the kings, they were just chucking them over, while other people are like fighting for their yearly food. I hope you can feel in my voice the heartbreak that caused. Proposal 140 would allow all Alaskans, regardless of race, equal opportunity to access the salmon that is crucial to their family, their culture, their traditions, and livelihood. So thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
William Riley, followed by Henry Hunter Sr., Marvin Okitkan, and Rich Fryrick. Welcome, William.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is William Riley from the native village of Pitkas Point. I am the tribal president representing our community, our village of Pitkas Point, and I'm here to support Proposition number 140. Why? We have grandkids that live on the Yukon. I don't want to hear my granddaughter from my grave tell my grandkids, her kids, their kids, that this is what my grandpa used to fish for to feed us, dry fish, king salmon, salt fish. And from my grave, I'll probably turn over. I'm probably the 900th generation of subsistence user gathering. And if that ever happens, we'll be looking at endangered species of all salmon. Where will we subsidize our food use during the winter months? You know, we need to look at equal opportunity on closures during the time of fishing. I'll tell you a story about last year, 2022. Us young elders, which my wife is 80 pounds, 4'11". I wanted to go out fishing, but nobody wanted to go out because there was no fish out there. So she said, she'll go. I said, you sure? So we went. On our first trip, we got nothing, pulling a 50-fathom net. So I said, let's try one more time. We did. Wow, we caught 2 salmon. We went home to our fish camp, which is empty and dry, and we cut them up and put them out as salt fish. That is gold to us here, that subsistence gathering for us. And seeing that hopefully that proposal number 140 passes, makes it sustainable for seeing the escapement for our future generation. We've had our fish in our life. Our future generation is looking and hoping that this generation will conserve and make something happen to keep the fish abundant on the AYK region. And I got more to say, but, you know, those are the main topics that I wanted to come up with and say to the board about our lifestyle, what we are missing out the last few years. I'm a subsistence user from 900th generation back, probably longer. That subsistence use comes first for salmon to subsidize our meat that we subsistence during the summer to get ready for the long winter months.
Thank you, William. Are there any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being
Thank
here
you.
and traveling. Henry Hunter Sr. Welcome, Henry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, my name is Henry Hunter Sr. I'm the Vice Chair of ONC, or Osaamic Traditional Native Council in Bethel. I grew up in Bethel, and I've been a subsistence user all my life. Over the years, the dwindle of salmon has put restrictions on the subsistence users on the Kuskokwim. You've heard testimony from other speakers from Queesluk and the lower rivers around Bethel of how the salmon crash is impacting our people on the Kuskokwim. I really support the proposals that are going to be coming before you. I support proposal 140. I really believe, excuse me, I really believe that it will help my community. There's so much restrictions on the Kuskokwim that we have to have a certain length of net, a certain mesh, and fathom. And then we have windows that we have to fish on certain days. I believe that you know what those windows are. And when we go out, you know, we're so restricted that Alaska Fish and Wildlife Troopers are out on the river to make sure that we follow these restrictions. And I believe that's wrong. That's sad. People are trying to feed their families. There's one person that was arrested. His boat was taken, his net was taken for just trying to feed his family. And that's really wrong. The burden of conservation seems to me is put on subsistence users in the state of Alaska. That's wrong. I believe the burden of conservation lies with the North Pacific Management Council and also you, the Fish and Game Board. You were created to conserve and management of fish and game in our great state of Alaska. One of my ideas that when we were meeting with the ONC, that if we can somehow meet with the North Pacific Council and also the Fish and Game, which is you, the subsistence users and the commercial fishermen and the sports hunters come together and meet and come up with ideas and how proposals that can help everybody, that we can share our natural resources equally. And that's what I really believe in. And so those are the facts that I wanted to bring before you today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I appreciate your comments and your thoughts. Any questions? Thank you for traveling. Thank you for being here today. Marvin O'Kitkin? Good morning, Marvin. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Marvin O'Kitkin from Kotlik. I'm here for myself and my community. I'm brought in by Yerdwa. And so I'm in support of Proposal 140. It'll be beneficial for everyone because I live on the Yukon, and we've been handed restrictions that were for us to adapt to limit our salmon, our subsistence use of salmon. I came from a time, I remember growing up with my parents and my grandparents. We'd fish for subsistence for our yearly supply in one tide, and we'd have enough for several families. And then we were faced with windows as about 10, 15 years ago, we were still able to get our yearly supply of salmon. But now, these past few years, it's to the point where we have to limit our own intake. My parents and grandparents would have dried salmon with every meal. Now I see my parents sacrificing their own intake. They're lucky to have dried salmon once or twice a week. That's how it's stretched out it has become. It affects everyone in the community. People know there's fish there, but we're not allowed to take it. It's we're faced with hardship like that. It affects everyone. I first heard of Area M back in the 80s as an intercept fisheries, and today it's still true. They have record catches, and we have near nothing as subsistence users on the Yukon. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Thank you very much for your testimony today. Rich Fryrick, the Gash AC. Welcome, Rich.
Good afternoon.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
I'm representing the Gash area, specifically Y4A, the villages of Grayling, Anvik, Shagluk, and Holy Cross. And I'm in unanimous support, of 140 against it. You know, it's pretty emotional being here, having to speak in front of you, but, you know, our villages have been hit hard the last couple of years, not just this upcoming year or any other year. You know, with the socioeconomic factors being what they are and everything else, you know, there's just nothing out there, you know, and we're losing our culture, our identity as a people, and it's really sad to see, to see that happening. And I know that the state publishes things, they use the words dismal, but let's be honest here. What's going on up there right now, we are not using, how about cataclysmic? How about no fish, nothing, zero? We don't use those words, and that's what's happening up there right now. And there's no other way to sugarcoat that. it is what it is. I mean, it's terrible to see that loss of our identity like that, you know? And, you know, I, for one, have a hard time just eating dinner at night, knowing that my fellow people are struggling because they didn't get a moose, or, you know, you can't afford a gallon of gas. That's reality in our villages. And, you know, they talk about putting more sonars in it. We're to the point to where I won't even say a sonar would help anymore. I'm talking, you're gonna need a stethoscope to measure the pulse of our people and the Yukon River next season if we continue with this current trend. And, you know, I don't know of any other way. I mean, it's reached that point. We're at this precipice, you know, that, you know, it's really hard to sit here and just, you know, deal with it. I mean, we deal with it on every level. I mean, it's hard. I mean, we're resourceful if I have anything. One thing I want to take out of this meeting tonight, when you all go to dinner tonight, I want you to count your blessings, because a lot of our people don't enjoy that luxury, either today or tomorrow at this current trend. We're going in trajectory. So with that, I strongly encourage you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your service on the AC as well. All right, the time is 11:59, and so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. And when we come back at 1:30, we'll begin with Mike Peters, followed by Stanislaus Shepherd and Chris By and Max Isaac. So we'll see you back at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch. The time is 1:50. We are back on the record. We're going to go ahead and continue with public testimony. We're at testifier number 42, Mike Peters. After Mike, we'll have Stanislaus Shepard, Chris By, Mac Isaac, and Paul Cleveland up next. Welcome, Mike. You can turn your mic on there. There you go.
My name is Mike Peters. I'm from the native village of Marshall, and I do support 140 with the Yukon people. And I got a few questions that I would like to ask is about my subsistence need in my village wasn't met. And the concern is that what we're facing out there is a very high price of gas and oil. And I think one of the concerns that need to be brought to attention is about the escapement goal. And I think somewhere along the line, you know, some of our elders and the youth, you know, they can't be here. And I was very fortunate to make it from the village because it was bad weather, but I'm going to try talk about, you know, there was a study along the Yukon with our youth, and I think in that program, somewhere along the line, you know, got to take our youth take that in some sort of consideration of what kind of data. What I mean by data is why are the fish dying off? And scientifically, somewhere along the line, somebody should have some sort of answer. And it's just not in my native village of Marshall or that we live along the Yukon. And I think with these young leaders taking these fish samples and stuff like that, I listen carefully to everybody's concern, but one of the things that they didn't brought up was about why are our fish dying off in the river. And our young people have been taking studies of that and analyzing it in there. And somewhere along the line, I would like to see some sort of a follow-up of what could be done, because whoever was their instructor did a wonderful job, not just from Upper Yukon, but all along the Yukon River, and to take it to some consideration about what they did with their work and try to analyze of why the fish are dying. I think it's a great concern coming from my village with the elders, and I'm very proud of these youths that stood up and took why the fish was dying off. And I think it's a concern there. And if someone were to come back and give them some sort of answers of what kind of data of how you know, someone in the department could help them of why our fish, they got to be some sort of answer.
Mr. Peters, your time is up. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Peters? Appreciate your being here. I hope you stick around through committee of the whole, and I apologize for interrupting you, but got to be fair. Thank you.
What was the question?
No questions. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony today.
You know, the concerns was...
Mr. Peters, thank you for your testimony today.
Yeah, thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, I'm a little bit kind of hurting, but I'm glad that you listened to my testimony. Thank you all.
Thank you, and hopefully we'll have
Yeah,
a chance
have a good day now.
to talk some more. Thank you. Waka Stanislaus, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Madam Chair, Board, Waka, Huinga Atraka Udu, ang lichas honga guik pag mi azat sakzami, Ana mamaulo ka ata masu lichit honga mat nakum tungitun quick me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Stanislaus. My school name is Uduk. I was born and raised in the Lower Yukon Mountain Village. My grandma, my dad, my mom taught me the way of our life, the subsistence part. First of all, I'd be speaking for the Mid-Lower Yukon Advisory Committee. I chaired that meeting last year in December. Also, I gave a report last month when we met at the Egan Center. Nothing really have changed to the comments that you'll find it in AC 15. Nothing really have changed in this, in our minutes, but during the course of that meeting with the testifiers, Proposal 80 was pulled. So, and the people that attended our AC meeting, their number one concern was our subsistence. They keep voicing out that other than the Kuskokwim and the Yukon, everybody was fishing around us, Norton Sound, Bristol Bay, Area M, and I might be going offhand, but I could save that for my testimony. If you have any questions on our Mid-Lower Yukon AC meeting, I'm ready for answers.
Thank you. I do remember the report that you gave at the AYK meeting and appreciate your being here to answer any questions to that effect. Any questions with respect to the Mid-Lower Yukon AC? If you'd like to give your personal testimony, you can do so.
Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Stanislaus Shepard. I was born and raised in Mountain Village, Lower Yukon. Population is about 800 or more. It's a subsistence village, everybody depending on subsistence. Yukon River villages, as we know, that are on the river don't fish for salmon like we used to anymore. A comprehensive survey was done in 2010 in Mountain Village, so that we harvest 86,538 salmon, combined king salmon, chums, fall chums, and cohos, not counting the pinks. Some people do, but this past summer, my cousin had no choice but to get whatever humpies or pinks we could. And this past summer was they run heavy every 4 years. Salmon made up 36% of all wild foods we harvest. In the past 2 years, there has been no subsistence fishing for salmon, and we have not fished for king salmon for even longer. We have not met ANS in 12 of the 13 years. And everybody's starting to talk about how are we gonna teach our younger generation? Like I'm getting up there. There's 2 generations in front of me. How are we gonna pass down our generation if number one, no fish in the Yukon River, our number one food that we depend on. Okay, for instance, this is an example using another subsistence food. The migratory bird, emperor goose, in below southwest of Yukon Mountain Village near Hooper Bay, within a 10-mile radius. That's a nesting ground that emperor goose only goes there to nest. They don't nest nowhere else. Back in the early 80s, I think, the return of the goose were getting low, and already they looked at the nesting area. They didn't look at the nesting area down Mexico or wherever, only in the state of Alaska. And
Stan, your time is up.
thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Kuyana Uduk, for your testimony and for your service on the AC. Appreciate
you.
you being here. Chris Bai. Hi, Chris, welcome.
Madam Chair, I'll be referencing 3 slides. I'd like you to pull them out, please. They're RC3 tab 2. It's the reconstruction slide. It's slide 4. Then RC3 tab 11. That's slide 4. That's from Ms. Kate's presentation. And then the last slide is RC3 tab 11, slide 11, again from Ms. Kate's presentation from yesterday.
Got it, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Board, Alaskans, out-of-state guests, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Chris Bai. I'm a catch and release guide out of Fairbanks. Prior to that, I served in the Army looking for root causes of problem sets and then using pattern analysis in order to inflict maximum beneficial outcomes in several countries around the world. I deeply appreciate the research that was presented here. I look at this and then I look at the faces of all the concerned people behind me. And I have to admit, it's rather uplifting to see their concern and have the opportunity to come here and speak to all of us here for their concern for the productivity of our Alaskan waters is uplifting. From slides 4 and 11 from Ms. Kate's briefing yesterday, the identified sea temperature changes and lower productivity weight of chum salmon, I think it would be acceptable to assume that fewer juvenile chum would be venturing into those adult staging grounds that you see down along the peninsula. That would translate to fewer chums being represented in the WASIP assessments. Out of 817,000, roughly 103,000 came from the CWAC waters. That number should be 2 or 3 times higher. 1,600 came from the upper Yukon. Again, that number should be many times higher. Every one of those chums and kings are important to the viable gene pool and subsequent generations of CWAC and upper Yukon salmon populations. Using Heather's slide, that's tab 2, slide 4, the reconstruction slide. Notice in there it says reconstruction plus escapement, or requires escapement. A successful reconstruction would see salmon available for commercial interests, subsistence interests, and sport fishing interests. The dramatic reduction had forced subsistence into a preservation mode, while commercial interest remains in a production harvest mode. Those two have to align. One side cannot bear the weight of preservation while the other side continues status quo. Escapement goals must be made. If the temperature blob is correct, as outlined in Ms. Kate's slide 11, we must lean toward a more preservation mode or risk more rivers faltering. I simply ask which river will be the one that effectively alarms us into action. When was the last time you saw a 70, an 80, or a 90-pound king taken out of the Kenai? Have we already exacerbated that gene pool? When caribou or moose populations are depressed, Fish and Game immediately put in closures or restrictions that can last for years. When the last bison was shot, the Great Plains lost a culture and a lifestyle vanished. Is that what we're seeing right now on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim? I hope it's not. I want commercial fishermen and boat captains to catch fish, pay their bills. I want them to hand over their boats to the next generation. I also want chums and kings for children in Fairbanks, Galena, Russian Mission, or Caltag to experience the joy of catching their food and harvesting it. Proposal 140 allows for that, It allows for the industry to continue to make money while still providing a sustainable reconstruction protections for those depressed stocks. After all, the Alaskan government has a requirement to maintain a sustainable yield, not just for this season, but for future seasons of Alaskans to benefit from. And that's in accordance with Article 8, Section 4. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thanks. Yes. Max Isaac. Welcome, Max.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Father Max Isaac. I am a Russian Orthodox priest, and I live in a community of Marshall. And part of my observance in people is that I've always noticed that when the first kings and first chums arrive, it is our custom to greet them. Greet the fish with a piece of grass or a piece of jaikluk or stinkweed, whatever, in the mouth. Same thing as we do with land otter, beavers. We put a little bit of water in them to greet them because we are very spiritual people. And what I have seen and noticed in the past is that with a decline of chums, lively people are not lively anymore. They're very depressed, very, very, very sad. I sit here in support of that Proposal 140, and I would like to mention something that caught my ear yesterday. When Dr. Howard was doing a presentation on the juvenile chums, there was a number of 0.6 or 0.9. In my mind, I thought perhaps that is the whole escapement goal for the Yukon and the Kuskokwim River for chums. And I don't want anybody to close fishing for everybody else's livelihood, but give everybody a chance so that we can become lively again. Next week, we begin Great Lent in preparation for Easter, and our main diet is fish. And we don't have that in our freezers. We don't have any dry fish at home. So it's really, really difficult when we go through 3 years in a row of no fishing. It's very depressing, and I could see it in the people. So I want to thank you for your time and at least giving me a chance to speak and listening to what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Isaac. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony, and thank you for being here today. Thank you. Paul Cleveland. Good afternoon, Paul. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Madam, members of the board. I'll be commenting on Proposal 140. My name is Paul Cleveland. I was born in Bethel. I was raised in Quinnahock. I work for the native village of Quinnahock. I represent Quinnahock in the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. I will also comment on 137 and 136 and 138. The native village of Quinnahock and the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission heavily support Proposal 140. This will repeal the existing management plan for South Umanak and Shimigan Island June fisheries that often intercept large numbers of salmon bound for the AYK region, and replace it with a revised version of the 2001-2003 management plan that had been developed to mitigate the intercept of AYK-bound salmon, especially chum. We also support Proposal 137. This would reduce commercial fishing time with all gear types within the South Umanak and Simigan Island June Salmon Management Plan, not to exceed 100 hours. Reducing the total commercial fishing time would help ensure some salmon reach the spawning grounds in the AYK region. Proposal 136, this would establish a commercial fishing chum harvest cap of 280,000 within the said areas. And this would close the commercial salmon fisheries for the remainder of the month. As you all know, the Yukon and Kuskokwim is experiencing an ongoing multi-year, multi-species salmon collapse. Chinook runs have depressed over a decade. The Chinook runs depressed over a decade. 2022 run was 41% below the average from 1976 to 2009. Some salmon returning or remain unprecedentedly low in the Kuskokwim in the 2022. Because of conservation closures and the declines of these salmon species, there are no longer any highly abundant backup salmon species to fill unmet food and cultural security needs. So, in short, people of the AYK region need all the support and help we can get to have more salmon reach our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Earl Samuelson, then John Andrew. Hi, Earl, welcome back.
Didn't know you got up this early. Make it quick, Earl Samuelson from the Bethel area, grew up in Bethel, currently live in Nebraska, Alaska, and I wanted to speak in favor of Proposal 140, along with supporting the other resolutions from 134, 36, 37, 38, and even include 47 and 49, because they have issues pertaining to reducing some kind of limit to the fishery system. Back in the 80s and 90s, yes, we were a commercial fishermen. Yukon commercial, Kuskokwim commercial. We were once a commercial fishery. Now we're basically trying to survive to put a meal on the table now. I also noted Area M fishery, when they did go on a strike, we seen the consequences in the area. We prospered. The fish was better. We had more fish. And whenever I heard the word strike on the Area M, I said yes. And we can see the numbers increase in our area. And that's specifically to the Kuskokwim area. And looking at last year's season, I never, pertaining to the silver salmon in September, some of us wait till the fall to catch the fish, so we don't concentrate on the king salmon and the chum, so we wait for the silvers. This year, last year, yeah, we were thinking the silvers were to come in. A group came in, and then all of a sudden our silver salmon were cut off. The more fishing after that in August and September for the silvers. And I go, holy smokes. That kind of like a double whammer to me. From limited fishing on the Kuskokwim, limited king salmon, limited chum salmon. Some of us like to be conservative. Maybe let those go by and maybe we'll concentrate on the coho. So the coho really hit us hard. We didn't expect it to be closed. We've been restricted with the salmon net size. We once fished at 300-footer nets. Now we're to a 150-foot max. And in the beginning of the season, I think it's 50 foot long. And I asked the Area M fishermen to help us. We're not saying cut the fishery out, but to help us out. Help us put a meal on the table. So thank you.
Thank you, Earl. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Can we start earlier in the morning tomorrow?
Early birds, huh? Mr. Andrew, welcome.
Yeah, my name is John W. Andrew from Queenslook, representing organized village of Queenslook and the tribal, my tribal members. I'm here to support the proposal 140. But first of all, I'd like to thank Madam Chair and the members over here and the staff for giving us a chance to testify. And it's listening to other people is very, very hard emotionally, because in the early years before there was false pass fishery or the trawler fisheries, prior to the 1980s, we used to have a huge runs of kings, chums, cohos every year. But today, whatever leftovers that came through Fowls Pass after, now we're saying them, when they get back to our own rivers where they come up our rivers to spawn on their rivers of origins, we hardly see them anymore. There's a where on our river, their records are showing that on the Kings alone, they're down, their numbers are way down to less than 10% of the original runs we used to see, mainly on the Kings. Then on the chums, the last few years, it's been like that. On my own experience from last summer, I only caught two chums in two openings, but we get a few rits, and even the silvers or the cohos are having the same problem the last 2 years. The rits are okay, as far as we can see, and when the rits come in, they come in with the Chinook or the Kings. Because they're running at the same time, they won't give us a decent openings anymore. In the early years, we used to use one shackle that's 300 fathoms, just to go out both for commercial or subsistence. In the recent years, the department have been, if they give us an opening, they ask us to go out with a 4-inch whitefish net, it's only 60 feet long from the original 300 feet. That's really, it's very hard. Most of the older fishermen don't like to go out and go with a 4-inch gear. You always end up catching mostly whitefish and pike where I live, a little above, about 18 miles above Bethel.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Appreciate that. Your time is up. Are there any questions from the board members? Appreciate your time. Thank you for your testimony today, and I hope you stick around through committee of the whole.
Okay, and
Sir,
when they go,
Mr. Andrew,
give us an opening.
your time is up, please.
Okay,
In
thank
the
you.
interest of fairness, I need to move on. Thank you. Number 50 through 55, we're going to take up Fred Marinkovich, followed by Della Trumbull, Buck Lautkis, George Donert, Tom and Katie Birch. Hi, Fred, welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Fred Marinkovich, and I'm here representing the Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. Our positions on the proposals have been submitted in PC 22. I would like to speak in opposition of proposals 122, 123, 124, and 125. 122 through 124 have to do with opening the Cinder River section, which is currently closed by regulation. The Cinder River section is the furthest northeast section that divides Area M and Area T, which is Bristol Bay. The author of the proposal points out that there's surplus sockeye salmon escapement in the Cinder River. We see this as nothing more than a Bristol Bay fish grab. I've been attending these Area M board meetings for the past couple of decades. There are always proposals in to get Area M fishermen closer to Bristol Bay stocks. With our Nushagak River Kings being listed as a stock of management concern, opening the Cinder River section would not be erring on the side of conservation. Area M nets are longer than Bristol Bay nets and over twice as deep. There's also no limit on boat size. Processor capabilities have vastly improved over the past couple of years, so the possibility of a large fleet targeting these Bristol Bay bound fish is also a concern. In our last Bristol Bay Board of Fish meetings, all proposals having to do with the general district, which would have allowed opening new area between the established districts, all failed. A big part of the reason it failed was because of concerns over escapement and subsistence for kings, chums, and coho. Opening a new section such as the Cinder River would raise the same concerns. On to proposal 125. We see this once again as a Bristol Bay fish grab, pivoting this line to gain half mile up the beach. Beach access in fishing is worth more than ocean access. We do not see this as a neutral change. The northeast line of the outer Port Haydn section is currently the closest line to Bristol Bay. The orderly conducted ebb fishery that is referred to in the proposal targets Bristol Bay stocks. If they want to straighten out their line, maybe they could go from the existing beach point northwest to the outside boundary. Thank you for your time, and I will be available throughout the meeting.
Thank you, Fred. Mr. Wood has a question.
Just want to clarify something. Has there been previous proposals before this meeting dealing with Cinder itself or other rivers in the system?
There has been other proposals last cycle concerning the Cinder River. It's came up as amendments, or yes, it has came up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate it. Della Trumbull. Welcome, Della.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board, for the opportunity. My name is Della Trumbull. I was born and raised in King Cove. I grew up watching the fisheries over the years, 60-plus years. I can remember when my father and the other fishermen in King Cove were gone the whole month of June. Over the years, their fishing time has been restricted to the point that they're lucky to fish a couple days a week. Cutting out any more days, our fishermen and families cannot survive. If you look at the various fisheries in this short amount of time that they have been fishing, it's a concern. I wish to extend my support on the record for the fishermen and fisheries of the South Peninsula Alaska region. I urge you to maintain the status quo for the current ADF&G Peninsula Management Plan. Please oppose proposals 106, 109, 119, 120, 126, 128, 133, and 143, 48 through 150. Currently, I am the CEO of the King Cove Corporation. Over the years, I've watched important impact that salmon has had on our shareholders and their families and their businesses operating their boats, and many whom have lost those boats and permits. Our shareholders that live in the community at King Cove depend on all the fisheries in order to survive in today's economy. The cost of fuel, grocery, household supplies, and clothing has increased, as you have heard from other regions. King Cove during the summer is a busy time. Most of the crews are comprised of family or college students coming home to make money to continue on with higher ed. Salmon is one of the most important fisheries that contributes to the survival of our families and community. Our cities in Aleutian's East Borough need a fish tax for salmon to operate our schools, road maintenance, water, sewer, electricity, operate and maintain our harbors, and contribute to our healthcare systems. How do we survive? Many fishermen had to invest in other fisheries in order to survive. Each of these species had been cut slowly each time. Recent poor salmon runs have pitted communities against each other with claiming that the South Alaska Peninsula salmon fishery must be shut down or severely reduced to ensure the survival of our fishermen, our fisheries. However, the science doesn't support this plan of action, and if fisheries close, thousands of Alaskans will lose their livelihoods for no benefit. The entire Alaska Peninsula communities, King Cove, Sandpoint, Cold Bay, Akutan, Falls Pass, and Nelson Lagoon, are culturally dependent on salmon fishing. Subsistence is also a part of our fishery. The economics of these 6 communities will die without salmon fisheries. Thank you for your consideration, and please maintain the status quo for the current ADF&G Alaska Peninsula Management Plan, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trumbull. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Buck Lakaitis. Welcome, Buck.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name's Buck Lakaitis. I reside in Homer, and I lived in Area M for 20 years, and I currently seine there. Thank you all for your service. I'm going to speak a little bit about voluntary cooperative management for the seine fleet in 2022. I didn't volunteer to be one of the 7 cooperative managers, but I missed a meeting, and my peers volunteered me. I'm sure you've all been in that situation. I took this job very seriously because, and I can't emphasize this enough, asking a fisherman to stand down and not fish can be contentious with serious economic and social consequences for individual fishermen, between gear types, and within communities. So I took this seriously, and I'm very proud to report we had 100% compliance. But again, when a group makes a decision to stop fishing and the regulatory fishery is open and sockeyes are jumping during the biggest Bristol Bay sockeye run in history, our self-restraint came at a huge loss of sockeye opportunity. If you have questions about the mechanics or details of our voluntary stand-downs and adaptive management approach, please ask, because there's no way I can describe important details in 3 minutes. So why did we do this? Because we knew the serious effects of reduced chum runs in Western Alaska on our historical sockeye fishery. Because chum harvests of 1.1 million in 2021 were excessive. And I hope you heard the department's excellent explanation regarding confidentiality reporting yesterday. We developed our cooperative seine program because our management plan is intentionally designed to allow flexibility so our fleet can move, stop fishing, assess, and respond to our chum catches. That's what we should be doing. Simply put, we want to maximize sockeye harvest and minimize chum harvest tide by tide. You can't do that with a fixed calendar management approach. Unlike the domestic groundfish fleet, we have permits to catch chums. They're not bycatch, but we do everything possible to pass chums through the South Peninsula waters during June. How? We have a small, we have a cohesive fleet of only 60 seiners. It's pretty easy to monitor. We fish in about less than 10 distinct seiner hookoffs. We have processor involvement, and many of us fish groundfish together, so we're used to cooperative arrangements. So in conclusion, someone might ask, if you can reduce your chum catch from 1.1 million to 500,000 with cooperative management, why not reduce to 250,000? A very good friend from Sandpoint talked this meeting about occasionally having sets 50 years ago with 100% sockeyes, but that you'll never see that again. The North Pacific is awash with Asian and Russian hatchery chum salmon. So just the very last sentence, Madam Chair. Remember, this was all adaptive and novel. We learned as we progressed, but the most important thing is there's no regulatory scheme that can be flexible and real-time enough to provide good results. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Buck. I understand 3 minutes is insufficient time to explain it. I've spent literally hours learning it myself. There's an RC process. What I would strongly urge you and those within the Magnificent Seven to do is to describe this thing in detail so that people out in the audience can understand what that option is rather than going the regulatory route. And then they can address it themselves because there's a lot of misconceptions out there. And until it's on the table, there's nothing to deal with.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wood. We'll certainly do that. And like I said, I was only one of 7, and I don't like that name because it's a humbling experience to, I mean, you learn things through the rearview mirror where we could have done a lot of things differently and better. I think we did. I'm very proud of the job we did, but I think we actually have a much better program to put forward in the future if we are allowed to do that. So.
But what I'm urging you to do is get that now in front of the public so that everyone's walking from the same sheet of music.
Thank you. We will.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Buck. Are you going to be around for committee of the whole process? Maybe you can flesh it out a little bit better then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jensen, I can change my plans and stay for sure. Yep, it's very important.
If not, one of the other 7 could probably more likely help us. Thank you, Buck.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Oh, Ms. Mitchell, sorry.
Thank you, Buck, for your testimony. I just had a question on what was the harvest, or what was the goal of chum harvest for the stand downs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. We did manage to a number, and the number was, I believe it was around a 10-year average, but it was around $500,000 or $550,000 if I remember. So we were doing, I would call it, we were trying to get the most benefit using that amount of chums by the end of the season. And that was, I don't know if it was based on a 10-year average or where that number came from, or maybe it was the previous year that we thought we were okay in your eyes. And then when it jumped up to 1.1 million, which of course was because of some slow reporting, and we all thought we were at a good number, but we really weren't there when the final numbers came in. So we were managing to a number over the course of the month.
Okay, so you managed to a number of 500 to 550,000 chum?
And I think that's where we came in.
Yeah, I have it down here as 544,000. And you said that ranges in your average harvest? Because I have that as close to your 5th largest harvest in the last 19 years.
Yeah, I don't recall, through the chair, I don't recall where that number came from, but that's just my recollection of what we were trying to achieve, is stay under 600, and just in general. I mean, I think maybe somebody else can answer that specifically and where that number came from, but if I misspoke, I apologize on the average, what it's been the last 5 years, so.
No, I appreciate that, and I would echo Member Wood's comments that it'd be appreciated if you're around for the committee of the whole.
For sure, thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Buck, since I'm one of these people who believe that we have a better chance of directly addressing the chum harvest reduction with this method than with any of the proposals before us, what I'm really concerned about is, do you think your group believes that we can reach a regulatory formalization of what you did instead of it just being a promise?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Heimbach. Well, I think because I've been involved in the federal arena with some of the co-ops that have been developed there that have enough structure that everybody's assured that the goals are being met, but are flexible enough that fishermen on the grounds and with all the material constraints that we find with reporting and all the other, just vagaries of weather and all those things, if we can achieve enough flexibility but enough teeth, and we can marry those two together. And I think in the, in the federal system with some cooperatives, they do that, and I'm not an expert at that, but I know that that's kind of the best approach to a lot of real-time problems and concerns that we face on the water. And so I think, to answer your question, yes, I do think we can do that.
All right, thanks, Buck.
Thank you.
George Donert? Is George here? Number 53, George? First call. Okay, moving on, Tom Birch. No, Tom? Are you Katie Birch? Welcome. Do you know if he's planning to be here at all, or?
No, he had to leave.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you. I'm going to be referring to RC number 12. And my name's Katie Birch, and I'm speaking to the proposal 126 and also 122, 123, and 124. I just wanted to say that it's really hard to hear these emotional testimonies. And I really sincerely appreciate the board's time in working out all these big issues. And I almost feel like I don't have a right to be up here because right now in Bristol Bay, we're having a period of abundance. And I really feel for all the people who have no fish. And but the reason I am here is because I see a hitch in our management plan. I fish in Ugashik, which is right up against the northern area M boundary. And I see a problem, even though we're in a time of abundance. I worry about the low runs and the interception that might put us in the same place that some of these people here from Yukon are in. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm representing the Ugashik setnetters. We have about 75% of the setnet permits in Ugashik in our group. We're loyal to our local watershed because we don't move around. We don't move to other districts in Bristol Bay. And we know our watershed really well, and we know what we need to do to keep our fish. Our worry is that the North Peninsula has not been, in our eyes, the North Peninsula has not been using the best science of escapement-based management. And I've been fishing in Ugashik for about 30 years and have seen times of low runs and high abundance. Our local AC came up with proposal 126, and that was an attempt to kind of curtail some of the interception and help the managers manage Ugashik fish. In Ugashik, like I said, right now, like Bristol Bay is probably going to have 5 million fish return sockeye, and Ugashik will only be 6% of that run. We're very small, and our district's tough to manage. So I'd like you to look at the graphs, and I picked 2 years to highlight, 2013 and 2019, because those were years that they're reflecting probably what's is gonna look like when we have a run failure. So in the end, we did get our fish, but if you look at the escapement line, let's look at 2019. The orange columns are the fishing time in Outer Port Haydn district, which is, that fleet fishes 45 miles from the mouth of our river. And the orange is their fishing hours. They get 60-hour openers. And the blue is the Ugashik fleet, drift and setnet. And some of it looks green, but it's just blue. So you can see that our biologist got concerned and shut us down in the middle of the Bristol Bay season. For 10 days, we did not fish. That's very unusual. Is my time up?
Your time is up.
Okay, I won't be here for committee of the whole, but if anyone wants to find out more, they can contact me today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Carpenter has a question for you, though.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I've been thinking about this Cinder River situation a little bit, and before you leave, I understand you said you had to go, and I'm just curious about what your opinion is about this, since you represent a pretty significant portion of the Ugashik Set Netters. Would you be in support, because this particular issue seems to be coming up quite often at the board level in regards to the Cinder River, would you be in favor of potentially having some sort of demarcation line? I understand there's a boundary between Area M and the Bristol Bay region, so that this doesn't continue to come up time and time again.
It's hard for me to speak for all the Ugashik fishermen, but as a set netter, I would be in favor of that. I think that it's important to have a buffer between some of these fishery boundaries, and it saves a lot of time not going back and forth.
Thank you. Next group is 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60. That's Tony Para, Charlie Titus, Alex Hanna, James Landlord, and Nate Rose. Beginning with Tony. Is Tony in the room? Hi, Tony, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'll be referring to RC 14, that's 1-4. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tony Para. I'm an Area M fisherman and camp member. In slide 1, the Western Alaska Chum Index in blue indicates the magnitude of interannual variation of coastal Western Alaska CWAC chum stocks over a 41-year time span. This index consists of run reconstructions from the Yukon summer, fall, and Quiniook River chum runs. While the CWAC run reconstructions were only conducted for 4 years, these estimates in green are consistently over twice that of the Western Alaska Chum Index, underscoring the magnitude of CWAC run size potential and fluctuations. Meanwhile, June South Peninsula harvest rates in red of CWAC chum have been consistently low, from 2.1 to 6.9% during the 2007 to 2009 WASP years, and were 5.7% in 2022. This means 94 to 98% of the total CWAC chum run is available to other fisheries and escapements. These low harvest rates indicate that the June South Peninsula fishery consistently exacts a minimal effect on CWAC total runs and commensurately lower rates on each of the 14 escapement goals it is comprised of. Thus, it's unlikely that subsistence fishers of CWAC watersheds would have even been able to fish at all during the last 2 years, even if there were no South June Peninsula fishery. Not only does Proposal 140 fail to mitigate the proximate causes of major fluctuations of CWAC chum runs, those causes exact more than an order of magnitude greater effect than the June South Peninsula catch. We simply cannot hope to affect changes of those magnitudes that the CWAC total run fluctuates by changing factors at an insignificant level such as that which the June fishery exacts. In slide 2, moreover, in 2002 and 2003, Proposal 140 management guidelines resulted in the highest catch per unit effort of CWAC chums in a 30-year time span. Thus, Proposal 140, if adopted, is more likely to increase CWAC and total chum harvest than reduce them by eliminating fleet avoidance efforts. There simply isn't enough time in a 16-hour opener to find and fish areas with lower chum and higher sockeye abundances. In summary, the effect of Proposal 140, if adopted, would only be to exacerbate and expand the hardships of Alaska fishers, families, and communities while accomplishing nothing in the way of improving CWAC chum stocks. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Charlie Titus. Charlie, are you joining us at the testifying table? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Good afternoon.
members of the board, staff. My name is Charlie Titus. I co-chair the Dena'ina AC. Madam Chair, I know it's not enough time, but I want to maybe educate the board a little bit about TNC, our cultural and traditional knowledge and what we do. And I'm also an elder in my community. I'll be 75 my next birthday, a few days from now. But I go to the classroom every quarter to talk to our high school and our children about the cultural knowledge that we know that's passed down to us. But one of the things that was brought up is our clanship. So we name our clans after the animals that that sport us, like caribou, salmon. And one of the things that we don't eat caribou anymore because the caribou isn't in the Minto Flats anymore. And that's caribou tail is a clanship. He said, well, we don't eat salmon, the children said. And she said, why we don't eat salmon? Why can't we eat fish? She said, why can't my father put in his fish net anymore? And she was only 10 years old. And I said, my God, how do I answer this? And I said, I told her what I read in the paper, the global warming, and the area taking so much fish, those things. And one of the things I said, gee, I wonder what's that 10-year-old girl going to tell her kids when there's no more salmon. And I hope the board consider this. Think about what we're teaching our children. Pretty soon we'll have no fish at all in those rivers. And one of the smartest species in this world, we can't resolve that. I know I'm thinking down the road, extinction. We already can't eat it. We never ate it for the last 5 years because there wasn't enough. I said, any of you have fish for dinner? And none of them raised their hands. So with that, Madam Chair, I support 140. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Titus. Appreciate your testimony today. Let's see any questions. Alex Hanna. Hi, Alex, welcome.
Good afternoon, Board and Madam Chair. My name is Alex Hanna, and I'm from Minto. I'm 22 years old, and I'm the Youth Advisor for the Dena'ina Chiefs Executive Board. I'm here testifying to the Board today because my subsistence needs have not been met on the Dena'ina River, and they haven't been met for some time now. The whole chum crash has really affected the ecosystem in the interior of Alaska. With the chum crash, not only is it hard on our people, but it's also hard on a lot of the predators out there, such as the bears and the wolves. Their diet consists of a lot of salmon, and since they're not getting that salmon, they're turning to other things such as moose and caribou, and they're putting a lot more pressure on them. So this chum crash has really just messed up a lot of things in the interior, and it's only going to trickle down into the ocean. As of right now, there's no fish, hardly any fish in the Yukon, and I fear in the next couple of years there's not going to be any fish in the ocean. And we got to start doing something now, or else we're already almost too late. That's kind of all I wanted to say, but just to keep fish for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you, but I appreciate your ecosystemic approach to looking at the issue. Thank you for your testimony. James Landlord? Good afternoon, James. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and board members, first board members. My name is James Landlord from Mount Bullets, located on about 80 miles upstream from the mouth of the Yukon River. My tribe sent me here to make a testimony. We have about 800, 900 members in our tribe, and our subsistence needs have not been met, specifically with salmon in the last 4 years, and chum, Chinook and chum. I got this from your website, subsistence regulations. Alaska state law directs the Board of Game and the Board of Fisheries to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence users first, before providing for the other uses of any harvestable surplus of fish or game population. AS.16.05.258B, unquote. I wholeheartedly agree with the need to adopt our Proposal 140. It will not shut down Area M, but the fish can control to reduce the allowable commercial fishing times. We all know we cannot control the warming of the ocean waters, but you can control what is in your authority to do so. Sometime last week, my oldest daughter stated in social media saying that I wish I could have dried fish and strips of fish. A lot of comments from her friends and others agreed with her. My wife told me we ran out of dried fish a couple of months ago. She then gave me a hug. When we found out we couldn't subsist anymore, we tried to stretch the last of the dry fish that we had as long as we can. My dad was a trapper, fisherman. He provided all our needs from the land and water, and he continued out with the children.
Mr. Landlord, I'm going to have to stop you, and I'm sorry to do so, but your time is up.
Okay.
Are there any questions? I have a quick question for you. What was your dad?
Pardon me?
Tell me about your dad for a second. Tell me about your dad, and what was your dad's instruction to you, or how did your dad live from the land?
he was, when he died, he was 71 years old. He couldn't speak English or understand English. Everything had to be translated for him. He lived off the land. Every spring he'd go out, hunt for muskrats and others, because that's how he made his living to earn money. And right after the Yukon River, all the ice went through, he'd go back to the bank on the south side, because Montoulet's on the north side. He would light a fire, and one of his cousins or friends would see the fire, and they would order smoke, and they would go across and go pick them up, my family. I was young then. The last time I remember going out with my dad was I went with him with this homemade kayak. He let me sit in the front because the eyesight were getting bad. He had cataract. It was pretty, you could see quite in his eyes. And he let me be a shooter. And when we see muskrat with 22 short, he just giggled or laughed because we caught a lot of muskrat. And after we go to Mount Knowledge, we'd go to our fish camp, and we'd stay there all summer. We subsist for Chinook, summer chums, and fall chums. A lot of them were dried, and because we didn't have freezers back then, a lot of the fish were salted. They call it Chilunak in our language. He had a set of dogs, so we dried a lot of fish for his dogs and for our use.
When was the last time that you were able to have enough chum to meet your family's needs?
The last time I went with my dad was after I graduated from 8th grade. From there, because there were no high schools in our area, I chose to go as far as I can. So I went to Chemawa, Oregon, Chemawa Indian School. I graduated from there after 4 years.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for traveling and being here.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Nate Rose with the Kodiak AC. Hi, Nate, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I really appreciate you guys being here. I know this is going to be a long one, so thank you for taking the time. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Kodiak AC Advisory Committee for the Fish and Game Advisory Committee from Kodiak. Our AC took up Proposal 105, which passed to amend the Chignik Salmon Management Plan to reflect changes to the Chignik River escapement goals to move towards a single escapement goal. Comments in support of this, that the early and late run overlap seems like some subjectivity on mixed runs requires in-season genetic sampling, so we appreciate those comments that were made yesterday by the board, questions by the board as to how you would address those. We don't see this as an allocative issue, and little to no impact on adjacent areas is due to 2020 Board of Fish action that increased the harvest priority, so for allocative issues, there is none. We think that this is an important step in the right direction in noting that the data on harvest in the IGVAC district traditionally has been attributed to a 90% Chignik-bound sockeye, and in Area M, it's 80% Chignik-bound in the SCDM. However, Chignik is considered 100% of the sockeye harvested within the Chignik management area is is considered Chignik sockeye. And so in order to correctly reflect the brood tables, this was an important step in the right direction of reevaluating pulling out the non-local components of sockeye harvested within the Chignik management area. Our AC expressed concern that the Black Lake capacity issues are not being addressed, i.e. overgrazing, harvesting continues, and that work on resolving spawning and nursery ground issues are needed. The AC also mentioned that this is a request for regulatory language to support management decisions. Moving on, Proposal 108, that Kodiak AC supported. Ultimately, we have heard over the years that Chignik fishermen would just like an opportunity. They see fishermen in Area M and they see fishermen in Kodiak fishing, and as a fisherman myself, I couldn't imagine being in their shoes for the last 4 or 5 years and not having the ability to go and the opportunity to go fish. So ultimately, this was a proposal put in to attempt to give opportunity in a very conservative approach. Upon speaking with department staff at the AC meeting, it was clearly told to us that this the proposal as written takes no conservative consideration for escapement, nor does it, it also creates additional issues because it's tied to, with language saying concurrently this district would open with the Chignik Bay and Western and District and Black Lake. So this would ultimately make very difficult for the department to manage for stocks and also assess the impact that those would have on the Chignik stocks. So Chignik AC amended this. Ultimately, you probably read the amended language, and ultimately that just seeks to try to ensure that passage of sockeye salmon into the Chignik River has been assured before any additional fishing time has started. Anyways. Also striking the language in paragraph 2 and getting rid of the concurrent language. The amendment seeks to alleviate department's concerns regarding concurrent district openings, conservation concerns, and regulatory language clarification. Moving on to Proposal 111, the Kodiak AC did not support this proposal under the guise the proposer describes the action as a means to harvest pinks and chums without affecting local sockeye escapement. However, allowing unrestricted expanded harvest in the Eastern District creates and expands the target of mixed stocks. Any consideration for such action should incorporate fair and equitable constraints that are utilized in neighboring management areas. Stocks identified in this area include north and southbound fish, including South Alaska Peninsula, Upper Station, Carlick, Iakulik, Cook Inlet, and there is no new WASIP info or recent samples to support the claim that there wouldn't be that the harvest of sockeye in that area would be solely Chignik stocks. Moving on to Proposal 112, to amend the Chignik area to include a harvest cap in the Eastern District to reduce commercial fishing time. This applies a harvest restriction that I apologize, the AC supported this. Applies a harvest restriction that reflects recent and historical catch in the Eastern District. The suggested cap would have low implementation unless sockeye harvest increased in that area, so it's sort of a preemptive approach to additional time or area in the Eastern District. Protects non-local sockeye stocks and potential king salmon interception. Western and Perryville District has seen an expansion of 10,000 fish to 100,000 fish, and I recognize that this is for the eastern section, but ultimately that believing that preemptively you could apply the same conservative management to both sides. Pink and chum harvest opportunities exist but aren't utilized, and the Kodiak area has cape-to-cape restrictions based on data consisting of a 1-year anomaly, and this is essentially extending that cape-to-cape sort of a methodology to management further down the chain. Proposal 113 failed, and I'd like to mention that for brevity's sake, this proposal, or the comments regarding this proposal apply to 113, 114, 117, and 118 concurrently. The department opposes this proposal, and the AC, we did not support this proposal, as it would inhibit management of all salmon species. Harvest does not target just pinks and chums. In 2014, Carlick had one of the best sockeye returns on record, And the Chignik harvest in the Western District was also increased. A lot of that happened later in the year, traditionally after what we would think would be the peak of the Chignik run. Garlic has a 2023 projection of 63,000 fish. The west side set net fleet is hurting, and again, concerned about expanding sockeye and king salmon interception. It can be seen as new, non-traditional activities, as new data has showed us that ultimately the sockeye harvested within the Western and Perryville districts are not all Chignik stocks. There are eastbound stocks within those periods. As I said before, these comments apply to 113, 114, 117, and 118, so I'll skip forward all of those we did not support. Moving on to proposal 119, which would be an amend allowable gear type to include a troll fishery for the Chignik management area. The AC applauded the proposer's idea as an out-of-box idea to address low returns of fish, but there's too many concerns for the AC to support it. It was not clear if a CFEC can issue permit cards with two separate gear types to be held in the same management area during the same year. Cards are gear specific. Troll permits are statewide, and it opens Chignik to all troll card holders. This could potentially initiate a king salmon treaty discussion. It would create a new class of permits, multiplies eastern boundary change impacts. It was important to note the southeast troll depends on king salmon harvest to be profitable, concern for increasing king salmon interception and harvest. Past Kodiak proposal requested a beach seine to troll conversion, which with similar challenges, and was not supported. Moving forward, the last proposal we commented on was 132, and which is essentially a housekeeping proposal. It would ultimately, should the board decide to move forward with a single escapement goal for the Chignik River, this would simply change the language within the SEDM management plan to accurately reflect that. So, once again, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Nate. Any questions? Mr. Zray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was writing something down. 113 and 114, is that a support or a against?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Zray. Proposals 113, 114, 117, and 118 are not supported.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thanks, Nate, for your testimony. You mentioned an amendment made for proposal 108. Was there an RC number associated with that?
That's a good question. If there is, I didn't find it, I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you find it, let me know.
Sure, thanks.
All right, Nate, thanks for your service on the AC.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Next up, proposer number 61, Myron Nanang Sr., followed by Joe Hinton, Cheryl Lundgren, and Virgil Porter. Is Myron in the house? First call, Myron. Joe Hinton. You look like your name might be Joe Hinton. Hi, welcome.
Hello, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is Joe Hinton. I live in Seward with my family and have fished Area M for 34 years. I'll be talking about my proposal, 127, reopening Caribou Flats, and Nelson Lagoon's proposal, 120. I put in this same proposal 7 years ago, and handshake deal between myself and Nelson Lagoon AC. At that time, I pulled it from the table with the agreement that they would not put any proposals against us outside beach drifters and set netters. This proposal is in front of you again, designed to give Fish and Game a management tool to open the outside beach, Caribou Flats area, for the drift fleet to help over-escaping in those years of an overabundance of returning spotters, which at that time was 24 of the last 30 years. In 2017, the second largest escapement on record occurred in Nelson River of 430,000 fish, which is double the other end of that escapement goal. In 2022, the 5-year-old fish, parent fish, of that large escapement would be returning but did not. There appears to be an age class missing from the Nelson River run as well in 2022. A lot of immature jack, one ocean age male fish were reported in the escapement, potentially indicating there's an in-river issue. Jack salmon and missing age class fish were not found at any other North Peninsula River systems. But more importantly, in years of low returns, allowing Fish and Game to close all in-river fishing while allowing area and Nelson Lagoon fishermen to easily move to the outside beach and continue fishing with reg markers in place in open water and not in-river so that the salmon have a chance to make it to the spawning grounds, allowing full escapement to move unhindered by nets up the river to spawn. On 120, there's no science behind 120, just simply theories dreamt up by the AC board in Nelson Lagoon, guided by emotions and no science. Last year in 2022, 60 miles of outside beach to the north and 70 miles to the south were closed until July 8th, no fishing, with the inside waters of Nelson Lagoon being fished while not even close to meeting escapement. If 120 passes, it will cut the North Peninsula catch in half. It will most likely bankrupt a third of the fleet, and that 1/3 being all of our young fishermen and fisherwomen. One of the 3 bearers has already told me they're not even going to open their plant up if 120 passes, because with a mediocre forecast, competition between 3 buyers for half the amount of fish. And ironically, that buyer is the one buyer that buys 100% of all Nelson Lagoon caught salmon. Thank you for your time and being on this board. I know it's hard. I can't imagine doing that. And thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Sherilyn Lundgren? Is Sherilyn here? Hi. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. My name is Sherilyn Lundgren, and I live in Sandpoint. I'm employed with Aleutian's East Borough School District in the business office. I've worked for the district for 17+ years. I'm a daughter of a retired Area M fisherman, wife of an Area M fisherman, and have children that fish Area M. I oppose Proposal 120, as well as the additional proposals that would result in reducing fishing time in the South Alaskan Peninsula. I would like to point out a few things for those that are new to the board. Aleutian's East Borough is home to over 3,000 year-round residents, many with a heritage in the Eastern Aleutians that goes back hundreds of years. Our population has always been dependent on both subsistence and commercial fishing. We have no other industry that sustains our communities. Without fishing, we cannot maintain our cities and local jobs. This will have an immeasurable impact on our families and schools. The school district employs local teachers and teachers' aides who know and care for our children. We may need to cut those jobs because of the loss of enrollment and revenue. Out of 26 teachers we have in the district, 6 have returned to teach in the district that they graduated from. And we have a few that have moved into the community and earned their degrees. Aleutian's East Borough School District started with 6 schools, and since I started working in 2005, 2 of the schools have been closed due to enrollment. Currently, we have 1 of the 4 that is under the state enrollment requirements, and Aleutian's East Borough School District has supported, Aleutian's East Borough has supported the school to keep the doors open. Enrollment for Aleutian's East Borough School District's largest school has fallen under 100 students, and this has impacted our state funding. Fortunately, the borough has helped with funding to keep these schools in operation when they have dropped under the student count requirement for state funding. In 2022, the AEB fish tax on salmon made up 28% of all AAB fish tax. Without the revenue from the fish taxes, there is no guarantee the borough will be able to help the schools stay open, causing our students and their families to relocate out of the borough. South Alaska Peninsula region, Area M, has been taking it from all sides. Before considering these proposals to further restrict our fisheries, which would affect the communities of Aleutian East Borough, more research and studies need to be done to get to the real cause. Decisions cannot be made by accusations. They need to be made with facts and consideration of the environment effects happening around us. I would like to close with something that happened this last week while we were doing a superintendent search question and answer. An 11-year-old student got up and spoke, asking the superintendent candidates, our school is below the student count, and what would you do to help make sure the school is not closed? No student should have to be concerned about their school being closed. What can we do today to prevent our schools from further closing? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Couple questions for you. What is the student threshold by which state funding is pulled?
10.
Do you have, which schools in your district are below 10?
Right at this moment, false passes.
They're below 10?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Virgil Porter. Is Virgil here today? First call for Virgil Porter. All right, I don't see him. We'll put him on the second call list. And are you Virgil in the red coat? No? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take about a 15, 20-minute break, and then we'll resume with testifier number 65, Maxine Aguirre. All right, welcome back. We are back on the record. The time is 4:06. We're going to continue with public testimony. We're on public testifier number 65, Maxine Aguiar. Is Maxine here? Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Maxine Aguiar. I am from Aleutian. It's at the mouth of the Yukon River. I am here to say that my subsistence needs are not being met. I come from a community of approximately 800 people, and I am here to speak for them as well as 50 other communities who depend on salmon that come up the Yukon River. I have not caught any chum or king to eat this last summer, as well as 3 summers prior, or 3 summers total. I do not have any fish in my freezer. I do not have any fish from the smokehouse. Also, I am here to support Proposal 140. I have lost a huge part of my life, not only traditionally. With the restrictions of the Yukon salmon, I've lost my seasonal employment. This goes for my community who depend on employment from the fisheries and our commercial fishing income. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. Are there any board questions? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Next up is Kenneth Nuckwak, followed by Dick Jacobson, Steve Reifenstuhl, and Ernie Weiss. Kenneth, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Fish members, for giving me an opportunity to present my testimony. My name is Kenneth Nuckwak Sr. I'm from Manicotic. That's 20 miles west of Dillingham. I'm a lifelong commercial fisherman and subsistence user. That's in the Nushagak Bay and also in the Goose River. And it has expanded to the Wood River and into the Nushagak River. I'm in support of Proposal 120 to create mandatory fishery closures in the Northwest District. I'm also in support of 126 to reduce the fishing area in the northern portion of the outer Port Haydn section. Also, I am in support of Proposal 128 to reduce the mess depth limit from 70 mess to 45 messes. This would change the scenario of how the fish are able to escape past under the net at incoming tide and outgoing tide before the water gets low. I also think they should reduce the length of their nets from 200 fathoms to 100 or 150 fathoms. We need some way for more fish to pass through like the old days, because otherwise the king salmon will be depleted and extinct, and that's the truth. And there will be no more king salmon to fish for, both in Area M and beyond. So there needs to be something done ASAP. It seems to me like it's crunch time. Like Bristol Bay, Kuskokwim, Yukon, et cetera, et cetera. I'm repeating what I just said. I strongly support proposals 139 and 140 to go back to the 2001-2003 management plan. There needs to be reduced fishing time to allow the salmon to pass through and reach their spawning grounds so the circle of life can continue in perpetuity. I feel the domino effect of what is happening in the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and the Chigniks might happen to the Bristol Bay also, because Bristol Bay, Nushagak District, especially that part, because that's where I fish. The escaping goal for the king salmon has not been met for the past 2 seasons. And I am forced to go without any fish, and I'm running out of king salmon strips. What I love to eat, me and my wife, my kids, my grandkids now. And we're a sharing people. We share what we catch. And then I feel, I already said that, why should we let them catch all of these fish and bring them to near depletion in the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Chignik, and hopefully it's not the Bristol Bay. And that time sure was fast.
It does go fast. Thank you for your timeliness, though. You did well. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here today.
Guyana.
Cleana. Dick Jacobson? Mr. Jacobson, I understand you're a former member of this board. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, the rest of the board members, for allowing me to speak. I've got a little something going on in my throat, so I may not be all that clear, but I have quite a few comments to make. I mean, out of all the time that we've been sitting here and all the testimony that we've heard, there's a lot of the things that the board has done in the past to help supposedly get escapement into the Yukon and the AYK area. That hasn't happened. I mean, we stopped the roe stripping. We took care of the demonstration fishery that they had. We had windows, they had windows. There's a lot of different things that the board at that time, and that was a long time ago. That was like 90s. So this argument has gone on for a long time. The first time I ever testified in front of the board, it was a joint board and fish, and that was 1966. And there's a lot of history under the table since that period of time. I'll jump from AYK and Area M to Chignik and Area M. In I forget what it was, 1952, was last year my dad fished in Chignik because it was all one area at the time. After that, they took the areas and split them up, and we got moved out of the Chignik area out to, I believe, Castle Cape. Getting old, so my memory might be a little off, but then a few years later, they moved it from that to Metropeña. Then a few years later, they moved from there to Cuperana Point. So there's been 3 moves already. But then it boggled my mind because of an anomaly in some paperwork that the scientists did. They said there was hotspot in Pavlov Bay. So he went 100 miles outside of the Chignik area and restricted and closed and put a cap on the amount of fish that area fishermen could catch in that area. I mean, 100 miles inside of a different area and manage it because of a different area. I've gone through a lot of different things, a lot of science and a lot of regulations in the 3 years that I was on here, but I can't, in my mind, justify that one. But like I said, there's a lot of different things that has happened between all the different areas in the state of Alaska. And all the testimony that I've heard up here up to this point supporting Proposal 140 and setting it up, it really looks to me like I'm sitting in the audience and watching all the testimony that's happening at this time in front of this board is trying to set you folks up for a lawsuit. So I really, really recommend that you follow everything that the department is telling you about the amount of percentage of fish that's caught there and what have you, and justify whatever decisions that you make. And to tell you the truth, because of the staff's assessment and the points that they put on the board, I can't imagine why we're having this conversation. I mean, somebody should take all of the hired guns and put them in a room and slap them around for a while so that they will tell their people the truth.
I think that's the best advice I've heard yet. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you. And thank you for your service on this board, too. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Is your hired gun available?
Pardon?
Is your hired gun available?
Yes, I'm going to be available.
Thank you. Steve Reifenstuhl. Hi, Steve. Welcome.
Chair Carson Van Dort and board members, thank you for this opportunity to comment. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Reifenstuhl, representing Area M Seiners and Eastern Aleutian Fisheries Coalition. Please refer to PC 10. I want to start by assuring you that we did not hire the Chinese surveillance balloon that passed over the Aleutians, although I do wonder if it has any good intel. I would like to thank the Department of Fish and Game for their professional and detailed presentations. Enlightening. The broader scientific community of NOAA researchers, International Year of the Salmon Scientists, although not here right now, also need to be acknowledged as they are important collaborators and inform our understanding of the root causes of the Yukon chum decline. It is rare that an issue of this complexity can be understood as well as it is, given the broad geographical area, stretching from the headwaters of the Yukon to the Bering Sea and the Northeast Pacific Ocean. I won't say smoking gun, but I will say the case for cause and effect has been made convincingly. I've been immersed in these issues for a career, and it is clear the decline of the CWAC adheres to a cause and effect script. That is a multi-year ocean warming, poor quality feed in the ocean, poor chum growth, and low fat content of subadult fish. These conditions are the direct cause for the dismal returns of 2020 and 2021. These are unfortunate circumstances, and it is truly heartbreaking. There is also a cutting-edge genetic stock assessment with WASP 2007-9 and the 2022 that demonstrate the small effect of Area M fisheries to Yukon and Kuskokwim chum. It is rare at a Board of Fish meeting to have such an abundance of solid scientific evidence as you have seen in the past couple days. In conclusion, the evidence is compelling that the Area M fishery has a very small effect. It is clear that adopting Proposal 140 or anything close to it, close to its intent, will not make chum appear in the Yukon or Kuskokwim systems. However, I am hopeful that the cooling ocean years since 2020 will deliver what all of us want to see: highly productive Yukon Kuskokwim runs that allow for robust subsistence fishery. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Heimbach.
Steve, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to assume for a second that what you stated about the climatic changes being the cause and effect is 100% on target. The fact of the matter is it's still not chum going into the YK for subsistence. What is your solution, if any, to assure the subsistence needs met pursuant to the statute?
Thank you, Mr. Wood, through the chair. I believe that the volunteer program that we introduced last year is the vehicle to do this, to move more chum. Of course, we can't tell in season which ones of them are CWAC, but it will allow more chum to move to the north. And I think we have proven that we can reduce chum catch at the chum hotspots, that we can coordinate that effort, and we have applications and better understanding so we can even do a better job in 23 and in years in the future.
And you will be here for Committee of the Whole and testify? Because I have a bunch of questions for you.
I will be here, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, before you were a hired gun, I know you had a very stellar career in the hatchery industry. Did your background give you an opportunity to evaluate what has been testified to here about the condition of fry, the condition of fish, the feed they have? Have you looked at what they have done and you have developed some confidence that that's a very proper take on what they're looking at?
Mr. Heimbach, through the chair. Yes, I've been a biologist scientist for 45 years and have all of it in Alaska. And I have studied ocean conditions. And I think more importantly, I have had affiliations with NOAA scientists, Auk Bay Lab, International Year of the Salmon. I've been on the North Pacific Research Board approving or moving proposals along. So it has been a lifelong interest of mine regarding ocean conditions, effects of ocean environment on survival and productivity.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for your testimony, Steve.
Thank you.
Ernie Weiss. After Ernie, we'll have Julia Doris, Shelby Edmond, Josephine Edmond, and Fritz Charles. Hi, Ernie, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Ernie Weiss. I work with the Aleutians East Borough as Natural Resources Director. Our borough comments are found under PC3. We support status quo for the South Peninsula Salmon Management Plan that will allow the time and area for the seiners to continue their voluntary efforts to limit chum harvests. We are opposed to Proposal 140 and other proposals that would unnecessarily restrict South Peninsula salmon fisheries. From the borough perspective, Proposal 140 that would take us back to the management regime from 2001 to 2003 is very troubling. As written, Proposal 140 would reduce salmon fishing time in the South Peninsula by 70%. The recent South Penn Salmon Management Report, Appendix A9, shows that in 2001 to 2004, active salmon fishing permits dropped 37% to the lowest level of active permits in the South Penn ever, because it becomes nearly impossible to make a living fishing under those management plan restrictions. In addition, borough fish tax revenue from salmon was at the lowest percentage of overall fish tax in our history from 2001 to 2003. Recently, revenue from salmon has become increasingly important to our overall borough fish tax. To go back to the 2001 management plan would negatively impact the borough, our fishermen, local processors, and the communities. Now, I would like to repeat our invitation to all the board members to come out and visit the borough communities. I know several of you, most of you, have been out in the region, and I firmly believe that feet on the ground in communities helps inform your decision-making. Of course, if you come out this coming summer, it's not going to help you with your votes at this meeting, but a trip out to the region could give you a firsthand look at the results of whatever actions you end up taking this week. We are grateful that 2 members of the board accepted our invitation to come out this past summer in early July to see some of our communities and visit with our local fishermen. We had productive community meetings in both Sandpoint and King Cove, and I really enjoyed your visit and your insights. I do hope some of you will accept our invitation to travel out to the Aleutians East if you can find the time. And please help keep the South Peninsula salmon fishery viable. And thank you for your service. It's appreciated.
Thanks, Ernie. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Julia Doris. Hi, Julia, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Madam Chair and board members, thank you for this opportunity for all of us in this room to come and speak to you on behalf of our precious fish that we all love to eat. And my name is Julia Doris. I'm from the Middle Kuskokwim area, Kalskag, Alaska. Kalskag has 250 people, and Lower Kalskag about 320. I am here because my subsistence needs have not been met for the past few years. I am a fisherwoman. Since I was a little girl, I helped my dad. My dad was a subsistence fisherman, and growing up to my high school years, I helped him. And then after his passing, me and my husband, we do subsistence fishing. And we live in fish camp all the time. Since I was little, my parents lived in fish camps. And so I give that to my kids too, who also come and live with me in fish camp. They are now grown, and I'm teaching them how to preserve our fish. And unfortunately, all three of them live here in Anchorage. I did come over here with a few bags of fish for them to share with them. Past few years, our village caught little or no chum. And last year, when we had fishing opening for sockeye, the weather conditions were really bad, and a lot of our people in Kalskag and up Lower Kalskag didn't fish too much because if it's damp, that would ruin our fish to get because of the dampness and the rain. So we didn't hardly fish for sockeye, but some people did fish and get for their sulunak saltfish. Our people depend on salmon, and my heart goes out to the Yukon River people who subsistence users, and I worry for our Kuskokwim area fishing, especially when I see how the chum salmon crash threatens the sustainability of salmon stocks and the impacts it has on our people. I used to cut a little over 100 fish when we were fishing, me and my husband, of kings, reds, and chum. And now I'm lucky if I'm able to cut 10 or 15, but I'm happy for the 10 or 15 that I do cut. Then I see in the reports yesterday of how ADFNG and current BOF regulations allowed Area MN Fisheries to harvest over 314,000 chum during 2021-2022, and I support proposal 140.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Shelby and Edmund? Hi, Shelby, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Excuse me. Just hearing all the people, I can feel their hearts being broken. I'm a pastor in the village of Aleutian, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you again. I'm in support of Proposal 140. The AWK region has carried the brunt of the burden of conservation on our backs long enough. Every stakeholder, regardless of what area they are from, should carry that load also, not only the people of the AYK region. We cannot give any more. because there is nothing more that we can do. So I ask you, members of the board, to consider this proposal to reduce the fishing time in Area M. This will allow more fish to enter the AYK region so that we may have the opportunity to be able to subsistence fish. Area M does have other fisheries that support their financial needs. We have nothing. Nothing. My permit is worthless. I do not subsistence fish either. There is no commercial fishing, there is no subsistence fishing. Our lives matter, our children's lives matter. We need equal opportunity to the salmon resource that are available to all stakeholders. As a pastor, I want to read to you a passage found in the Bible, Proverbs 13:12. Hope deferred makes the heart sick. What does this mean? It means that delayed hope, really hope that doesn't come. In other words, false hope. Our people need hope. So I ask you, give us that hope. Give us some hope that we may be able to subsistence fish. We're not asking to commercial fish, we're asking to subsistence fish. You give us hope that tomorrow may look brighter for the AYK region. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for being here. Josephine Edmond? Good afternoon, Josephine. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair and board members, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Josephine Edmond. I'm from the Lower Yukon River, and I support Proposal 140. It does not shut down fishing in Area M, it only decreases their fishing time. My people and the people on the West Coast and Yukon River are in great distress because our subsistence needs are not being fulfilled. Area M can fish for multiple kinds of species and make more than a decent living, while my people are kept from preparing fish that would sustain us throughout the winter. Area M is allowed many hours on the water, greatly decreasing the percentage of fish to reach our waters. This causes not only a lack in our subsistence needs, but also in our physical health needs that subsistence fishing provides, which is nutrition, exercise, and healthy activities. A lack in our mental and emotional health needs that subsistence fishing provides, such as teaching our way of life and how to be, accomplishments, security, and essential connections. A lack in our spiritual health needs that subsistence fishing provides, like purpose, balance, psychological and social aspects, like relationships and love. Area M flourishes and thrives and discards our fish that get caught in their non-salmon nets, while over 50% of our communities are under the poverty level. Subsistence fishing is a must for my people to survive. Subsistence fishing helps bring balance and healing. It will put food on the table. Please pass Proposal 140 and reduce Area M's commercial fishing times so there can be enough escapement of salmon to reach my people. You may not be able to do anything about the global warming we heard about yesterday, but you have the power to allow escapement so that our children and our grandchildren have the foods that our old people had to sustain themselves. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your testimony today. I don't see any questions. Thank you for being here. Fritz Charles. Hi, Fritz, welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. It's an honor to be sitting here for a testimony. All day yesterday and today, we've heard the statistics of the salmon and the bycatch. And, you know, I'm Fritz Charles. I come from Tuntatuliak, which is in the mouth of the Kuskokwim. And I grew up in Tuntatuliak, live in Bethel now because I wanted what my children didn't have is money. And back then, there was numerous commercial fishing opportunities in our rivers up until 2015, I believe. That was the last commercial fishing opportunity. You know, it's what I bring to you today. I'm representing myself and my people back home. What I'm trying to say is the direction that we're all going, number one, is a cultural genocide. And then, number two, the Board of Fish needs to put a cap, quota on the Area M fisheries. It will be a win-win situation for everybody. The Board of Fish, I look at it as a tripod right here standing. If one of the legs come off, everything will crash. That's the way I look at running the sustainable economic development of the fisheries with the subsistence fishermen, the commercial fishermen, and the natural resource, which is the salmon. And we all need to work together. That would be the huge solution for everybody. If we don't put a quota on Area M, everything will crash. I won't be able to fish, you won't be able to make money. You know, think about that. We have this next 3 years coming up for somebody to put it on the table as a quota. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Fritz. Thank you for your testimony today. Next up is Victor Lord, followed by Safran Kuznetsov, Michael Kuznetsov, John Ludwig, and Maverick Rutoff. Victor Lord. Hi, Victor.
Madam Chair, distinguished board members, otherwise hardworking people, Appreciate this time to state some things to you guys. I'm kind of crude, but we'll get through it. I'm in support of 140, totally. I think it's a compromising avenue as presented. Thank you, boys from Fairbanks. We don't talk that much, but I sure appreciate them at this round. I heard the guy, about 10 people before me, he was talking about 1966. That's quite a while. I also go back and testify and try and help you guys, help me help you. It was a joint boards of, I think Sidney was on the game board and his brother Jimmy was on the fish board. And that's gone back quite a ways, back over to Holiday over here. Anyway, bringing back some memories. Yeah, having wholeheartedly supporting 140. Just like to tell you a little bit of myself. Been a fish camp boy, raised in fish camp. 6-year-old, I got my table and my knife, cutting dogfish for uncles and family for trapping and whatnot. There's this guy named Schindler. I think you guys got his report. I scared. He mentioned something about extinction. I have to agree with him on the king salmon. It's not looking good. I mean, they're smaller and they don't produce right. They don't reproduce as solid as they should. It's scary. Let's see. We are making our subsistence needs in Dena'ina. I haven't had mine, but every little bit of fish is good. I'm going to really enjoy what little bit I got left when I get home from this Anchorage trip. Also, I get around. I'm on the upriver chairman for URDFA, Yukon River Drainage Fishery Association. But right now, I'm representing Dena'ina and myself. And let's see. No, we're getting pretty close to our 3 minutes here. Yeah, Dena'ina goes back a long ways. The fishermen used to fish in the biggest eddy on the Tanana River with spears and send the fish across the river to the camps along the bank. So we've got a lot of history too. Great fishermen and women in that town, and it's just something that we don't want to lose. And we appreciate you guys' efforts. And the guy Buck from, he said he's a workable guy. I like that. I think like the guy just in front of me, I think we could try to work things out if possible. Thank you. Anabasi Cha.
Thank you, Mr. Lord. Good timing. Any questions? No, appreciate your being here. Thank you for your testimony today. Saffron Kuznetsov? I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Saffron Kuznetsov, and I'm here to oppose proposals 133, 134, 135, 136, and 140. I'm a sitting board member of CAMF, an Alaskan resident, a family man, and a small business owner. As a third-generation fisherman, I've been fishing in Area M for most of my life. I started fishing with my dad when I was 8 years old, and I've been skippering since I was 16. I'm now a dad myself, and I have a 4-month-old son whom I want to raise the same way I was raised, fishing on a family-owned boat in Area M. Not cutting down on fishing time in the South Unimac is very important to the Area M fishermen. For many of us, it's the first paycheck our family receives in many months. Younger guys such as myself have been struggling for the past several years between COVID tanking the prices of the fish from our other fisheries, such as pea cod and black cod, to inflation more than doubling the price of fuel and bait. Most fishermen I know reach the South Unimac with crushing debt and faith that they'll catch enough fish to cover expenses and that their family back home will receive a paycheck. Our fleet has always tried to mitigate and disincentivize the targeting of chums with a variety of self-management tools and regulations. Since the 1990s, CAMF has supported establishing a chum pool for the entire drift fleet. The chum pool is a way to reduce the harvest of chums by having the company split equally among the fishermen the day's total chum salmon harvest. It's been implemented and has been very successful in eliminating drifters from targeting chum. There's no individual reward for catching chums since the catch for each company is split among all the drifters. In 1991, the gear depth restriction was implemented from unlimited depth to 90 mesh, and in 1994, the board eliminated the minimum mesh size restriction, allowing us to fish with mesh smaller than 5 1/4 inches. The smaller mesh size allows us to catch the smaller sockeye and not the larger chum. On top of all this and other regulation changes, we drifters communicate among ourselves and stay away from areas with higher percentages of chum catches. Additionally, after the bulk of the fleet moves to the North Peninsula, most of the boats that stay in the South Unimax section are local fishermen from King Cove, Sandpoint, and False Pass. Restricting fishing time will hurt the income of local families. In summary, we have self-regulated to reduce chum catches for the AYK, which has come at a great financial cost to ourselves. I sympathize with the plight of the AYK fishermen, but I hope they understand that we are not some villains out to see them suffer. We are not their enemies. We are fellow Alaskans and simple family-owned fishing operations. Please don't make the mistake of believing that forcing my family to struggle will bring theirs prosperity. Please oppose proposals 133, 134, 135, 136, and 140. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any board questions? Thank you for being here. Congratulations on your new son.
Thank you.
Michael Kuznetsov? Welcome.
Madam Chair, esteemed board members, my name is Michael Kuznetsov. I'm an Alaskan resident and fished in Area M my entire life. I started fishing with my dad as a deckhand at age 8, started skipping a boat at 18, and finally bought a boat with my wife Irina 3 years ago at age 21. I know the area through and through, and I'm here to oppose Proposal 126. The proposers asked us to cut back our north line to apparently improve our escapement, the quality product of sockeye, and keep us out of rough seas. I think that is absolutely hilarious and hypocritical of them. They state the purpose of this proposal is to keep us closer to the mouths of the rivers so we can harvest our runs more thoroughly, but fail to notice their own rivers and their over-escapements. Last year, the Nushagak River escapement was 3.4 million and it exceeded the escapement goal by 2.5 million salmon. That is almost the entire run we have on the north side in Area M. Another thing they don't notice is that in 2017, the year our escapement was high was the year we spent all season on a harvest limit because the cannery could not handle the load. But with the new Silver Bay and Trident canneries built and the Peter Pan cannery rebuilt in 2019 after it burned down mid-August of 2017, the limits are likely a thing of the past and our escapements are more manageable. Next, they also mentioned that closing our waters will help with the quality of our fish, but I don't see what kind of difference 5 miles of transport via tender will make. What they don't note is that Area M has some of the best quality fish in Alaska because we have a long, slow season and don't have a vessel size restriction. Our boats are much larger on average that allow us to store our fish comfortably and afloat in cold RSW water to keep it from crushing itself under its own weight. Area M isn't known for large volumes of fish, but we value each fish we get and the quality is of the utmost importance. Lastly, the proposal stated that being moved to the mouth of Port Haddon will benefit us to keep us out of rough seas. As someone who has fished the area for over a decade, I can tell you they are doing us no favors. The shallow waters in that region act as a barrier and creates massive breakers that are extremely perilous. The sandbars also create fast currents and channels that drag and fold the net and make the area unfishable. In conclusion, this proposal is ridiculous and absolutely unnecessary. The proposal seems to have been constructed in a way that makes it look as though the proposer is trying to help the fishermen in our district. But anyone who has fished in Area M or has ever passed by Port Haddon can clearly see this has zero benefits for Area M fishermen. All it will do is put a lot of fishermen in unnecessary danger. I hope the board can see from our perspective and realize that if this proposal passes through, it will ruin the OPH section and ask that you please vote against it, against Proposal 126. Thank you for your time.
Any board questions? Thank you for your testimony, Michael. John Ludwig? Hi, John. Welcome.
Madam Chair and Board of Fish members, my name is John Ludwig. I'm an Aleutian native from the Area M, False Pass, Port Moller, Outer Port Haddon Fishery. My father fished Area M for over 60 years I have fished Area M since 1969 for 53 years. Once again, we are faced with proposals that have been and would be damaging, limiting, and cripple our fishery unnecessarily. There is little biological or scientific evidence behind these proposals. Instead, we are again the scapegoat for other fisheries problems. Whenever a fishery has problems or catching difficulties, Area M is blamed for it. The North District of Area M is primarily a drift gillnet fishery, which is orderly and well managed. The board has consistently rejected proposals from Bristol Bay, AYK, and various other groups to restrict our fishery. We ask you to do so again this year. We are nothing like Bristol Bay. We are mostly a scratch fishery. We have to spread the fleet out in order to catch fish. We have a minimum half-a-mile net-to-net rule, a gentleman's fishery. Our gillnet fishery is a long grind. We arrive in mid-May or sooner to prepare and finish up by mid-September. I am against any proposals that would endanger our safety and well-being that is vindictive in nature. Proposal 120 would severely impact fishermen in Sandpoint, King Cove, and Falls Pass. I have family in Sandpoint that are presently struggling because of various other bad proposals. This proposal would make it worse for all all impacted. So in a nutshell, we in Area M are once again faced with many proposals that would cripple, hurt, damage, and harm our fishery unnecessarily, that lack scientific and biological evidence. It is unfortunate that some fisheries in the state are struggling. We've struggled in the past as well. We have often been blamed for other fisheries' decline and regulations implemented to address concerns. Scientific studies, one after another, show Area M is not the reason for the decline of other fisheries. I oppose any proposal to reduce Area M fisheries.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Maverick Rutoff? Hi, Maverick. Welcome.
Hi. Please refer to RC 18. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is my first time testifying, so my name is Maverick Rutov. I'm Alaskan born and raised and an Area M fisherman, here to strongly oppose 126. It will negatively impact all fishermen in Area M and most likely put fishermen's lives and their boats in danger. I am a third-generation fisherman. I've been fishing since I was 10 years old. My family has been fishing in Area M since 1994. I have fished for 19 years now, and my 10-year-old son is fishing with me, and he loves it. Hopefully, he will have a boat of his own and fish with me side by side. We really rely heavily on surviving on whatever we make on salmon fishing, like most fishermen in this tough business. The department did a great job maintaining all the rivers, making sure the escapement goals were met. If not, they would close us until there was enough fish. We all work hard to keep OPH open because a lot of years that is the only place that saved us and made us enough money to pay the bills. Every fisherman in Alaska experiences good and bad years. So if Proposal 126 goes through, it would quite simply be taking away 60% of OPH area where we fish most of the year. By moving the current line down to the proposed line area would make it small and dangerous to fish because there are rocks on the beach and sandbars everywhere with huge breakers. With our bigger boats, this is not going to work. Most of us have big keels that would be touching the bottom everywhere, and all it takes is just a couple waves to push the boat on the beach or a sandbar. With the currents in the area, which are fast, they can suck you in and your net is gone. Most likely you will lose your boat and your life. It can happen so fast, no one will be able to save you. So we try to stay away from the lower OPH. The upper OPH area where the proposer wants to move the line down is where we fish majority of the time, where it's deep, safe, no rocks on the beach. The 10 square miles might not seem like a big area that they want to close, but it's a very important and critical fishing spot for all us fishermen in Area M. Fishing in breakers, big or small, beats up the fish, lowers the quality by a lot. When we fish in the area they propose to close, the fish is always number one, and canneries never complain about the quality of the fish. Delivering good quality fish should be the goal of every fisherman, always. Proposal 126 seeks to destroy family businesses that have been fishing in OPH, threatens our ability to pay our bills, and endangers our very lives. Please vote against this dangerous and unnecessary proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Quick question for you with respect to RC 18. I see the closed area. Was that what you wanted us to focus on there? There's also a blue
Yes.
line and a green line.
No, the green line is just a boat tracking.
Okay, that's what I thought.
This is the red
The
area.
portion that's closed. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Rudy Demoski Jr. Hi, Rudy. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Hanging in there.
Yep. Madam Chair, members of the board, and Alaska. My name is Rudy Demoski Jr. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, born and raised in the Yukon and in King Cove along in Area M. I've set nets all my life in the Alaska waters and raised my family off of fish from all over the waters, from the Yukon to Bristol Bay to Area M, where we now spent our life to get to Area M to fish, and now it's a burden because we don't know if we're going to be able to. With that said, I commend all the regions of Alaska, and with that, have come forth with these concerns of fish. With that being said, as a lifelong fisherman, I believe with local knowledge and advanced testing of the mouths of the rivers and Bristol Bay, we can find sustainable solutions and accurate records for all waters of Alaska. It can be done, I believe, without reducing any fishing time for any region with the technology that is available today and with the science that you guys present. And I'm hopefully, with that, it can increase fishing times for everybody. That is all I have to say. Any questions?
Looks like Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Hi, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Ms. Demoski. What you're describing sounds an awful lot like what the Area M Sainers are advocating as far as a voluntary program. Is that what you're supporting, or is it some hybrid that differs?
No, you're gonna have to.
Are you familiar with the voluntary program that the Area M Sainers had undertaken last year?
No, I'm no Sainer, I'm a set netter.
No, I
I've been
understand
setting
that,
nets
but
for
the
all my life.
concept, no. If you're not familiar with it, thank you. Yeah.
No, that
problem.
went, phew.
Okay.
Yeah. So, anything else?
Doesn't look like it. Thank you very
Oh, yeah.
much for being
Yeah.
here. Appreciate your testimony.
And also, I want to thank the state troopers for being here, too. I really appreciate what you guys do on the water for us, for keeping us safe and everything. So, appreciate that.
Alvin Osterbeck Jr. Hi, Alvin. Welcome.
Hey. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alvin D. Osterbeck Jr. I'm a lifelong resident of Sandpoint. I'm a commercial fisherman from Area M. I started with my dad and grandfather at 8 years old, and I am in opposition of the proposals that threaten the Area M. Presently, I am an Area M set netter, and my teenage daughter has been fishing with me for the last couple of years. She loves fishing, and I hope she can take over my fishing operation when the time comes and if we still have a fishery by then. For generations, Area M has been defending its fisheries by giving up time, area, and gear. Therefore, I oppose the proposals to further regulate Area M. These proposals would be devastating to our communities and our fishermen. And basically, that's it.
Well said. Any questions? Thank you for being here, Alvin. Appreciate your testimony. Stanley Mack. Hi, Stanley. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Get this paperwork out here. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity for me to speak. First off, my name is Stanley Mack, born and raised in King Cove, residing now in Sandpoint. Lifelong fisherman in Area M. I'm testifying in support of the resolution 2304 that was passed by the city of Sandpoint in February 14, 2022. That'll be RC 68. I fished all my life in Area M, the Alaska Peninsula. I've done every type of fishery there is down there. I now drift gillnet. Let's just stop for a moment and really look at the problem. I feel for the folks up at the Yukon. What I maintain is not the Alaska Peninsula nor Area M that's the cause of this problem. You've heard testimony for the last several days. And also you had one-on-one with many of the folks expressing their concerns and offering opinion and solutions. And of course, the bottom line is they want to stop Area M from fishing. Area M has been under attack, and I can go back probably till, well, let's see how you say about the 70s or the 60s, when Bristol Bay had a big gripe about us catching all their fish. And then it just continued on. But that's democracy or government in control or whatever. You'll hear my opinion and you'll hear theirs. But the problem I have is there's not much science put into this. I testified the last time I was before the board, and we talked about the Chignik issue, Black Lake. I introduced RCs that in black and white, the scientists have said, you have a problem. And if you don't contend to it, it's going to get worse. And it has gotten worse. I see this happening in the Yukon, Kuskokwim. I've introduced 3 RCs that science has determined. One of them that I really liked was a CNN report when they interviewed someone, I think it was in Port Yukon or in that neighborhood someplace. And they concluded that the problem is the 3 M's: military, mining, and machinery. Those 3 contribute to a lot of damage. When the military left, and I can vouch for this, the military left Cold Bay, and we're still cleaning up the mess. We don't have a chum run there in Cold Bay anymore. I guess my time is up. But I'm saying that we can't stand to have any more cuts in our fishery because it's a domino effect. It will hit the individual fishermen, it will hit the families, it will hit the
Thank you, Stanley.
everything you can imagine.
Appreciate that. And you submitted 3 RCs at this meeting, you said?
Pardon me, yes.
You did? Do you happen to know what those RC numbers are?
The RC numbers are,
It's all right, we can find them. I just, if you had them
Yeah,
handy, I was gonna
30,
write 'em down.
31, 32, or something in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
welcome.
Are there any questions for Stanley? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here
Thank you.
today. 31, 32, 33. Thanks. All right, it's a little after 5. I'd like to take about a 30-minute break and come back together at 5:30. My plan is, instead of taking a lengthy dinner break tonight, to come back in about a half an hour and go for a couple more hours, and probably pausing around 7 or 7:30 tonight instead of going until 9. So that's my plan, and so give everybody the opportunity to stretch your legs a little bit, and then we will continue, beginning with testifier number 82 until about 7:30 tonight. Thank you.
Can't hear you.
All right, time is 10 to 6, 5:50 PM. We're coming back on the record. And we're at, again, testifier number 82. Just for the public's information, we've had a tremendous response to our call for public testimony at this meeting. Got 295 people that have signed up, and so we are anticipating up to 2 additional days of this meeting. So I just kind of wanted to let you guys know as soon as we did that that is a very distinct possibility that this meeting is going to go beyond Saturday. So I would encourage folks to make adjustments to your hotel reservations if you can, if you plan on sticking around till the very end. I just kind of was taking a look at the numbers and was curious to see how far we were going to get today, and I think it's quite probable that we're going to add another day or so onto this meeting so that we can get through all of the public testimony. So with that, let's get to it, shall we? And in front of next testifier I have on the list is Amber Vasca. Hi, Amber. After Amber, we'll have Shannon Earhart, Shirley Marquardt, and Lena Hoblet. So, also, I would encourage folks, if I call your name, that you're going to be coming up, just to move things along a little bit faster. You can come and move to the front if there's seats available, and that'll be just a shorter walk to the microphone. Hi. Thank you for being here. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Amber Vasca, and my family's originally from Antioch, and I'm providing testimony on behalf of Karma Alvi, the chief of the Native Village of Eagle and the chair of the Eagle AC. Our subsistence needs are not being met. The Han people of the Native Village of Eagle had 0 opportunities to fish for the last 3 years, and very few openers for the last 10 years. The Han population in Canada has also been facing the same situation and continued to conserve. Escapement goals and treaty obligations are not being met. In 2022, 12,000 Chinook crossed the Eagle sonar. There were no Yukon River or tributary summer chum salmon escapement goals met in 2021 or 2022. Summer chum salmon escapement in 2021 was the lowest on record, representing an 84% decline from the 2010 to 2019 average, while the same year, it was the record high harvest in Area M with over 1.1 million chum. This is a serious concern. The Yukon River people have conserved through, and though it's hard on our families, culturally, spiritually, and economically, we hope that the salmon would return in abundance for future generations. There's a lot of factors that are driving the salmon declines, like warming waters, disease, predators, low fitness levels, and commercial fishing. In the face of uncertainty, the Sustainable Salmon Policy directs the board to take action that errs on the side of conservation when severely depressed escapements are documented. Conservation is our responsibility and under our control. It is how we can support our salmon to reach their spawning grounds and meet escapement and treaty obligations. Alaskans along the Kuskokwim and Yukon River have held the burden of conservation, and it's now time for all Alaskans to share the burden of conservation, specifically commercial fisheries. Per Alaska Statute 1605-258, the Board of Fish has the statutory obligation to prioritize sustainable salmon fisheries and provide reasonable opportunities for customary and traditional subsistence fishing prior to non-subsistence uses. Subsistence is the priority, except subsistence fishing is closed on our rivers, while commercial fishing harvests over 2.7 million chum in the last 4 years. Something must change, or we will lose our salmon into extinction. Please consider Proposal 140. We must be good relatives to our salmon and do something for these animals that cannot speak for themselves. We are not asking to stop commercial fishing, but to reduce the fishing pressure on these stocks. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Any questions from the board? Mr. Heimbach?
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any chance that Chief Carmer is going to be here for committee of the whole?
She will not. Unfortunately, she has COVID.
Thanks.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for delivering the message on behalf of Chief Olvey. Shannon Earhart. Hi, Shannon.
Good evening. I've been in this before, but I was the last person a few months ago when I made public testimony at a different meeting. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for staying here so late and listening to all of us and your dedication to your job. My name is Shannon Earhart. I'm a Nulato tribal member currently residing in Fairbanks, Alaska. I have family all the way from Nulato up to Dena'ina into Dena'ina and Minto. And you know, our subsistence needs haven't been met. I'm a grandmother now, and I rely on my children to go back, as our customs do, to go hunting and fishing to provide for our family, and it is definitely getting much harder. You heard earlier today one of our young representatives talk about an ecosystems crash, and we're seeing the difference. As in our native beliefs, we believe that everything is in a circle and feeds upon each other. We're seeing our bears go hungry, we're seeing wolves go hungry, they're moving closer into our villages, which is a safety concern for our peoples. And we are going hungry when we're not allowed to fish. As I've mentioned, I think before to some of you, you know, we are the river people, and we never knew what happened in the oceans. We were concerned with what we had here, but now we're seeing major changes that is affecting our lives, and so we are bringing it farther. I'm in support of Proposal 140. I've been hearing a lot of people from the Area M region testify that we're trying to shut them down. We have been shut down. We haven't had commercial for over 20 years. We don't even have subsistence now. All we are asking is for them to reduce some of their time to allow some of the fish to go through, and hopefully they will replenish our stocks. We are not asking for big things. We know that they are not the complete problem, but if we are looking at climate change, and while we're asking our state and federal agencies to look at different studies to help protect our fish, we have to control something that we can do, which is commercial fishing, to allow that to give us time. We heard a testimony yesterday from one of our biologists when somebody point blank asked her, do you think the salmon will replenish anytime? And she said, no, not anytime soon. If we only have 3 years until the next Board of Fish meeting, we need those 3 years to start looking at answers that we can to figure out what's happening to our salmon. I said, excuse me. And so that's pretty much, I think, all. I said I do want to say that, you know, the AYK region is 118 rural communities that are being represented by these people today. That's over 120,000 Alaskan citizens that are being affected. We have schools that are closing down. We have kids going to boarding schools. We don't even have economic benefits. I've heard somebody say timber, harvest oils. So sure, some of our regional corporations have that, but not all. It doesn't support many of our families. It's just a small drop in the bucket for those that we're trying to keep our communities alive in interior Alaska. I think I'm going to end it right there today, and I just want to thank you all for your time and listening to us.
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Shirley Marquardt. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. It doesn't happen often. For the record, my name is Shirley Marquardt, and I am the Executive Director of the Southwest Alaska Municipal Conference. SWAMC is a regional economic development organization serving the Bristol Bay Borough, Dillingham Census Area, Kodiak Island Borough, Lake and Penn Borough, and the Aleutian Pribilofs. Our membership since 1988 includes tribes, ANCs, Native Economic Development Organizations, nonprofits, fisheries support businesses, and municipalities. The communities we represent depend primarily on our historical fisheries, both culturally and economically. I've spent more than 40 years in the Southwest Alaska seafood and marine transportation industry while raising 2 kids and a neurotic dog and building a home in Alaska, where I served for 23 years as a city council member and mayor. I know fishing. I know these communities. I know these people. I know how deeply important sustainable and responsibly managed fisheries are throughout our region. At our founding in 1988, Swampsea recognized our most valuable resources have always been our seafood and fishing industry and the men and women who have made their living and established homes, businesses, schools, local governments, and a challenging region for generations because of that. Today, among many other issues, that means advocating for the South Alaska Peninsula salmon fishery, sometimes referred to as Area M, and for the communities whose economies and livelihoods have historically depended on it. Some seem to be calling for the closure or some closures or strong limits on this fishery, hoping to address resource challenges to the east and north of our region. However, doing so would result in extremely negative consequences for these communities I know so well, and in the face of science that does not seem to support a closure as identified, say, in Proposal 140, as a solution to a very complex problem. Both NOAA and ADF&G research find other culprits, including the small smolt survival rate due to changing marine conditions that we all recognize are occurring, and doesn't point to a significant impact from the South Alaska Peninsula fishery. Hurting the communities in this region will not result in help for others, according to the science. Almost everyone in the Area M communities, King Cove, Sandpoint, Cold Bay, Akitan, False Pass, and Nelson Lagoon, are deeply intertwined with salmon fishing. June and July is where most fishermen make their bank payments and payroll for the summer. Not only do they depend on the work generated by this fishery, but their community's survival is also inextricably linked to the fishery. Tax revenue generated from this fishery funds schools, nonprofits, roads, basic infrastructure, and countless other community cornerstones, as well as providing jobs in the marine transportation industry and the vessel support sector of mostly small local businesses. The summer fishery is the foundation of a stable economy and is a central piece to the economic stability of the connected region. Briefly, just closing up, I'm asking the Board of Fish to maintain the status quo of the current ADF&G Alaska Peninsula Management Plan to ensure that this fisheries and the communities that depend on it are able to survive and thrive in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marquardt. Mr. Heimbach.
Just a quick question, Shirley. I've heard some concern expressed at the state level that the viability of some of the communities along the ferry system out there is a concern to people, you know, the amount of traffic and everything. Has Swampsea been approached or looked at the relationship between the viability of the economy out there and the provision of transportation through the ferry system from Chignik on out to Dutch?
Very much so. That's always been a priority of Swampsea's for years. And as a matter of fact, I also sit on the ANMHOB board as the chair. So I am very connected to that issue. And each summer I take the Dena'ina from Kodiak out to Unalaska and then fly back in order to visit these communities and see how it's being utilized. It's a necessary piece of the transportation environment that our region needs. But those communities are trying very hard. They're thriving in spite of everything that's thrown at them. They work very hard to do so. And I think what you're hearing from a lot of the testimony today is they're acknowledging that there is something not good going on with our neighbors up to the north and the east. And we feel that, we understand that pain. And the concern is that by transferring some of that pain to a region that may have a very limited impact on the pain up northeast, just seems like a sum-zero game. Nobody wins.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you all for your time.
Lena Hoblet, followed by Stephen Gallivan, Carlene Hoblet, and Shane Hoblet with the Falls Pass AC, and then Ben Mobeck Sr. Hi, Lena. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lena Aloysius Hoblet. I was born in Bethel and raised in Holy Cross, two communities rooted in the AYK. My parents still live there, and I understand and empathize with the struggle that they are enduring. My childhood memories are dominated by recollections of my parents and community going out on boats and bringing back fish that our people have harvested and survived on for generations. I grew up fishing for subsistence, and I know how deeply important it is, not only for the physical survival, but the survival of our cultures and the identities of Native people across Alaska. I am one of the few in this room whose heart is in both regions. Today, I call False Pass home, and I've raised my kids there. They have been raised to know subsistence, and they value it. They've created their own memories, both in False Pass and the AYK region. I've seen the harvest change in my lifetime, from years of abundance to some years where there is nothing at all, and I am brokenhearted by the impossible situation many communities in the AYK, including mine, the one that I grew up in, find themselves in with increasingly diminished salmon runs. However, I know that shutting down Area M, that my community, False Pass, and many, many other communities in the Western Alaska depend on, will not solve any of the problems the AYK is facing. Instead, it will cause more communities to suffer. We know this because every major research study and data set demonstrates that limiting or shutting down Area M fishery will not solve the salmon return crisis in the AYK. This conclusion is from the Department of Fish and Game, supported by both NOAA and ADF&G studies, demonstrating that the impact that 5+ years of poor ocean conditions have had on AYK chum salmon. I've spent my entire life rooted in the fisheries, both subsistence and commercial, and I know firsthand their importance. However, I also value science and research. Study after study has shown that the crash in AYK stocks is not related to the Area M fishery. We owe it to ourselves and to our children to discuss this issue with our eyes wide open, not blinded by fear and blame. While the decline in AYK salmon stocks is scary and threatening, it makes no sense, not scientifically, not economically, not culturally, to shut down the Area M fishery in an effort to somehow save the fisheries in AYK. To me, this action looks and feels diametrically opposed to those of our culture and values. We must model respectful behavior for our children. This behavior that we are currently seeing is not indicative of who we are as people and as Alaskans in general. This is our home and we must do better. We have to embrace the values that have allowed our people to survive and thrive since time immemorial and stop blaming our neighbors. As a woman raised in the AYK and now living in the Aleutians, I state this with conviction. We are all trying to survive and feed our families. Shutting down the Area M fishery will not bring back the AYK salmon abundance of years past, but it will inflict pain and suffering on families and many communities that have absolutely nothing to do with this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Lena. Any questions? Appreciate your being here today.
Appreciate your time.
Stephen Gallivan. Good evening, Stephen. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Stephen Galvin, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself. I'm the captain of the FE Shawnee in Sandpoint. I've lived my entire life there. I began fishing when I was 11, running a boat at 19. I am now 66 and still actively fishing Area M. I come from Aleutian descent and fish like my father and my grandfather before me. Area M currently has 115 seine permits total. 71 of them are held by Alaska residents like myself. In 2022, only 64 permits were active. Alaska Peninsula fisheries are mixed stock fisheries, not bycatch fisheries. Even the Bristol Bay fishery is a mixed stock fishery. I have witnessed myself how the mixture of multiple stocks has provided a buffer from harming any one stock. Almost everyone in our 6 communities works in the fishing industry. Proposal 140 would economically ruin the Aleutian East Borough. This proposal would cause the harvesting practice that I've passed on to my children and grandchildren to be forever changed, while only preserving a fraction of another fishery. Keeping the current Alaska Peninsula Fisheries Management Plan would be the best thing for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Carlene and Shane Hoblet, False Pass AC.
Hello, Madam Chair and Board of Fisheries. My name is Shane Hoblet. I am an Area M seiner who did not participate in the June fishery last year. Accompanying me is my wife, Carlene Hoblet, and we are representing the False Pass Advisory Committee. We are a community made up of 65 people who reside there year-round. Our advisory committee is made up of 5 members. False Pass is nestled between the Bering Sea and the Pacific Ocean, a unique location that provides an abundance of traffic from all fishing fleets year-round. We are a community within the Aleutian's East Borough and that heavily relies on economic benefit of salmon. We are a small, tight-knit village with no more than 65 year-round residents. The economic stimulation from the salmon fishery is what allows the community to be sustainable and exist. The False Pass AC is highly concerned about multiple proposals that seek to limit the mixed stock salmon fisheries in Area M. These proposals threaten our community and our tribal members' subsistence lifestyle, and by extension, threaten our community's sustainability and our culture. The desperation felt by communities reeling from fisheries failures, our communities included, can only be alleviated by the stock recoveries that scientifically sound management can bring, and not by increasing economic hardship in other communities that have nothing to do with the crisis in other regions. We ask you to hear our concerns about misunderstandings of our fishing culture and the opposed proposals and their stated goals. One area where we see significant misunderstanding of our fishing culture is in the inappropriate conflation of incidental catch and mixed stock fishing. The traditional value is an integral part of our culture, as well as many others, which usually means multiple species that change over the season. While our voluntary and proactive fishing advances allows incidental catch to account for increasingly smaller proportions of the haul, it remains an important aspect of the fishing family's bottom line. From variety of home packs and opportunities to document other species for future fisheries changes and other species to rely on when unprecedented changes threatens the only economy we have ever known. Incidental catch amounts to resilience within the ecosystem, the fishery, and our fishing-reliant communities. The following proposals fall into 3 categories: concerns about Chignik stock, concerns about Western Alaska chum, and concerns about Chinook, and so have been separated to better discuss the conservation activities of each species and area. We oppose Proposal 133 because while this proposal intends to improve Chignik sockeye harvest opportunities by reducing areas fished in Area M, both Chignik sockeye escapement and harvest opportunities have improved over the last 2 years while recovering from environmental change, making these area closures unnecessary at this time. We oppose Proposal 134, and that asks to revert to the 2001-2003 management plan, but adds Chignik sockeye and coho salmon. Because Chignik sockeye escapement has been improving under the current plan and without ADF&G identified coho issue in this management area, it does not warrant reverting to an outdated management plan. The call for better genetic studies is appropriate to improve our scientific understanding and management of Alaska's changing fisheries. We oppose Proposal 135 that calls to manage to an 82% Unimac and 18% Shumagon Island sockeye ratio, because this proposal may not be based on actual current proportions, nor is it necessary while the current management plan provides increasing escapement and harvesting opportunities in the Chignik area. We oppose Proposal 150 because this proposal would increase the South Peninsula fishing area that's fall under the Southeastern District mainland, setting a precedent to increase the area under more restrictive management, despite increasing escapement and harvest opportunities in the Chignik fishery that demonstrates the effectiveness of the current management plan. Allow the current management plan to continue to provide greater escapement and fishing opportunities. We urge you to oppose the proposals I have just mentioned. in addition to proposals 136 through 139, proposal 140, proposal 151 and 152, and proposal 154 as opposed by the False Pass Advisory Committee. I would like to speak to the proposals of the False Pass Advisory Committee supports and urges the board to support as well. We strongly support proposal 144 and proposal 161 with amended RC-8, and we support the Aleutian East Boroughs Resolution 23-33. Our advisory committee of False Pass urges the Board of Fisheries to focus on the research and support sustainable science-based fisheries and ensure our community can continue to exist. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for the excellent AC report. That was really well done. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you for traveling. Thank you for your service on the AC.
I also have one for the False Pass Tribe. Can I read that now as well?
No, we're going to take it up in that order. Thank you.
Okay.
Ben
Thank you.
Mobic, thank you. Ben Mobic Sr. Hi, Ben. Welcome to the table. I said, welcome. Hit the button on your microphone to turn it on, and you're good to go.
Right there, good enough. Okay. My name is, memory, the numbers of the board here. My name is Ben Mobeck, Senior, and I am testifying on behalf of myself. I oppose 140 and 140, and I own a small fishing vessel in Sandpoint where I have lived many I lived there my entire life. In the summer, I operate my boat as a set netter, and I have also purse-seined in the past. But now I'm subsistence and fishing in also I'm an important part of the committee. It has also become impossible to pay for boats and expenses. We losing more time fishing it's not an option in Area M. It is unfair for us to worry about losing our livelihood when there is no scientific support these proposals. Keep our management plan the same is the best option for our community. Okay, how was that?
Good job. So quick question for you. So you're a set netter. Where's your set net site at? Where do you fish out of?
Well, any one of you want to come out there with me, I'll show you this summer.
Hey, I was in the neighborhood last year.
Everything will be free when you get out there, but get out there and I'll take you out there and show you some rocks.
Typically, where do you fish? What areas do you fish in?
I fish Nagai and Mountain Point mostly. Because they took away the mainland from us anyway, so I got to fish out there. in the 20-footers, waves.
Yeah. And are you just primarily a set net operation now, or?
Well, I'm trying. I just don't know if I should give up yet. Because I don't know if I'm ready yet. 'Cause I'm 78 years old and I'm still working harder now than when I was 25.
Fair enough.
Okay? Okay.
Are there any other questions
Thank
from the
you.
board? Thank you for your
Yeah.
testimony today. Thank you for making the trip. Carlin Hoblet? Carlin?
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your time. Department staff, thank you for your timely and informative reports. For the record, my name is Carlin Hoblet. I'm a board member of the Area Seiners Association, but I'm testifying on my own behalf. I'm a third-generation Area fisherman from Falls Pass and a member of the native village of Falls Pass. Also for the record, please refer to PC 10 for Area comments, and I will be participating in Committee of the Whole. My paternal grandmother worked in a cannery, and my maternal grandfather commercial fished, as well as both of my parents. My parents were both born and have spent their whole lives in the Aleutian's East Borough. The salmon are part of who we are as a people. My family has lived off the salmon in our area for generations before any of these WASSP and Year of the Salmon studies came about. Most of our seine fleet share these same values and historical ties as people who have fished our waters for generations. I'm not here to argue that our livelihood is more important than others, and I don't deny the issues that we're all here to address, the declines in salmon returns across the state. The facts are out, the science is there. I won't stand here and spew numbers at you either, except for one. That 1,200 some miles previously mentioned between Area M and certain fishing sites upriver. If actions taken against us have an insignificant effect on those sites, why are we here? And what future actions are being taken between Area M and said sites? Warming waterways and oceans are the primary cause. We know this from multiple research studies that you have been presented with. The problem is much bigger than Area M or any of us in this room for that matter. The sad truth is that our oceans are going through major changes. It's easy to point the finger at Area M as a mixed stock fishery. But if you stop us from catching the minuscule amount that we are, it wouldn't equal a drop in a bucket toward revitalizing those stocks of concern. It would, however, devastate our region, our communities. This affects my parents, my children, my 3-year-old son, and my 6-year-old daughter, who cherish and look forward to time they get to spend on our family boat. If time and area are taken away from the Area M June fishery, or it is capped, our fleet will have fewer options to avoid chum due to the race to fish to survive. If that happens, the most likely scenario is that our chum catch percentages will spike dramatically. With the time we had this previous season, we were able to create a voluntary management strategy to avoid chum. We adapted our fishery to avoid as much chum as possible while freely working around tides and weather, which for us translated to a substantial sacrificial loss of production. The fishermen and communities of Area M are good neighbors. We are Alaskans. With my Mount Edgecombe High School ties, there was camaraderie at a younger age with people here in this room. But here now, we are pitted against one another, and it sickens me to have to defend myself and my way of life against individuals that I, for all intents and purposes, grew up with. We want to support the people of our neighboring regions, but we too need to survive. I ask you to study the science, to do the only thing that we can do here, manage with science and for sustainability.
Thank you, Carlin. Are there any questions? Mr. Heimbach?
Carlin, thank you for your testimony. I've known you forever, but you're still reflective of a very young generation of Aleut people from the past, the Cove and Sandpoint. And so I'll ask you this, since I know that that voluntary seine program was really driven by older guys almost my age, what do the young people from out there think about the viability of that stand-down voluntary stand-down that happened, and you have a lot of hopes that there's some future in that for helping to solve these problems we're facing.
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, I think there is hope in that voluntary adaptive plan. It was, I don't want to say hastily, it was quickly thrown together, but very effectively thrown together. And there have been vast improvements made on it since then. Communication has been a big one that everybody's talking about. There's software that's been in the works, an app and a portal to streamline information sharing with department staff in real time. And as quickly that it was thrown together, I've heard accolades from across the state of how successful we were as a group with such a complicated plan, with a lot of moving parts. And it was all done in the name of conservation.
Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next up is testifier number 90, Eric Nucci, followed by Zach Wooding, Jacob and Renee Ivanoff, and Darren Platt. Hi, Eric. Welcome.
We're referring to RC 20.
Just in case members didn't catch that, he said RC 20. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Madam Chair and Board of Fish members. My name is Eric Nucci, and I've been commercial fishing in Area M for 17 seasons now. Having fished those waters for over half of my life, I care a lot about seeing the Area M management style continue to support the health of local fish stocks, as well as the fishermen who depend upon them. This is why I oppose Proposal 120. I will refer to the WASUP study here, which is the most comprehensive study done, which includes the North Peninsula sockeye salmon runs. This is arguably the most powerful tool at our disposal for estimating true harvest rates. Using the 3 years of the WASUP study, we can look at the harvest rates of the Nelson River sockeye throughout Area M. In RC 20, the pie charts to the left show in dark red the combined Nelson River terminal catch plus escapement, with the other colors being non-terminal catch from other Area M sections. Additionally, the bar charts to the right of each pie chart show the breakdown of the Nelson River terminal catch and escapement, with the escapement goal shown overlaid in black. When I look at RC 20, what stands out to me is how the vast majority of the Nelson River sockeye either are caught in Nelson Lagoon or make it up the river. Anywhere from 86 to 97% of the run, depending on which year we're looking at. We can also see that in 2006 and in 2008, the Nelson River did make its high-end escapement goal, and in 2007, escapement was near to that upper end goal. Harvests of the Nelson River stock in the North Peninsula look very similar to other non-terminal harvest rates within the WASUP study. In other words, a very small portion of sockeye get harvested elsewhere, but the great majority of the run escapes upriver or gets harvested near the river of origin, in this case, within the Nelson Lagoon itself. Another important fact is that the Nelson River has met its escapement goal for 49 of the last 50 years, the one exception being in 2011. 2011 was in the middle of the effects of a large flood event that led to this anomalous decrease in the Nelson River sockeye and led to similar impacts on many other North Peninsula rivers. That year, the Nelson Lagoon fishery did harvest 75,000 sockeye salmon. The WASUP study has been useful in showing us how few of the Nelson River sockeye are being caught from outside Nelson Lagoon. It is important to note here that the vast majority of the Nelson River sockeye are making it into Nelson Lagoon or further upstream. If our fishing management ceases to be tied to escapement and aerial surveys, the risk to the health of Area M river systems will be huge. The current management system, one that has been in place since statehood, can react to big pushes of fish, whereas Proposal 120 removes all of our control on the escapement of Area M rivers. This will likely lead to large volumes of fish crowding Area M river systems year after year. With that risk in mind, I urge the board to vote against Proposal 120 and continue to look after the health and longevity of all Area M rivers. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your ongoing support.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you for being here. Zach Wooding? Can you state that into the mic just so we can get it on the record?
Yes, I'll be
Thanks.
referring to RC 21.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and the members of the Board of Fish, my name is Zach Wooding. I'm a third-generation area fisherman. I've been fishing since I was 10 years old and became a permit holder at 18. My family has over 40 years of experience participating in the Board of Fish process. I'm here today to present evidence that strongly suggests the proposed restriction outlined in Proposal 140 on the June South Unimac fishery, due to its impact it has on the Upper Yukon fall chum, is unwarranted, based on data from the genetic studies done in the area. Firstly, a genetic analysis of chum salmon harvested in the South Unimac and Shumagon Islands June fisheries between 1993 and 1996 found that the fall Yukon chum salmon were either a small component or were absent in the fishery sampled. With such a small proportion of Upper Yukon fall chum salmon present in the area, the impact of the June South Unimac Shumagon Island fishery on this reporting group is negligible. In addition to the previous evidence, perhaps the biggest genetic study in the world of salmon in the world, WASIP, found that the harvest rate of Upper Yukon fall chum salmon in the June South Unimac fishery was insignificant. In all the years of the study, the harvest rate was a fraction of a %. Given the low harvest rates of Upper Yukon fall chum salmon in the June South Unimac fishery, it's clear that the impact of the fishery on this reporting group is negligible. Furthermore, in 2022, the genetic stock composition study, the laboratory error rate is equal to the median stock composition of Upper Yukon chum. This implies that the stock composition of the Upper Yukon chum is not a significant factor to consider when making management decisions for the South Unimac fishery. Also, the harvest estimate of the Upper Yukon chums in June South Unimac is a fraction of the standard deviation of the estimated total run size, showing that the June South Unimac fishery has almost no impact on the Upper Yukon chum salmon escapement. Lastly, according to ADF&G sonar-based chum counts at Pilot Station, the confidence margins are greater by an order of magnitude than any catch of Upper Yukon chums in the aforementioned studies of June South Unimac and Shumagon Islands. Again, showing the fishery impact on this reporting group is negligible. In conclusion, based on nearly a decade of cutting-edge research, the fall Upper Yukon chum salmon are almost absent from the June South Unimac Shumagon Island fishery. Even with an abundance of caution, there is simply no basis to restrict the June South Unimac fishery for the management of Yukon fall chum salmon.
Thank you, Zach. Quick question for you. So your testimony focused on the Upper Yukon. Do you have any thoughts on the other CWAC stocks? And
No, I specifically focused on Upper Yukon because of the low stock comps and harvest rates that we've had in South Unimac.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Zare. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Jacob and Renee Ivanov with the Southern Norton Sound AC. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Madam Chair, member of the board, my name for the record is Jacob Ivanov. I'm the chairman of the Southern Norton Sound Advisory Committee, and I have my cousin Renee with me, who is the secretary. The last time I came and testified in front of you guys in 2020, I was the chairman and secretary, so I'm happy that she had stepped up and taken that position for me. I'm here to testify on behalf of Southern Norton Sound regarding Proposal 140. The June fishery is an intercept fishery of the mixed stock fishery. In 2021, of the 1.16 million chums harvested, 57% was bound for the coastal Western Alaska areas, and that came out to 665,000 chums. If 1% or 1.5% of the chums had reached Norton Sound, our majority of the region would have met escapement goals And evidence shows that the early June fishery catches a fair amount of the chums from our area. But there's also many factors that cause a result, has been stated by the evidence, research with the warm waters. But if we continue allowing a fishery to continue to harvest a large number of fish, chum salmon, during the reason, that's one thing that we can control. Natural effects are things that we cannot control. If we continue allowing a large factor of the fish being harvested within the area M, there's a possibility of us losing all of our chums. So that's, I'm going to say more about this in my personal testimony to some of these things we didn't discuss during our AC meeting. So going to proposal 138, placing an observer on the fishery. After hearing the evidence and knowing that with the genetics that it is going to have to be sent to a laboratory, and not having all the evidence in front of us during our time of our meeting, I think we may have had a different say on this, but we would like to see continued studies on the genetics for the chum catches within the area M. So with the understanding of placing an observer on each boat, it would make no sense. And so even though we supported it, we didn't have all the evidence in front of us on what it took to do the genetic studies. Proposal 139 we supported, but we feel that proposal 140 is better for this advisory committee. Proposal 142, the committee opposed proposal 142 to allow more fishing time within the June management fishing. And her and I discussed proposal 147, although it's the post-June fishery, and we opposed that. We realized that the post-June fishery has a minimal effect on the coastal Western Alaska fisheries, and so we, like I said, we didn't have all the evidence in front of us at the time of the meeting to show that the post-June management. But I feel that I think if we knew that, the committee would have taken no action on proposal 147. All right, that concludes our AC.
Very good. Are there any questions for the AC report? Hearing none, thank you for that report, and thank you both for your service on the AC. And Jacob, would you like to give your personal testimony at this time?
Yes, I would. And this is for the 2021 season. The regional biologist had came for us in the spring of 2021, indicating that we were going to see a normal size run of chums, but we fished for 3 to 4 weeks straight, and we were only able to get 30 chums, and that's one bucket of chums. Normally my mom likes to put 150 chums away for subsistence use, and that the regional biologist could not tell us what the reason behind the major decline in the chum salmons. And now we see that in 2021, there's 1.16. And again, like I stated earlier, if only 1.5% of those fish were bound for the Norton Sound, we would have been able to get the subsistence need and meet the escapement goal within Norton Sound. 1.15% is, or 1.5% is only 10,000 chums. And again, in 2020, we had a hard time catching fish for subsistence need. We barely met our need, But again, my mom is from the Yukon, and so she's sending at least a bucket to my uncles, bucket of chum salmon to my uncles for their need. And so that's leaving us feeding 3 families in Unalakleet, so we're getting 1 bucket, and that doesn't last all winter. And as a commercial fisherman, in 2018 was a good year for chum fishing, and ever since then, we haven't been able to make any kind of money on the chum fisheries. We're having a hard time paying our loans that we've taken out to get the permits and the motors. And so for us to have to suffer a lot, and I understand, I don't want to have you guys shut down the Area M, but they need to understand what it's like to not be able to make the payments. We haven't been, it's been a tough thing, and it's very stressful knowing that you have this loan for a permit and a boat and you can't even make it. It has been very difficult for us in the past 2-3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Renee?
Madam Chair and fellow board members, first of all, thank you guys for your service and your time. For the record, my name is Renee Ivanoff. I'm from Unalakleet, a community in Norton Sound. I'm here to testify as a subsistence user in regards to support of Proposal 140. CWAC chums are in decline. Yes, natural causes including environmental and ocean conditions and other unnotable variables such as bycatch are relevant factors, but as Board of Fish representatives, I politely ask you to be mindful and proactive to consider all aspects, including the Area M June fishery being a component of this decline. 2022 harvest rates for CWAC chums in Area M June fishery may seem low to many, roughly 18%, but that is approximately 96,000 fish that do not have a chance to reach the AYK region. Furthermore, the fecundity, the brood, and the eggs of these 96,000 fish are completely lost. In my opinion, every fish matters, as chances of survival to adulthood and to spawn are very low. Chum and pig salmon are the most abundant species in Norton Sound. While king salmon are the most desired species, they have been particular concern, and chum is on the trajectory to follow that trend. I'd like to present some chum salmon escapement estimates for several rivers in Norton Sound. For time purposes, I'm referencing the percentage decline in chum salmon estimates from 2022 compared to that of 2017. For Unalakleet River, 91% decline. Shaktoolik River, 89% decline. Quinnipiac River, 71% decline. El Dorado, 90% decline. We are fortunate to still have the opportunity to harvest chum salmon, but this will not be the case for the next generations to come. If we do not take regulatory measures, for the next generations comes if we do not take regulatory measures. My family's salmon harvest efforts feeds 5 households. This does not include the extra efforts to provide food for my aunt, uncles, and relatives that live near or on the Yukon River who had subsistence closures for a couple years. The last 2 years has been so poor, we can hardly ration our catch amongst each other. For some of my family, salmon harvest is a means of supplementing the high costs of commercial goods, including nutrition and food security. 2 of my brothers commercial fish, and economically, it's not feasible. It's barely even a side job. Our culture stability is vulnerable. Yes, we have pink salmon, but are they equitable to that of chum and kings? Even the cohort are in decline as well. Subsistence is our livelihood to many of us in this room, our identity in some aspects. By the next meeting cycle, 3 years from now, and in conjunction with the last 2 to 3 years of poor chum salmon estimates, shortfalls are going to lead to disaster. Anyways, under state statute, subsistence maintains priority use over other fisheries. So as representatives, please be mindful in supporting Proposal 140.
Thank you, Renee. Are there any questions from members of the board? Thank you for your testimony again, and thank you both for your service on the AC.
Thank you.
Darren Platt with the, looks like Kodiak Sanders Association. Hi, Darren. Welcome.
My name is Darren Platt, and I'm here to represent the Kodiak Sanders Association. Our members include over 100 active vessels. 85 to 90% of the vessels in the Kodiak area are Alaska residents, hailing primarily from the communities of the Kodiak Archipelago and Homer. I personally own and operate a 48-foot seine vessel working exclusively in the Kodiak area. First, I would like to state that my comments today do not pertain to the situation facing Western chum and Chinook stocks. We genuinely sympathize with the AYK residents facing an extraordinary situation of salmon scarcity, as well as the area fishermen who feel unfairly targeted and are tasked with solving a problem that is beyond their immediate control. We hope that you are able to broker a deal that soothes rather than aggravates interregional disharmony in our state. With that said, KSA supports traditional mixed stock fisheries and the mixed stock policy. Mixed stock fisheries allow harvesters to access an expanded portfolio of salmon stocks, which stabilizes coastal economies and relieves fishermen from the downfalls of isolated overdependence on local stocks. Unfortunately for Kodiak, the board recently has not expressed this sentiment in our area. And in 2020, we were deprived of significant traditional harvest opportunities by eliminating a viable Cape Egg fishery and applying minuscule sockeye caps in areas where our fleet has operated for generations. The result inhibited fishermen from harvesting local stocks while simultaneously forcing Kodiak fishermen to rely more intensely on those stocks, all without providing any protections for non-local stocks in the adjacent area of Chignik. Whereas department staff clearly stated at this meeting, fishermen have been expanding their efforts over the last decade into outlying districts, harvesting high percentages of non-local fish, and as the WASP study indicates, including eastbound sockeye heading for streams to the Kodiak and Cook Inlet area. This makes Chignik currently the only expanding and unregulated mixed stock fishery in the Western Gulf. There are multiple proposals before the board that are ostensibly designed to enable harvest of pink and chum salmon in the outlying districts of Chignik, but these would also result in increased pressure on Cook Inlet and late-run Kodiak sockeye. These proposals should not be adopted without consideration for their impact on eastbound stocks and how the resultant increased harvest of these stocks would affect Kodiak fishermen. What these proposals boil down to is that Chignik fishermen are asking for all of the benefits of a mixed stock fishery, which, by the way, they're already prosecuting, without any of the burdens that are imposed on Kodiak and Area M for conducting similar fisheries. I lament the fact that our fleet has found itself obligated to participate in this meeting. Kodiak fishermen have long prided themselves on focusing on local solutions to local problems. And as far as I know, this is the first time that you have seen Kodiak seiners introduce proposals to another management area. But we do feel backed into a corner and forced to engage in a negative-sum game that we never wanted to play. We do believe that the management of the Chignik area is best guided by their fishermen and their communities. But we now ask the board to finally account for the impact that Chignik fishermen have on non-local stocks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Darren. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony. Carrick Rentog? Hi, Carrick, welcome.
Hello. Hello, board members. My name is Chignik Finfish. I'm an Area M permit holder and a concerned Area M fisherman. I drove up here with my wife, Neonila, my 5-year-old Daniel, and my other son, Onisim, who has his first birthday in just a couple of days. My grandfather came to Alaska to become a fisherman in 1970, where my father was born and raised to be as a fisherman, and taught me the same values. Salmon fishing has been our way of life, our culture, and our main source of income, and for many others like me in the Area M fishery. I'm here today to oppose Proposal 128, which would reduce our gill nets from 70 mesh to 45 mesh deep. We have never had a 45 mesh restriction in the Area M as stated by the proposer. It would shorten the depths of our net, leaving us with about 64% of the original area being fished at any given time, which in turn would dramatically decrease our profits. It would increase our expense as we would need to replace our gear costing $2,900 out of pocket for each net, and possibly stripping away our existing web costing us $3,700 each. This would cost anywhere from $1.2 to $2.6 million in total expenses for the fleet of 137 boats for a web that is impossible to get in time for the fishery. This 36% decrease in mesh could mean a significant decrease in our income. And this lost income dramatically increases as we start to look at profit loss, as it could easily bring a season from being potentially profitable down to a crippling industry. In an escapement-based fishery, making the fleet less efficient would make the department add fishing time and likely increase the number of fish swimming up the local rivers, as it would make it harder to control escapement. The profit we would lose is absolutely critical for maintaining our boats in tip-top shape for the nearly 700 nautical mile journey we travel from Homer to where we fish for 3 months far away from home. As all fishermen know, boats are not cheap to maintain, and not maintaining an Area M fishing boat could easily mean the difference between life and death, as weather can be unforgiving in these waters. For me, 128 is a profit loss and safety issue. Area M fishermen should be making a healthy income for maintaining our boats, keeping ourselves and our crew as safe as possible, and come home to our families. This proposal, along with Proposal 120, would allow extra fish up local rivers, potentially harming the system. Thank you for your time, and please vote to oppose Proposal 128 and Proposal 120.
Thank you, Carrick. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next up is Frida Jimmy, followed by John McIntyre, Vivian Corthius, and Steve Brown. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Board and staff. My name is Frida Jimmy, and I'm from Guihilngok and Bethel. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As a wife, mother, and grandmother, we prepare food for our household, and fish is our main food. As long as I can remember, we rely on subsisting for salmon fish. Today, it's not the same to subsistence fish for our families. We are under so many regulations and laws, which puts our fishermen at risk when they're finally able to fish, when the days are harsh, when they could have gone out on better day to go fishing. And it's the same with our fish that are cut to dry on a rainy season. I want to be able to pass down our way of preparing fish for my grandchildren like how my ancestors taught me. Our way of being is fish, and without fish, we have no being. Today in our Kuskokwim and Yukon region, we are facing crisis of not having fish stored in our freezers. I am asking for our leaders and state officials to protect our way of life. I am in support of Proposal 140. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. John McIntyre? Hi, John.
Madam Chair, board members, my name is John McIntyre. I'm originally from the native village of Eek, at the mouth of the Kuskokwim River. I'm here to support the passage of Proposal 140, which will not close the fishery in Area M, but will help by letting fish go through for our people. My people and my family's subsistence needs are not being met. Yet the state is allowing the interception of our fish to be caught and sold for economical reasons, while thousands of our people are experiencing famine. My wife and I have continually operated a fish camp on the Kuskokwim River for over 30 years, and I have fished with my father, my grandfathers, my uncles, for as long as I can remember. Salmon is the single most important food source that sustain our people and families. And the Yupik word for salmon, whichever species it is called naka, meaning food. We are salmon people. My wife and I are parents to 4 boys and grandparents to 9 grandsons, 2 granddaughters, and 1 more granddaughter being born next month. I'm here for them and for the future generations that will also depend on the salmon to sustain our very existence. Our people are suffering and not being able to put food on our tables to feed our families. We have gone too long in carrying the burden of conservation for others to benefit from the fish that spawn from our rivers. Please consider the passage of Proposal 140 and let's see what happens, because we have run out of other options and time is running out. We don't want to be the last generation that will see the extinction of our salmon. Guyana.
Guyana, John, for your testimony today. Are there any questions? Appreciate your being here. Vivian, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. We are the regional nonprofit tribal consortium for the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta with 56 federally recognized tribes as members. We support Proposition 140 in its entirety. Since 2020, Western Alaska has experienced an unprecedented salmon crash. Our villages are experiencing famine, which is defined as the extreme scarcity of food. We have absolutely no salmon in our freezers. There are none, 0. Our freezers are completely empty. There is approximately 10 more weeks before spring breakup on both the Yukon River and Kuskokwim River. Our villages are normally getting ready for breakup and fish camp right now. I want to share with the board these empty Ziploc bags. I have one for each of you, but I was told I couldn't hand them to you, so I'll leave them at the table. These bags represent what is happening to our salmon. Please use these empty bags as reminders of the impact of no salmon to over 100,000 people in the AYK region. This is truly a humanitarian crisis, in my opinion, and needs to be addressed immediately. Right now, the only actions being taken to conserve chum salmon are being taken by families in the AYK region, resulting in very limited or no openings on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Meanwhile, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game has documented the interception of AYK origin chum salmon by Area M harvesters, but has really done nothing about it. This is unacceptable. Proposition 140 doesn't ask the families in the Alaska Peninsula, Aleutian Island region not to fish or go hungry. We're simply asking to put some guardrails in place so that all of our communities and families can feed themselves. Everyone needs to share in the burden and the responsibility for restoring chum salmon stocks, which is what Proposal 140 does. Thank you. And I'll leave these at the table. My extra ones I'll leave in the back.
Thank you, Vivian. Are there any board questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Oh, by the way, the bakes say 2021, 22, and a question mark on 23, salmon crash, Kuskokwim, Yukon-Kuskokwim rivers, and they're empty.
Noted, thank you.
Thank you. I also submitted a picture of this for your records. They're in the binders in the back.
Very good, thank you, appreciate that. Steve Brown?
I'll be speaking to RC 24. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Steve Brown. I'm president of Concerned Area and Fishermen, which represents salmon drift permit holders on the Alaska Peninsula. We have about 115 members, and roughly 50 of our membership lives on the Kenai Peninsula. I wanted to speak today about the WASP project, and specifically something that doesn't get talked about very much is the advisory panel to the WASP project. I served as CAMPS representative on the WASP AP from the beginning of the project in 2006 until 2012 when the reports were published. When the Board of Fish changed the June fishery regulations in 2004, there was a fair amount of outcry from Western Alaska, that's putting it mildly. And as a result of that, the state of Alaska commissioned a widespread genetic sampling project for sockeye and chum that you all know about, known as WASP. But this particular project had a wrinkle in that almost every interest group who have been fighting over this issue for the last 30 or 40 years was invited to sit on an advisory panel. And a memorandum of understanding was drafted, and the 11 parties to that agreement signed it. And those groups are listed on the third page of your RC there. It's highlighted in yellow. I think an important point was this was a consensus-driven process. All aspects of this project were discussed, debated, and approved by consensus. It was unique in that regard. Everybody at the table, everybody's at the table when every decision was made, and some of those discussions were very contentious. But the goal was to have a project that all involved could agree represented the best available information on the stock compositions of Western Alaska fisheries. And if nothing else, we had a set of data that we could all agree was valid and accurate. And this project was scientifically truly cutting edge. There were disappointments, of course. The Gene Lab was not able to break out the large group of Western Alaska summer chum that you all know as CWAC. This was a major goal of the project that was not realized. However, as you heard earlier, WASP did confirm an earlier genetic study that was done in the 90s that told us that fall Yukon chums are caught in the June fishery in very small numbers. And we saw similar results as well from the 2022 sampling that was conducted this last summer. And WASP served as a template for that study as well. My plea to the board is for decisions that have been driven by science. Oftentimes stakeholders are frustrated by the lack of answers from studies or simply don't believe the results. I heard that at the AYK meeting last month. They just don't believe results. But we should let these studies inform us in our decision-making, and we should also believe them because at least in the case of WASP, we were all at the table when the study was conducted. I believe we should let sound science guide our decisions, and we collectively, the state of Alaska, at least in the case of WASP, I know spent $8 or $9 million trying to get answers to the questions that we sit here and debate about today. So I would collectively like to see us use what we've learned and make decisions on the basis of that. And thank you, and thanks all of you for your service on the board.
Thank you, Steve, and good timing. Mr. Heimbach has a question for you.
Thanks, Steve. Just one question. As I recall, the consensus efforts at the WASP initiation were significant, and it took a lot of work to get there. But one thing you said caught my attention, and maybe I misunderstood it. Were there groups that were signatories to the approach and what the data request was going to be that, in hindsight, decided that they didn't agree with the analysis or data? Was there disagreement or non-belief? How would you best characterize that?
Mr. Heimbach, through the chair. There were arguments that lasted through whole days of meetings about, particularly I remember a significant debate about the genetic techniques that would be microsatellites versus SNP markers, for example, whether or not we're going to do all the work done in the state of Alaska versus sending some of the samples out to Canada. That was a big point of contention among the advisory panel. But we talked it out, and you know, a lot of it was in consultation with the state of Alaska and the technical committee about what they could do and what they couldn't do. So everything got resolved. Everybody that originally signed the memorandum of understanding stayed in the project and saw it to the end. Some of the faces changed over the years. It was about 6 years from being, beginning to end, but nobody dropped out.
If I may follow up, was there any additional peer review of the approach or the data that helped mitigate some of the bad feelings after it was over?
Yeah, the whole project was peer reviewed. They had outside peer review, the department did, and that was University of Alaska Fairbanks. I think University of Washington had a review committee that reviewed the project as well. So the whole, I mean, it was about as sound, I believe, as you could conduct a genetics project.
Thank you for your testimony,
Thank you.
Steve. Appreciate it. All right, so the time is 7:06. That was our 100th testifier, so I think that's a good stopping point for tonight. We will begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. That is different from the agenda, 8 a.m. I'm going to begin with second calls for those that missed their first call today, which were George Donert, Myron Anang, and Virgil Porter. And he wasn't going to be here. And then we'll move right into to day 2 of testimony, beginning with Travis Ball and the New Shigak AC. Thank you for your attention, for your patience today, and we'll see you in the morning. Good night.